Let's build a Google Docs-like system using Nextjs and Django, and you know we're going to be implementing Google Sign-In from scratch as well. I realized I probably lost some of you as soon as I said Nextjs and Django. Now, Nextjs itself can do all of this. Django itself can do all of this. But the thing is, as soon as you mix them together, you really get the best of both worlds, and you get the Node.js runtime as well as a Python runtime. So if any AI comes out and you want to use that AI with either one of those runtimes, with this stack, you will be able to do so. Now, the other thing about this is Nextjs itself is rapidly changing all of the time because of tools like V0, where you'll see these amazing user interfaces that are being built in no time, but those user interfaces need some stability on the back end, which is exactly why we use Django in the Django admin. So Django itself has built-in users. Those built-in users can be built in and stored directly with content that they own or are a part of. That's a big part of using Django, and being able to log into the Django admin is also super nice. So you, as the system admin, could actually delete things, remove things, add people, whatever. But the idea here is connecting the two is very straightforward. It's really just forwarding an API request from the Nextjs backend, which it does have one, to the Django backend. This is a straightforward process that can be done all of the time. Now, the way I see it is more than likely we will see a more robust front end sooner, or a bigger change to a front end than we will to a back end. And if that's the case, we want to make sure that we have something that's going to be here for the long haul. And I think Django is one of those tools. Now, the other part of this, not just the technology stack, the way to actually do the Google Docs stuff requires us to use CKEditor. This is a rich text editor, so a what you see is what you can get. And we can actually see that right here. You've got some editing and formatting things that you can do. Now, this is actually a fairly straightforward process, as you'll come to see. And a lot of it is based in the open source version of CKEditor as well. But the thing that we want to do is we want to elevate it to have real-time collaboration. What you see up here are actual users. These, of course, are Django users that are in here. And we can see as soon as I refresh the page, it shows my different users in here and all of that. And so now I can actually change this to hello world there. And what you're seeing on the other one is a real-time connection. Now, making this work with just open source technology is possible, but making it work and being able to do it on a scalable way is not really that easy to do. So we're going to do all of that. And like I said, we are going to full on implement the Google sign-in process as well. This right here, we're going to do all of it from scratch. So it works really well in this system, and it works for a custom Django user model that's built in emails. It's based off of emails, not a username whatsoever, so we can have a little bit more of a robust system. Now, do keep in mind, this user interface itself, well, there's some things that could be improved, of course. But the idea here is we want to have some sort of foundation of all of this so we can improve upon it whenever we want to. All of the code is already available on my GitHub. These links will be down in the description. And then, of course, you will be able to just run this and get it going. Now, the other nitty-gritty about this is we are also using Django Ninja as our API for Django. That's how we're going to actually connect all of these things, which you'll see very soon. Now, we're also building it off of a Django Next.js project. I will repeat these things and I will show you how to do this in step-by-step manner. But the idea overall is you'll probably want to have some familiarity with Django and Next.js. And of course, if you don't, fill in the gaps with AI. I encourage you to do it. But once you have this entire ecosystem, you're going to be like, oh, what else can I build to make sure that all of these things are working and working well? If you're interested in the tech stack in detail, let's take a look at it right now. Otherwise, you can skip ahead and get started. Let's talk about the stack we're going to use to build our Google Docs platform. First and foremost, we're going to be using Django and Nextjs. Django is going to be our stable backend API service that will allow us to associate users to the data they want, the data that we'll store in an actual database. So when I say associate users, that also means that we're going to be doing the authentication, the login, the registration, and the permissions all on the Django side so that it can power our front end. That front end being Nextjs so that we can have the cutting edge front end to really support what users are looking for while giving them the stability with our Django backend. Now, these two tools also give us the ability to use Python and JavaScript on the server side. So runtime JavaScript, runtime Python really opens up a world of ecosystem of tools that we can really use in this project. Now, when it comes to Django itself, there's a huge ecosystem. When it comes to Python itself, there's a huge ecosystem of tools that you might want to use. Those two alone might be enough to actually just use Django. The reason we move towards something like Nextjs has everything to do with all of the user interface stuff that we are seeing come out with Nextjs. One of them being is this fantastic cool tool called ShadCN, which makes building out your user interfaces really straightforward and really easy. And of course, it is open source. It's not that hard to implement once you actually have Nextjs going. But even if you're struggling with that, you can use something like V0, which will generate the Nextjs and ShadCN code as you need to build really, really compelling, modern, and cutting-edge user interfaces while still having the stability of a REST API that we will build with Django. So Nextjs has a lot of powerful things about it, but one of the things you'll notice is it's a React framework. So why don't we just use React then? Well, the thing that Nextjs solves is one of the challenges that React never undertook until Nextjs came along, and now React just recommends that, hey, if you need these things, go ahead and use Nextjs. Now, the challenges I'm referring to have a lot to do with routing and data. So Nextjs has routing built into it by its core because Nextjs can do front end and back end. So since it can do back end and front end, it can handle all of the routing it needs. React has tools that can do it. You can also have Django do the routing and then call in a React app, but that starts to get a really complicated mess when you start building out really complex user interfaces. That's where Nextjs really, really shines. Now, Nextjs, of course, is not the only tool that can or does do this, but it is a tool that is probably the most popular out there right now for building out those user interfaces for those reasons of having the routing correct, the URLs going to the right place for the right users with the right data in an efficient way coming from an API service itself. So yeah, a lot of reasons to use Nextjs just at its core. But then on top of that, if we want the Google Docs of it all, sure, we could probably build out some basic forms, but realistically, we want to have as robust as we can right out of the gates. And that's why we're using CKEditor. I did partner with them on this course, but CKEditor itself brings us a lot of the rich text editing we might need, but it also brings in this collaboration that we can use within our project. This gives us that Google Docs collab that we might want to use and need in our project itself. So that's a big part of the reason to use Nextjs as well, is it integrates really easily with CKEditor. So the idea here is Django is going to be our REST API that then powers our Nextjs front end. Now, there's other things to Django that we might want to implement into our project. One of those things might be something like LangGraph. LangGraph is an AI orchestration tool that makes it a lot easier to call various AI services in a nice, clean, easy workflow. This is based in Python, and of course, Django can run that. That makes things a lot easier on us when it comes to actually building out more robust backend tools that need security behind them. They need to be on a stable backend, but also pushing the frontier. LangGraph can't do that. Yeah, of course, there is also support for LangGraph with Node.js, but the idea is the AI space is mostly dominated by Python tools at this time. But again, our project here, we could use either one. That's the cool thing about it as well. Now, I also have other tools like Django QStash that will actually trigger backend workflow stuff. That can also all happen on the Django side. So we don't need another process to run worker processes in there at all. We can just use something like that. Now, the API we're going to be building is going to be using Django Ninja. So if you've heard of something like Fast API, Django Ninja is going to really be the tool that we end up using. What we're doing here, though, can absolutely be done in the Django REST framework as well. It just takes a little bit more effort to modify things to make that work. So I actually don't want to spend a whole lot of time understanding Django Ninja itself. Instead, we're going to be using the boilerplate. This is open source called Django Next.js.com. I created this one specifically to make it nice and easy for us to be able to actually build out this integration really, really quickly. We will also be implementing Google Auth, Google Login. So Google Login so that it's nice and seamless for a user to come to our front end and log in with our back end without needing to do additional steps. We can just use the Google Login itself. And we don't need third-party packages or services for that other than our tech stack that we have here and the Google platform itself with Django. No other third-party packages needed necessary for that. So I'm really excited about this one. Of course, if you have any questions about the stack itself, let me know. We are going to go in depth in varying degrees for these different tools. In some cases, we're going to go in a lot of depth. In other cases, not so much, right? So this is not really a beginner Django course. This is not really a beginner Next.js course. I have a lot of other stuff that discusses those things in more depth, which also means it's not a beginner Python or Node.js course itself. That being said, if you go through this and you're not that comfortable with these tools, just ask Claude for help. That's kind of the cool thing about AI now is if you ever have any questions or issues, you can always ask AI to clarify things for you. We're now going to set up our project where we integrate Django with Next.js. We're going to do this by using boilerplate code that I have available right now for free that you can just go ahead and grab at django.nextjs.com. This, of course, assumes that you have Python installed and Node.js. I'm going to be using Python 3.12, but anything newer than that is probably fine. And also Node.js LTS, anything newer for the LTS is probably fine as well. The boilerplate code will most likely be updated to fit with newer versions if it's necessary. So all of that code is already available on GitHub. You can grab it right now. You can get started. You can skip this whole section if you want. Now, if you want to go step by step through this integration process, I have an entire course dedicated for that. That entire course ends up resulting in essentially this repo right here, where all of the code exists, the backend and the front end code. After we do all of that, we're going to go through an in-depth process or an in-depth look at how to add Google Auth to a Django project in general. Then we're going to come back to this project and actually integrate that Google Auth into it as well. To get started, we're going to go ahead and fork the django.nextjs.com repo, which of course you can grab by just going to the URL, clicking on download, and it's going to look like this. Click that fork button, and it's going to allow you to create a new fork. I'll let you go through that process. You might want to rename it. In my case, I already have one up, and here it is. I renamed it Google Docs with Django Next.js. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this URL here. Open up Cursor or whatever text editor you're going to be using. I'm using Cursor with Cursor tab off. As you can see, I turned it off mostly for the video, but I use it all the time otherwise. Now, what I want to do here is I'm going to go ahead and open up the sidebar with Command B, this toggle sidebar right here, and we're going to go ahead and clone a repository here, and I'm going to go ahead and paste in that URL, and then we need to set a destination. You really just need the root folder in here, so as soon as you select like dev, where you keep all your dev stuff, you can set that as the destination. This is going to then open it up in that location, which you can verify by opening that up in, let's say, your Finder window and going into dev. There it is right there, right? And so that's where we're going to be working with going forward. So what we see here is a backend and a front end. So the first part I want to do is the backend. I want to just make sure that that part is working. What you'll see in here is a rav file. I use rav as a way to remember all of the commands I need for any given project. I do this whether I'm on my Mac or on my Windows or on my Linux. I just use it as a simple way to remember those commands. If you're on Windows, your commands are probably going to be a little bit different than this, but the idea here is having commands that make it a little bit easier to get everything going. The first thing that we want to do is install our Python environment. Now, there's a lot of different ways on how you can go about doing this. I'm going to be using the built-in virtual environment module called venv in Python 3.12. I pretty much always use this module because it's by far the most reliable. I realize there's other ones that might be faster or better, but that's always been the case for the past however many years. So I'm going to use the built-in one like that. I just create my virtual environment, and then I'm going to go ahead and activate it. So if you actually did look at the documentation, the README file, you would probably see some of the installations. If you look at django.nextjs.com, you will see a lot of this same sort of stuff. So I'm basically on the Python environment stuff that we're doing right now. And so now I'll go ahead and do pip install pip rav and pip tools, and then dash dash upgrade. These ones I use in pretty much every Python project there is. What rav does is allows me to run all these different commands, so I can do rav run and then any of these scripts in here like API install. And what that's going to do, of course, is it's going to use the pip tools pip compile command to take in a bunch of different requirements files and output them. Now, when you're new to Django, you're not necessarily going to do something like this. When you're new to Django, you might just have one single requirements file and have the actual requirements you're using. Once you get a little bit more advanced, you want to start locking the file versions, which is essentially what we're doing here. It's specifying very specifically what those versions are for both production and also development. And those things are coming from pip tools and these right here. So here's kind of the general versions. Here's the locked versions. These are the ones that something like Docker, when we want to deploy this at some point, we'll end up using those specifically. Okay, great. So with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and do rav run one more time. Let's say rav run API and hit enter. And so what we got here is we get this error from this, right? So if I look up, I get a command error with trying to run the server, the Python server. Now this is because of the environment variables. There's a bunch of default environment variables in here. Again, this boilerplate was meant to go further and further closer to actual production code. So we need to make sure that we're setting up our environment variables correctly. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put a .env from the backend code. I'm going to go ahead and copy the sample and put that in as .env just like that. And we'll see if this ends up working. I'm going to go ahead and run my API again, and it looks like it is working. Okay, so part of the reason it's working is because of how we have this project set up. Typically speaking, I would have my Django project, this entire backend folder, as its own dedicated repo. But since we are trying to keep everything together, I have both the backend and the front end in this same repo, and that's pretty much it. We're now going to set up our front end for the project. So the way we're going to do this, of course, is jumping into our code. I'm going to open up the terminal window, and I'm going to cd into the front end here, and I'm just going to run npm install. Before I hit enter, you will see in the front end, there's nothing related to npm just yet, as in the node modules aren't in there. So I'm going to go ahead and run npm install and let that build out all of the different node modules. Now, what you'll see is inside a package.json, we've got a bunch of different things in here that just come from Nextjs. Some of these things might change over time, more than likely they will, but then we also have stuff that are very specific to this project in terms of the actual third-party dependencies, one of them being SWR. We definitely want to make sure that we have that one, and then of course React.js is in here as well. So I did mention shadcn before. That is also going to be in here, but the nice thing about shadcn is it actually just brings code over for you. It's not like a third-party dependency that you necessarily have to bring, although it does use this components.json thing in here as well, which again might change because I've heard Tailwind is changing and other things are changing as well. But overall, now that we've got that, we can go ahead and run npm run dev, and in here, this should actually build out our dev environment. So if we actually open this up, we will see a local host, and what do you know? It looks exactly like the current deployed version of the Django Next.js.com project. What we're seeing here is this Django API health is not okay. That's for a couple of reasons. One of those reasons is the environment variables here. So if I actually copied this file and just called it .env, we've got a Django API URL. So this we actually need to have working. Now, the reason that this even exists has everything to do with if you want to put this into production, but more specifically, if you actually want Nextjs to be communicating with a Django backend. So this environment variable is critical for that. So when we do login and all that stuff, this will actually end up working. So we definitely need to get that working in just a moment, but everything else is pretty much ready to go. This part is optional but highly recommended. We are going to implement a production grade database into our entire project, which really is going into our Django API. And that, of course, is going to be a Postgres database. Now, I'm going to be using Docker Compose for this. There's a lot of different ways on how you can get a Postgres database, but Docker Compose makes it really fast and easy. It's literally as simple as going into my project right next to this Docker Compose file where it is and running Docker Compose -f of compose.yaml up and then -d as in detach. this will bring it up and actually put it in the background so it runs in the background as a background service. So I don't necessarily have to ever see it again. And if I ever want to take it down, if I ever want to stop it, I can just do docker compose down or -f compose.yaml and down, and that will take it down. So now that database is gone. If I do a -v, it deletes the entire database as well. So those are 3 commands that make it really easy to work with these different databases. Now you may or may not have Docker already installed on your machine, in which case you can just go to docker.com and download Docker Desktop and install it there. I talk about Docker in all sorts of places, so let me know if you have any issues with that. But as soon as you have a database going, you can actually run Docker PS like that, and you can actually see that on our local host, on our local machine, we have this port available, that is 5432, that's actually forwarding to the internal 5432. So you could also change that as well. So if you have a lot of different Docker projects that you want, let's say for instance you want this to be 5430, you could change that. That would change the local host version, which I can show you real quick with doing docker compose down and then bringing it back up with docker compose up, detached mode, and then seeing what's in there with docker ps. That essentially would do that if I saved everything. I don't think I saved it. So let's try that again with everything saved up and docker ps. There we go. So now that changes that port. Why that's important is if you have a lot of different projects and you want to test out different versions of Postgres, that's how you would end up doing it. Okay, so now we need to actually have our database working inside of Django. So if we go into settings.py here, what we can do is we can scroll down and you'll see this database URL and one for specifically Postgres. So we have the ability to bring in a Postgres database into our project. So how do we do that? Now, if I go into .env here, this is where I can actually bring in that Postgres URL itself, that connection string. This is, I think, where Cursor makes life a lot easier. So let me just put on Cursor tab real quick, and I'll go ahead and come in here, and then I'll go back into .env and type out Postgres, and then right away it auto-completes everything that I had from my Docker Compose file. It's amazing. I really love that part about coding with AI these days. But I'm going to go ahead and disable it because, of course, you could always add this as you'd like. As soon as you have this database URL, what we should be able to do is we should go ahead and navigate into the backend, and we should be able to run into SRC and then run python manage.py migrate. I'll show you a shortcut command to make that happen in just a moment. But here we got this error saying it only supports Postgres, and this is Postgres. So there's something in the code that probably needs to be fixed. Maybe it'll be fixed by the time you see it, maybe not. But the idea is it's going to be that or the SQL version of it, which is basically the same thing, but the way I had it as far as the argument here, wasn't working correctly. So let's go ahead and try that again with this newly updated setting. And now I can actually migrate this, and now it's going to use a Postgres database. So it's now much closer to actual production. I would say that you should almost certainly use Postgres in production. There are other versions of Postgres, or other databases, I should say, that you could use. MySQL, MariaDB. You can definitely use those ones, but Postgres is probably the most popular database in the world, and it's certainly one of the most popular for Django. But at this point, we now have our migrations going, which means that we can start actually adding in data to the database, which of course is users. Now, there is another way that I actually want to run migrations, and that's inside of the root of my project. I don't always want to have to navigate in there. I want to run ravrun API-migrate, and that will actually run those same migrate commands. And then there should be one in here also for make migrations. In other words, I can copy this migrate command here and do something like make migrations, which is also something very important for Django itself, which is something we will see soon enough. But for now, we have a Postgres database going, and for the most part, it is ready to roll. Let's actually start registering users using that Nextjs application and see if it's working. Now we're going to add in a couple users, a super user, a Django admin super user, and then also just a regular user that we sign up through Nextjs. So to start, we want to make sure that our database is migrated. So if we go into the root of our project, we should be able to do rav run and then API-migrate. So API-migrate is roughly saying, hey, run Django migrate. Now, if you implemented Postgres like I did in the last part, or if you didn't, you will have a database. So db.sqlite3 means that you are not using Postgres. So if I delete this and then run that again, it doesn't actually reappear because I'm using Postgres. If I was not using Postgres, then it would reappear and then we would have a database. Great. So with this in mind, I actually do want to navigate into the backend into SRC. The reason for that is for this python manage.py file that we can run commands like python manage.py create super user. Now, of course, you probably already know this depending on your experience with Django, but we're creating a super user that we can just use to log into the Django admin. That's a key part of this. Okay, and I used a whatever password because this is simply a development environment. So with this in mind, I now want to open up another terminal window and I want to run my Django backend by doing ravrun API, which of course is going to run the Python server at the default port of 8000. This will come into play in just a moment, but for now I want to open this up with command click. Notice we get a page not found, but I do have a few pages in here that are found or a few routes that are available. This is because we're in debug mode on Django, as it says right here. But what we want to do is we want to jump into the Django admin, and we can do that like that. We're going to go ahead and add in our username and password in here that we created just a moment ago, and we should be able to log in just like that. And we should be able to see that there's only one user in here. So the reason we do this is so that we have access to all of the potential data you want to have access inside of Django. So this command right here can absolutely be abused. You can accidentally make too many admin users, in which case they would have access to this entire panel, which you can create new users, you can delete users, you can do all sorts of things in this Django admin. But what it doesn't do is it doesn't give you a blanket permission to all database things, right? So anything in the database isn't necessarily going to show up here unless you decide it. Those of you who know Django well already understand this, but if you didn't realize that with Django, you get to pick and choose what comes in here, and you can remove the things that are in here by default. Like I can take off the ability to manage users inside of the Django admin as well. That's outside the scope of this one, but it is something really nice to know and one of the many reasons to use Django. So at this point, I have my Node.js application running in the front end and then my Django application running in the back end. All I want to do is make sure that my Node.js or Next.js application is actually connected to my Django project before I start to create a user. So to do this, I'm going to go ahead and open up my local host at 3000. And let's just go ahead and restart the dev server if we need to. And then let's open this one up. And so now what I'm going to get is my Django Next.js stuff. And then if I scroll down a little bit, I see my Django API health is okay. The reason for that, of course, is because my Django project is actually running. It's this right here. And you can even see that 2 endpoints were actually targeted inside of Django. In other words, my Next.js application did an API call to Django and Django's looking good. One of the other things you'll notice is there's now a sign up and login page here. This is not really that clear unless you take things down. Let me take off the Django server here for a second with Control-C. As soon as I do that, I've got a dashboard button, but no sign up or login page. As soon as I bring it back on and come back into my Next.js application, what do you know? There it is. We can talk about this stuff more later. All I want to do now is actually sign up a user here. So signing up a user is all of these items right here, right? So you pick a username, an email, password, and all that. I'm going to go ahead and say, let's say jmitch and jmitch@cfe.com, not a real domain. I'm going to go ahead and suggest a password using Google. And let's just go ahead and use that strong password. I'm going to go ahead and copy it just so I remember it. And I'm going to go ahead and sign up. If everything went correctly, it just created a brand new user, in which case I can log in and log out. Now, the styling, the design, a lot of things that we can improve over time for sure. The point of this is that log in and log out work. And more importantly, I can go into the Django admin, refresh in here, and what do you know? There is the user I just created with that email address, the permissions, whether or not they're active, when they joined, not necessarily logged in, but all of those sorts of things are in here now and they are working. It is pretty cool. We have it fully integrated. So we're pretty much ready to move on to the next part. Let's talk about it. We now have user registration and login with Django and Next.js. It's pretty great, but there's a few downsides that we want to mitigate. One of them has to do with security. So at this point right now, if we go to sign up and we use some nonsense of a username and some nonsense of an email, I can actually put in some nonsense of a password as well, and I probably will still be able to sign up. Now, in the case of my web browser, it's saying, hey, check your passwords. That wasn't a very good one because it really wasn't. There is the potential to still log in. So there are different strategies on how we can solve this problem, of how we can improve our security with our sign-up forms, right? And we can definitely talk about those things, like how can we make this sign-up form better? One of them would be to check the email address to see if it's a real one, to send an email verification. That's something else we could do. We could also check the passwords themselves, make sure that they're strong passwords. Or we can leverage a third-party service that already has the ability to do this login portion for us. And of course, I'm talking about Google sign-in or login with Google. We now want to implement this before we go too far down the rabbit hole of integrating these two projects. While you definitely could add security to this sign-up form, wouldn't it be nicer if it was just one button that said login with Google and that just worked? Now, I realize some of you might not want to have Google as your login system, but what we're about to learn about is a technology called OAuth 2, which will teach you how to log in with other services. There's many other services that are out there that work very similar to this Google sign-in one as we go forward. The other thing is, in terms of forward thinking, we are making a Google Docs-like environment. If you wanted to truly have one, you would also have access to things like Google Drive and maybe any other thing that Google might offer in their API service. Now, granted, we're not going to go that far in depth. We're really just going to implement that login part. But the point of this is we're now at an inflection point is, do we stick with this standard user model that uses usernames, or do we move over to an email address that then leverages Google sign-in? And the answer is we want to move over to a custom Django user model to just use email addresses and this Google sign-in, of course. Now, the next section is going to be dedicated to just doing Google sign-in with Django itself, or Django Google OAuth. We will come back to that. We'll copy some things in there and bring it into our project. But that next section is meant to be pretty self-contained. Feel free to skip over it if you like to. But the idea, of course, is learning how to actually build out Google OAuth from scratch so you don't have to use something like Django OAuth per se. You definitely still could use Django OAuth, but we want to skip third-party dependencies as much as possible by just using Google itself. Now, do keep in mind, if you go through that next section, we will repeat a few things in there in the next part of this one to make sure that we are actually building out the Google login correctly to work with our project that leverages all of the different API services from Django Ninja. Let's take a look. Let's do a mini project where we implement Google login or the Google sign-in screen to your application using a Python web framework. Now, the goal here is to make it really easy for users to sign up for your service. So if they log into their Google account, they can then automatically log in to your service as well. That's really the point here. Now, what we're going to be doing, of course, is using Django and Google Cloud. Now, Django itself is really here to handle the URLs so that when a user goes to a URL that you control, it can then redirect to the login screen. Once that login screen is done, Google can send it back to your project, which would be a Django application that can then handle all of the necessary steps to log you in. This process is known as OAuth, where we're kind of integrating two systems together to handle that user login or the user authentication portion. So much of this is about Python though. Even though I'm using Django, this process can be redone using FastAPI, Reflex, Flash. There's a lot of other Python web frameworks that you can do this same thing with. Now, again, the point of this is so that you can have this Google login. So if you ever needed to access someone's Google Drive, you'd be able to do that with this process. If you need to access somebody's YouTube account, same. Now, you might need additional approvals to use certain things, and that's all through Google Cloud, which we'll talk about later. The point of this being a mini project is to make it as easy as possible for you to copy and paste this code and put it into a bigger project. That bigger project I'm going to be using Django and Next.js for, but the idea here is mostly honing in on Python and Google to do the login process itself, which means we're going to have very few third-party dependencies other than Python and Google. Yes, we will have a couple Google related Python packages, and of course we'll have Django as well, but we don't have any of these social authentication packages that are out there. Those are really good. There's some of them that are amazing, and it kind of means this point is pointless, or doing this is pointless. But the thing is, if you know how to do this, it's going to be a lot easier to make sure that those things work the way you want them to, or you can always just divert back to this as you see fit. A good example of this is if you want to have Google sign in on your main project and you want to make it really easy for them to just log into Google, then later down the line, you want to ask them for something like YouTube access or Google Drive access. You want to add that scope later. Well, doing that with some of those automatic login, social authentication packages is possible, but it gets a little bit tricky. Going through this process will make it so hopefully it's not as tricky. And I think it's actually fairly straightforward thanks to how easy Google Cloud has made it for doing this authentication. Let's take a look. Okay, so this is a project within a project, which means I'm really just focusing on the critical pieces to implement the Google login. Now, to make this happen, I'm going to open up an IDE. The one you use doesn't matter. Cursor, Windsurf, VS Code. Just open up something you're comfortable with and start creating a brand new project. In this case, I'm going to create a new one, and I'm going to call this Django Google Login, something simple like that. Open that up, and then we're going to go ahead and start this process in here. Now, if you've gone through the setup process with me with Django before, you'll know I do this fairly quickly and I do basically the same thing every time. You'll see this all across the board. You'll also see on Google Cloud's Python development environment uses venv just like I do. Maybe that's going to change later, but for now we're going to go ahead and stick with that process. So the idea here is we have Python 3 installed. I'm going to be using probably Python 3.12 to get this going, but the newer versions of Python, all this should work as well. So the idea here is we're going to do Python 3.12. We're going to create a virtual environment in here, just like that. No big deal whatsoever. We're going to go ahead and then activate the virtual environment, and then we'll go ahead and do our installations. Now, of course, if you're on Windows, it's going to be a little bit different than this process, but overall still the same. Once it's activated, I'm going to go ahead and create a requirements.txt file. I'm going to go ahead and add in Django itself. And then I'm also going to go ahead and add in Google Auth, this right here, of course. I'm also going to do Python decouple to load in my environment variables, which of course you can use other things like python.env. And then I'm going to go ahead and add in a few others. Now, as you can see, Cursor in my case is trying to add a bunch of other things that you might want to have in here. You might want those at some point. Maybe the Python client is something you'll use, but these are the ones I think I'll only need. If I need to add to them, I will. And of course, this repo will be on my GitHub account as well when it's all said and done. So for now, I'm going to go ahead and just install everything with pip install -r requirements.txt. And there we go. And then I'm also going to go ahead and add in this rav file. I have this package called rav that just remembers my scripts for me. So like if I want run server, I just go ahead and do something like cd src and then python manage.py run server. I do this all of the time for all of my projects. So I do pip install pip rav -- upgrade. Feel free to do that if you like, but the point here is just to remember where things are. So if I do my src here, I navigate into that folder, we do a Django admin and start project CFE home, which is the name I give all of my Django projects, and I create that project here. Now, if you've never done this before or I went way too fast for you, keep in mind that there are more beginner-friendly versions of what I just did where I go into a lot more depth of this. But the idea here is I'm going to go ahead and run python manage.py migrate, and then I want to go back into the root of my project here, and I'm going to go ahead and do rav run and run server. Or something like rav run dev here. That might be another better project here. And let's go ahead and try that, rav run dev. And there we go. Okay, so now it opens up. If I open this up, there we go. I've got my Django project up and running. Now again, the main reason for this has to do with the Django URL routing and all of that. So before I get into the URL routing, I have to actually get a few environment variables from Google Cloud itself. Let's take a look. In order to implement this Google login screen, we have to sign up for Google Cloud. and use the Google Auth Platform that's inside of Google Cloud. Now, I will mention Google Cloud itself powers all sorts of services, not just this one. So you could get lost in Google Cloud and end up spending a lot of money. The Google Auth Platform, as far as I know, just to do the login part is absolutely free. I think this actually makes a whole lot of sense as to why it's free is because it means that you're using Google services for all sorts of things. So hopefully you won't hit up any charges here. But of course, if you do, just be aware that it could happen and there are free credits. Google Cloud itself is a big platform that does all sorts of things. Now, I'm going to do my best to help you through Google Cloud itself or navigate through, but do be aware that they do change this from time to time because they offer so many services. It's not that surprising. Okay, so what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to sign up or start for free here with your own Google account. Look at that. They actually use the exact same login process we are going to use here in just a little bit. Now, after you log in, you're going to see something like this. It might require you to sign up for billing. I've done this so many times where sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. So just feel free to figure out what that is. You also might need to use a personal Gmail account, not a actual work account that runs through Google, right? So just keep in mind that you might need their @gmail.com one, which of course are free. So what we need to do now is we need to create a OAuth client. An OAuth client is per project. So on a project level, we need to decide what we're going to call things here. So as soon as you log into Google Cloud, you might have to create your own new project here, but you want to keep in mind that each project itself is going to be isolated. Now, you can absolutely configure all sorts of things to have all sorts of access to different Google Cloud stuff. That's not what we're talking about here. We're really just talking about this single screen here. To be able to actually have it work for you, you need a specific project for that. Now, in my case, I do one for my development environment and one for my production environment at bare minimum. In some cases, I'll have one for my local development, one for, other people that are working on the same project, local environment as well. As in, I have 15 different dev projects for that same one single production application. So the idea here is, of course, we're going to go ahead and create a new project here, and you're going to give it some sort of name. So in my case, I can only do 24 projects, and here is a early indication of quotas. So Google Cloud itself, if you need certain access to things, you will need to request to increase your quota for that access. Hopefully what we do here is not going to have any quota things that we would need. However, if you want to use something like YouTube, you will probably run into the quota things itself. Just keep that in mind when it comes to using this. It's that quota stuff is not related to the sign-in per se, other than what you might want to do with that user's account. So YouTube's a good example of that. If you want to use their uploads or something like that, their file uploads, you're going to need to get the correct quotas to be able to do that, which may or may not happen. It's going to be up to Google on whether or not you're going to be allowed to do that through official channels like that. Okay, so the idea here, of course, is going to be we'll call this our Django login dev project, or just maybe Django login dev. And right now, that's the project ID in my case. I think I will be the only one that will have that across all of Google Cloud. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. So as soon as I create a dev version, I also like creating the production version. So now I'll go ahead and do my Django login prod. Having two versions is really critical. You want to make sure that you isolate these environments and there's no accidental overlap on there. Okay, so I see that both of them have been created. I'm actually not going to touch the login prod because the process is the same. Just keep in mind that's what you're going to want to do. Okay, so now that we've got the login dev going, we need to go to the Google Auth Platform. Now, this actually used to be something different. It used to be called something different. It was in the APIs and services here, and then in the Google OAuth screen. So it actually moved to the Google Auth Platform. It could move again. What the point here, though, is we want to look for simply Google OAuth, right? That's the thing that we're looking for here. Google Auth Platform is that new thing. So I'm going to go ahead and go to that, and this is where we're going to start the process of building out our login screen. So the only way we can really test this is later, once we actually have the code in place. But to me, I want to be able to grab the necessary keys prior to writing the code just to make sure that all of this is working. So as we see here, we've got Google Auth Platform's not configured yet. So I'm going to go ahead and get this started. We've got an app name here. What is going to be the name that you're going to call your app? This is going to be my Google login, and I'll call this my Google login, let's say dev project. The support email is going to be one that's on your account. This is fine. There's other ways to add other support email, but this is fine for now. The audience itself, this is going to be external. This is going to mean that anyone around the world will be able to log in with this. Of course, there's probably caveats to that, but you definitely need an external one because it's not for internal organization app itself. Next up is going to be your contact email. I'm going to use the same one that I have for this account for this right now. This, of course, is not an email address I actually check, but if we go through here, we're going to go ahead and hit continue and then create this project configuration. So that started the process. It did not create our OAuth client yet. It really just gave us, roughly speaking, what this screen is going to end up looking like. And what we'll see in here is there's branding. You can change things. You can add a logo. You can add some domains. There's a bunch of this stuff we might need to figure out later. Another thing that you'll end up doing is creating an OAuth client. What do you know? Clients is one of the only things that's on here. Now, I'm actually not going to configure this like the final version just yet. I will put one in, but we don't have any information about our actual Django project just yet. But I can still make something. So this web client here is going to be I'll call this my localhost dev web client 1. Then the actual authorized URLs and redirect URLs. You might not know what those things are yet. So I'm going to go ahead and put in HTTP localhost 8000, which is very common for Django when you run that server. Just a few moments ago, we did run that server, and it is at localhost 8000. 127001 is also termed as localhost, so you can use either one. And then the redirect URLs, well, we don't have one yet, so I'll just go ahead and say login. We haven't even talked about what that is yet, so we'll just leave it as is. I'm going to go ahead and create this and create it. Great. So it did start the process of creating this. Now, one caveat that might happen at some point, because it does happen with OAuth, is this being required to be HTTPS. So if it does require to be HTTPS in the future, you're going to need to have some sort of local domain you have access to. Localhost won't work in the case of HTTPS unless you have that configured as well, which is a whole nother thing. I mention that because I've seen this change. It didn't change in Google yet, but it has changed in other kinds of OAuth environments. OAuth itself is a very common way to connect to software applications for users as the middleman. But there we go. So we created our first client here, and we've got a client ID. So I can copy this client ID. I can go into something like, .env, and I'll go ahead and do my Google client ID. I can pass that in there. And then to download the actual secret itself, you just go into the actions here and you can look at, there's the secret right there. You can grab that, and then we'll do our Google client, let's say secret and key. And maybe we need to spell secret correctly. But the idea here is that we have the values that we want, right? So these will likely change later when we start to implement certain things in here in terms of actually connecting here. This process, hopefully you're very comfortable with doing at this point. So just to recap, if I deleted this, that client no longer has access. Those tokens are now invalid. So the recap would be you log into Google Cloud here and you're like, okay, I need to do Google login. So maybe you do a Google login search here. And I think this will sometimes give you some good stuff. In this case, it's actually not giving me anything that I actually want. So let's go ahead and do Google Auth. And there's our Google Auth platform. We just go into our clients here. We create a brand new client. We give it an application type. In our case, it's a web application, but you can see there's other ones in there. I think the vast majority of the time, you'll probably end up using a web application. Even if you see a JavaScript application in here, there's a good chance that you'll probably want the web one. You can add the client in and then all of those same origins and redirects and all that. Now again, I'm going to actually redo this when we get to that point, but the idea here is having the ability to create this and being able to do it over and over and over again and being comfortable with deleting these keys and creating new ones. I know when I was first doing this, I did not want to delete the keys because it worked and everything was good, but I think you need to get used to the process of deleting things. So there is the setup thing. Now let's actually take a look at the code where we can start actually building out or connecting to this login screen. Let's talk about the OAuth flow. Like, what has to happen in your application for it to all work correctly? First off, a person has to go to your web page and go to some sort of URL that's going to trigger the OAuth to start happening. That trigger is your app actually redirecting that user to Google. The redirect end up going to a page like this. Now, it doesn't always have to be a redirect. It could be a pop-up, but the idea is this screen comes up, then the person logs into Google to start their Google session. Google then will verify this user, verify your app, and then send that person back to some sort of endpoint, some place where your app can then collect information about the previous process, which is going to verify the Google callback stuff and then start that user session. Now, this can happen on all sorts of apps, of course, and it can happen with all sorts of platforms, not just Google. This process is roughly the same. The person's going to go there, they're going to try to log in somewhere, that's going to redirect to where they need to actually log in with that service, then that's going to redirect them to their actual service. So from a user's perspective, it's person to log in to Google, to your app. It's not really that big of a deal, but one of the things they won't necessarily have to do is go open up their email to verify their account. You might do that for additional security if you want to, which is often a good idea. But in terms of friction, this is the friction they'll see. They won't have to enter a password or remember a password. A lot of good stuff with that. So the idea here is we need to create these two endpoints, the login endpoint and the callback endpoint. The way you create those things can be completely up to you, unless of course you're using a third-party package. In our case, we're not using a third-party package. We're just going to go ahead and create some very basic ones to start out by going into our CFE home folder here. I'm going to create views.py, and then I already have urls.py. So basically what I want to do here is I want to have a Google login redirect view, which is actually what it is, and it's going to redirect somewhere, right? So the nice thing about Cursor is it helps us with all of these imports and stuff like that, and it also can infer some of the things we're talking about here in the case of a callback view. So the callback view itself is not going to redirect to Google, but it's going to redirect somewhere else. Now, before I actually implement any of those redirects, I'm going to go ahead and do our, we'll just actually have some sort of HTTP response in here instead. And so I'll just leave in that Google redirect, something like that. And then we'll go ahead and say, now a user callback. Okay. So the point of these two views here is to remember that process, right? So right here, this whole process needs to have some sort of functions that will be able to work correctly. I also am going to go ahead and print out the request.get information in both of these places because we'll need to look at that for the callback view especially. The redirect view, probably not, but the callback view for sure. Next up, what we want is some URLs in here. So I'm going to go ahead and do from import views, and I just want to bring in those views. Cursor making things easy on me. I will have some trailing slashes here, but notice that these paths, really correspond to what we did up here, but they can be anything. You could have it as ABC 1, 2, 3, whatever, like that. As long as you know what it is that you're trying to accomplish, you can absolutely do either one of those things. So now what, of course, we need to do is actually implement this redirect view. Now, in order for us to be able to do that, that means we need to be able to correctly create the login redirect session. We need to build out an OAuth session, which requires a few different things. We need to generate OAuth state and PKCE or PKCE. The way this is done is very similar to CSRF. In the case of CSRF, it's a cross-site request forgery that prevents unauthorized domains from submitting forms into your application. In this case, I just simulated one with a domain I own that actually works on my local host, but the idea is the same, roughly speaking, in terms of what we need to generate to be able to do our OAuth sessions. So what we are going to do here is we're going to jump back into our project here, and I'm going to create a brand new app in my project, and I'm going to call this app Googler. So I'm going to go ahead and say Python manage.py start app Googler, and inside of here, I'm going to go ahead and create security.py. And what we want to do here is we're going to import a few different packages. We're going to import our base 64 package. We're also going to go ahead and import the hash lib. So hash lib, just like that. So what this is going to allow us to do is we can actually also import one more thing, which is going to be OS. The first thing we're going to actually create is called state. So right here, we're just making a fairly random state to be able to pass to Google. So we'll see this in a little bit, but basically we will pass the state to Google. Google will pass it back to us as well. So in conjunction with that, we're going to go ahead and define something called a generate PKCE, otherwise known as PKCE, and it's going to be a pair. So in this case, it's very similar to this generate state. I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste some code here that I already have tested out, but it's basically building out the same idea. One is going to be a challenge, one's going to be a verifier. So what we want to do is we want to share this with Google during the OAuth session to make sure that the state as well as these keys are working correctly. So we'll share part of this to the Google OAuth session, then we'll get something back from Google Auth, and then we'll send one more thing after that's all said and done. But now that we've got these keys here, let's actually start using them by generating the redirect view from the state and PKCE pair. All the code for this one is on my GitHub, so you can just go to cfe.sh/GitHub and then take a look for the Django Google OAuth repository to find everything we've done so far and everything we will do in this portion. So the idea now, though, is we need to build out a redirect URL, an automatic way to formulate the redirect URL. So I already have on views.py these two things right here. I'm actually going to bring these into Googler now, so it's just a little bit differently. And then inside of my URLs, I'll go ahead and do from Googler import views. I might change that as well, but this will be fine for right now. The idea here, though, is I have these two URLs that I want to use. For now, I'm going to go ahead and hard code these ones. In the long run, I might want to change that hard coding, but I'm going to leave these in as hard coded paths inside of my settings. So I'm going to come in here and I've got my base directory here right underneath that. I'm going to go ahead and say my base URL and I'm going to equal it to my local host. This will become important very, very soon. The actual Google Auth Callback URL or path is going to be that right there. Now, this is totally fine, but I actually want to, instead of have the whole URL, I'm going to go ahead and say path. There's a reason for this. I'll show you in just a moment, but that's the idea that we're going to start with right here. Okay, so with this in mind, I'm going to go back into Googler, and I'm going to go ahead and grab a new module. We'll go ahead and call it OAuth.py. And what I want to do here is I'm going to define my get Google OAuth Callback URL. And of course, it's going to be these two things, and Cursor makes it a little bit easier to make that happen. Now, why is it that I don't just use the hard-coded setting here? Well, it has everything to do with the testing process, like drop HTTPS being true or false, all right? And so we want to be able to handle both of those situations. We also want to handle if there's an base URL with a trailing slash, for example, which is something that's easy to accidentally do when it comes to setting configuration like this. So back inside of here, we want to be able to handle both of those situations. Now, the way we're going to do this, of course, is by importing something from URL lib. So we'll do import URL lib, import URL parse. Then we'll grab our URL and we'll go ahead and do URL parse, or rather not URL parse, but URL join. Sometimes Cursor does not get it right. So we want to join these two together with simply a comma. and this will give us that actual output URL. This part is looking better. Now it's saying drop HTTPS. So basically saying whatever you put as your base URL, you're going to replace HTTPS with HTTP. The other one is the opposite as well. If you want to enforce it, so you would say something like force HTTPS, that would be the opposite. And so both of these things we're going to probably want support for as we're testing this out, especially if you have a local domain that can actually use HTTPS as well. When you go into production, you're probably going to always want to use HTTPS. In fact, you most likely definitely will want to use HTTPS. Now we need to generate the auth URL. This is so your app knows where to redirect in Google with all of the correct parameters. So jumping into OAuth.py here, I'm going to define a new function and I'm going to call this generate auth URL. And then for now, I'm just going to go ahead and say params being this empty dictionary, and we're going to return back URL join of some URL that we want, and then those parameters here. Now, the parameters will not be a dictionary. So the first thing I'm going to put in here is a redirect URI. Now, we can think of this as the callback URL, but again, I'm going to just put in some gibberish for the moment to just kind of explain exactly what it is that we're after. So what I want to do is I want to make sure that these parameters are URL safe, that they can actually go in a URL web browser, can be a request. The way they become URL safe is by using the package called URL encode. So in other words, we just say encoded params equals to URL encode of this dictionary. This is now a way that we can bring those things together. Now, unfortunately, what that ends up doing is it actually just mashes them together. So what we need to do as well is we need to actually put in a question mark here so that the browser knows, or whatever request is happening knows, that these are URL parameters or get parameters. You might remember them in the request.get. That's what we're building out here, which we've seen in other places as well inside of Django itself. But that's encoded parameters. How do we actually build this out, or what are the correct parameters here? Now, of course, you could always go onto the Google documentation to find all of these. I'm just going to go ahead and give them to you. So I'm going to paste them in here. We've got our auth params, and here we go. So these are the required ones that we'll need. Some of these might look already familiar to you, like the redirect URI. That's going to be our callback URL. So we can just come in here and say redirect URI is equal to that callback URL. That solves that. Next up is going to be, we will have our Google Auth client ID, which for now I'll just say none. Remember back, this is that Google Cloud Auth Platform, client ID that we created earlier. We don't have an active one anymore, so we need to come back to that. For now, we'll leave it in as none. Next up is scope. So this is like asking Google, hey, what permissions our app needs from our user. So we're going to use the baseline permissions, which are going to be basically going to be OpenID. Make sure it's OpenID, not OpenAI. If you're like me, I accidentally did OpenAI many times doing this. But the idea is OpenID, email, and profile. These are some of the basic things you'll need from the user's account. We can expand on this quite a bit more. But like if you were going to use YouTube in here, you would add in the YouTube scope. This is not the valid YouTube scope. It is in there somewhere. Traditionally speaking, I do not actually write these things out as a string like this. Instead, what I do is I write them out as a list. So I basically have each one in there as its own list item, and then I join it together to be a string. So I do something a little bit closer to this. And of course, if I had cursor fully activated, you'd be able to see that in 2 seconds. But the idea is we bring in our scope. This I also don't usually leave right here, because if I wanted to change the scope, I could do that elsewhere. Most third-party packages that do social authentication for you will put the scope elsewhere, because this process right here is basically the same across all OAuth providers. Okay. So there's nothing really unique about this to Google just yet. Okay, so the idea then, other than the actual scope values, I should say. So the next thing is, of course, going to be our state. what is our state? How do we decide what our state ends up being? Well, we have a function called generate state for a reason. This state is going to come in here. So I'm going to go ahead and use the from dot import security, and then we'll go ahead and do security dot generate state. Now, do be aware that this is a public state item, as in this does not need to be stored locally. It can be stored locally, but it does not need to be, with some caveats, as we'll see in a little bit. But the idea is we now have this state. The final one is going to be this code challenge. Well, how do we get the code challenge? Well, we could do our 2 underscores here, and then security dot and generate the PKCE pair. What is that PKCE pair? Going back in there, we've got these 2 values right here, which are named not in any mistake whatsoever to match the parameters. Okay, so we see now that there is a private and public item going on in here. Semi-private, but definitely one being public, right? And so the idea here is we're going to go ahead and generate all of these parameters to make the request. The final point of this will be our Google OAuth URL, whatever that ends up being. Now, you could, again, get this in the documentation itself, or I can just give it to you, or even Cursor would probably give you the answer itself. But the idea is this is going to be the endpoint that will do OAuth. This could change in the future. The rest of it could also change slightly, but overall, it's going to be basically exactly this, and it'll probably be that way for a long time because OAuth 2, specifically what we're using, is very, very common. This process is common all over the place. Okay, so now we have a generated auth URL. There's still things we need to improve about it, but we can now test this thing out. So going back into our views here, I can just go ahead and do from dot import OAuth, and now I can actually grab the Google OAuth 2 URL, and that's going to be OAuth dot generate, not callback URL, but generate the auth URL, and then this is where I can redirect. Of course, we can even take a look at this URL to just see what it looks like in general. So let's go ahead and save that, and I'll run my server again with ravron dev. And there's my run server. I'm going to go ahead and open this up, and then I'm going to navigate over to Google/login. There is that login URL. So you can actually grab this and paste that into your web browser, and you'll get something like this. Now, pasting it and grabbing it and doing all that is obviously something we don't want to do. We want it to automatically redirect them. The only reason I showed you that you can paste that is because this is a public URL. It's actually does not need to be hidden whatsoever. We log in, and it's going to try and do the exact same thing. It's going to try and redirect us to where we want to go to actually log in. Now, we do have errors, of course, and hopefully you remember why, but it's very clear as to what's going on here. Authorization error, and we've got a invalid client error. And of course, you can see other details in here if you need to. But the idea is, going back into our OAuth, we never actually set the Google Auth client ID. Again, it's not a private key, it's just the public key. This is to start the process. When we verify this, when we actually go to the callback URL or path, we will then verify all of this information. Even before we create a Google Auth client, we need to do something about this code verifier here. So what ends up happening with our OAuth is we've already seen the generating URL to redirect Google. It's an invalid client, but what will happen once it is a valid client is Google will allow that person to log in and then send back some stuff to our application, which allows us to verify the user and the app. So we need something to ensure that that can be verified. We already have that something, and that is this code verifier here. In other words, we need to store this at least temporarily so that we can access it later. Because we don't pass it into the URLs, we need to store it in a different way. Now, there's a lot of different ways in how we could think about storing it. You could use something like a request.session. So if you came in here and did request and .session and then stored it some value, which we'll talk about in a second, and then you could set that equal to whatever that code verifier is. This is totally okay. I'm actually not going to go this route because some REST APIs that you might build with Django might not use the request session the same way the rest of Django is. So we still need to store this value. The way I'm going to store it is by using Django caching. So we'll go ahead and do from django.core.cache. We're going to import cache here. And I want to build out some things related to caching. And that's going to be our Google Auth cache key prefix to start. This is going to be as simple as Google :auth :state. We'll talk about that in a second. But this caching is going to be temporary. And I do recommend that if you end up using caching, you should use Redis caching. This is a better way to use caching inside of Django, but also a better way for this specifically. Some caching is very temporary. Using Redis caching gives us another attribute, which I'll show you in just a second. But the idea being that we set our cache by doing cache.set. We use the key that we want, and then we set the value that we want. This is roughly speaking how we're going to end up having it. But we can also add in a timeout here, like 300 seconds, which is 5 minutes. That's a long time for this verification endpoint to be hit, which is plenty of time though. But in order to have this temporary time, we need to use something like Redis caching. So that gives us a whole nother level. If you're not familiar with Redis, it's a key value store, and it's really good. It's really easy to do this. It's really easy to set up and use. But the idea then is once we have the caching, then somewhere else I can retrieve this by doing cache.get this prefix or whatever that key ends up being. Now, of course, we don't want it to be the same key all of the time, because if we have thousands of users, we're not going to be able to verify thousands of users with this same key. So we need to make it a little bit unique. Oddly enough, we can make it unique with this state. So the cache key is going to take in two things. It's going to take in this prefix right here. Then it's also going to take in the state value. This state value will actually be sent back to us from Google. We'll see that very soon. But I can use that as my cache key now. And then later when I need to grab it again, I will be able to grab it. And it's going to be this code verifier in there. And so that's a simple way to just store this temporarily. So then later when we need to, let's say, for instance, we want to verify Google OAuth callback or something along those lines, we will probably have state in here, which we will then be able to use this get cache key thing in there. So I'll go ahead and just put it in already because I know that it's coming. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this as well. And there we go. And so this will allow me to say that is my code verifier. And that is, of course, something we will set up very, very soon. So it's great that we can initiate our OAuth flow, but now we need to actually build out the callback. Now, in order to build this out, the best way I think to do it is to make sure that our OAuth client is actually real. It's a real OAuth client. So of course, to do this, we're going to jump into Google Cloud and do a quick search for Google Auth and go into the Google Auth Platform, into our clients here. We're going to go ahead and create a new client. This client, of course, is a web application because we're using Django. Django itself, including this client, can be integrated to all of these other application types themselves. The process of what we're doing is setting that foundation that will allow you to integrate your Django app with all of those other things if you want to. Now, I'm going to go ahead and leave this in probably as web client here. We can call this our Django web client 1. Authorized domains here is going to be our local host. So if we go back, we're just going to go ahead and grab the local host value here, and we'll get rid of that trailing slash as it says to do. Now, the redirect URIs, these things are what we'll definitely need. Right now, those redirect URIs are related to our Google views. Mostly just this callback right here. That's pretty much it. So that's really the only one we need to test locally. Now, there's a chance that HTTP won't work here, and in which case, I did talk about this before, but in which case you will need to have some sort of tunneling service. Cloudflare has tunnels that you can do on custom domains that are really easy to do. But the idea here is you might have to do that at some point. So let's go ahead and create this now. Looks like I'm okay in terms of that. I'm going to click this little download button here, and I got my client ID. I'll grab that. I'm going to bring it into my .env here. What do you know? I already have a client ID and a client secret in here like that. Great. So we've got the client stuff ready to go. These variables I'm going to add into my Django settings. So if you don't already have them in there, you want to bring them in. And so the way we're going to do this is, typically speaking, you would use something like OS, and then you would use those values. So inside of settings, you would say something like, os.environ.get, and then that value in there like that. Now, this is all fine. This actually does work a lot of the times, but part of the reason I actually brought in Python decouple was to ensure that these values exist as well, and it does it in a way that will load in a .env file also. So let's go ahead and do that now. We'll do from decouple. We're going to import config, and it's just like os.environ.get. You just replace all of that. This will get that variable in your .env file or your environment variable, and then we can actually add in a default in here as well to whatever you like. I'm going to put the default at none, and you can also cast it as a certain data type if you need to. We can cast it as a string because that's essentially what it's going to end up being. Do keep in mind that if you do cast it as a string and you put your default as none, then it might actually cast it as none like that. So if you do cast it as a string, maybe you just put the default as an empty string like that. Okay, so there we go. We've got our client ID and now our client secret in here. Great. So that's a fairly straightforward process in terms of those configuration items. Hopefully you are well aware of those already. But now what we want to do is go back into OAuth.py, and this is where we already have Django settings in here. A big part of the reason that I use Django settings is that's convention versus loading environment variables in here. You put everything inside of settings.py so that you know that's where you need to check for all of your settings and all of your different configuration. Otherwise, it could be redundant. Like, you could absolutely have it work where it's like this, but this is a little bit more error prone than just putting it into your settings, and it's a little bit harder to test and debug when things go wrong with any given configuration item in there. So we're just going to go ahead and put it in like this. Okay. Now, really, I would probably call it something different than just simply Google Client ID. I would probably give it a more verbose name than that, but we'll leave it in as that. And what we've got here is this Google Client ID down here. Boom, now I can add that in and save it. So at this point, I should be able to actually attempt that login, and hopefully it won't give me an error. So right now I've got a blocking problem. So it's saying that it cannot go back to localhost 8000. So that's what it's trying to redirect me to right now. All that means is that we actually have our base URL set up in some way, and this callback URL is trying to send it somewhere different. Where I'm actually loading it from is right here, but the callback URL that I sent to Google is a little bit different. So we want to actually make sure that those things are aligned. So going back into our settings, here's that local host here. The easiest way to solve this is just to use the exact same value that I'm requesting it from, right? So that same value in there. This would be true on your domains as well. So yet another thing that should probably be an environment variable, which I'm going to go ahead and do something like this, put it in as my default, and then we'll do that. Now, let's go ahead and just copy base URL. The nice thing about this then is inside of your environment variables, it's now based off of that same sort of value that you can then add in there and use as you see fit. Great. Now with this in mind, let's go back one more time, and then we'll go ahead and do our login. This time it's now asking me to choose an account, and it's even showing me the name of my project in there. This is a really good sign. I'm going to go ahead and choose my account, and I'll go ahead and hit continue. Hopefully it actually redirects me. It looks like it does. And I see now a user callback. Everything's back on my normal domain. If I look inside of my terminal, I can see all of the query params being printed out based off of what we did in the view. So straightforward, hopefully at this point. But the idea, of course, is now that we have a client ID that we can actually redirect to or use, this actually works now. This whole process works, and we probably won't need to change it much. Now we just need to solve the callback stuff and how that might relate to actual Django users, which we'll see in a little bit. We now need to handle the OAuth callback. The way we're going to do this is by parsing out the URL parameters that Google sent back to us, or the OAuth flow sent back to us. Now, it actually makes sense that they are URL parameters because the initial request that we made were URL parameters. So in our generate auth URL, we put in a bunch of URL parameters. We sent those over to Google. Google sent us back some that we now can start breaking apart. Now, this is probably not that surprising because in the last part, we did print out those parameters and you can see them right here. So the idea here now is we want to grab them. We want to decouple them from this. So the very first one is going to be related to our state. So request.get.get of this state itself. Now, why is it state? Well, if we go back into OAuth, that was the one thing we knew to verify in here. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to return back the code verifier just for now. That's all we're going to look at with this state value. And so what I want to do here is say the code v is equal to OAuth dot, and we'll go ahead and get or verify the OAuth callback from this state. And then basically all I want to do here is print out the state and the code v. Okay, so if I save this and then refresh in here, there's a chance that it'll print out the right things. There's also a chance that it won't. A big part of the reason is because as soon as I hit save on my Django project, it ends up refreshing, which may affect how your caching ends up working. So the caching in terms of the actual cache right here. That's why I mentioned using Redis. So I'm going to do the whole thing and hopefully we'll see it this time. So I'm going to go ahead and just do the login. I'm not going to refresh my Django project whatsoever. I'll do the login and let it refresh and come back. Now that it's done, we should be able to print it out and see that verifier. So there it is right there. Now, of course, that's a little bit harder to see. It will make a lot more sense once we actually use that verifier. But overall, it's actually in the right place that we might need to make it. So in other words, this secret value up here is now available to us down here. That's exactly why we brought that state value in. So now what we need to do is we need to verify that state value with some parameters. And so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to show you some of those parameters, what they'll end up being, and we'll build this stuff out. So we've got our token endpoint where we need to get a token from Google, which will take in a code. What code is that? We'll talk about that in a second. We've got our Google Auth stuff in here as well as our redirect URI. And what do you know? The very last thing being our code verifier. So the redirect URI should be the exact same one as up here. Those should match identically. If they don't match identically, this will fail. Next up is going to be our code value. This code value will come in from the actual URL parameters themselves. We'll see that in a moment. And of course, our client ID and secret are going to be right in here as well. So client ID and then our client secret. Rename these variables as you see fit, but the idea is we now have this all configured the way it needs to be configured. Now, one of the things is, of course, if the code verifier is not there, so we'll have to say if code verifier is none, then we're probably going to have to raise an exception saying something like, the code invalid code or expired. You've probably seen these things before in terms of actually doing OAuth. If it takes a little bit too long, it might have a problem here. Okay, so what do we do with this data right here? Well, first off, I need to make sure I'm bringing that code in. So let's go ahead and grab that code from in here. The code itself is going to be in request.get.get of the code itself, which we could, of course, verify inside of the URL parameters. Here's a code argument right there. Where did that code come from? Hopefully we recall, but if we scroll up a little bit, that code is in response to all of the stuff we're sending through here with our state, our scope, our code challenge, specifically our code challenge, because the code verifier is going to be used with that code as well. So these kind of go together hand in hand a little bit. Okay, so now that we've got a code in here, we would probably want to say or code is none, or state is none, any of those values being true, that would raise an exception of some kind. I'm sure that part could be improved, but the idea now is to send this request to actually to Google. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to import requests, the request path package, which makes it really easy to run a HTTP request of some kind, which we'll go ahead and say the response is equal to request.post to the endpoint and along with this data here. So the actual token data itself. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do raise for status, as in it will raise an exception if there's something wrong with this request. Otherwise, it's going to go ahead and return back. Now we'll return back our token JSON, which will be just simply r.json. Great. So hopefully I have Python requests already installed. Not sure if I do, so let's go ahead and bring it in here. I think it comes in with some of these other packages, but every once in a while, you might want to hard code things just to make sure that the requirements are in there, in which case we will do right now by installing it just like that. Okay, and it was already in there. Great. So now that we've got this, we should be able to get the verification. This now is going to be our token JSON data that we can have, and we can print that out. So I want to make sure I'm passing that code in here. And then, of course, there can be exceptions in here. Actually, if I did try to refresh this page right now, I should get this exception, which is great. So that also means then if I come in here and just do a try and except block, do exception as, and let's say except exception as E, then I can actually return back or raise, or let's just return back an HTTP response, and it will be the exception itself. And we'll put this in as a lowercase e, and then I'll do a status of 200, or not 200, rather 400. Okay, so let's go ahead and refresh in here, and there we go. So now a valid status. Of course, that can be improved as well, but let's go ahead and make this a actual status that we will see. Okay, so with this in mind, let's go ahead and do that whole process again. We'll log in, we'll do that flow, we'll log in with our user, and now a user callback comes through, and what we can see in here is some data about this token, about this particular user with their token type, their ID, access token, all of that stuff in there. Of course, those things will expire, but we are now basically done with OAuth with the exception of storing this data and creating a Django user, which is something we'll still do. But if you don't have this part done, then you'll run into a lot of different issues. Now, there are a few caveats that I have to mention. One of them being this redirect URI. If those things are incorrect, then you're going to run into all sorts of problems. That's where this drop HTTPS and force HTTPS might become really important for you as you're testing things out. So you might want to put those in there depending on what domain you end up using and all that. Now, the other thing is, of course, going to be the actual cache key in this state variable. Now, 5 minutes or 300 seconds might be too much. You might really only need about 30 seconds to store that. It probably shouldn't be more than 30 seconds. And honestly, if it is more than 30 seconds, then relogging in is probably not that big of a deal. Or at least it shouldn't be that big of a deal. But overall, this is now getting us to a point where we really want it. Now, one last thing, of course, that we want to do is instead of just verifying the OAuth in our callback view, we actually want to either create the user or log that user in. So in our callback view, we do get this token JSON data, but now we actually need to verify it as well. So it's basically two levels of verification. We get a callback with some valid data, then we send that to Google one more time to get the actual user data. And so if you think about this OAuth step right here, that's what's happening here. We're verifying a number of steps inside of here, or at least two steps that are coming through. So to do this, we are going to now go ahead and start this process inside of OAuth.py. Now, one of the first things that I want to do is after I do this verification process, my prompt may go away. So I want to make sure that I'm bringing this prompt in, and I'm just going to go ahead and add in select account. I'll toggle this in a little bit so you can see what that happens. But the idea is inside of this verify callback, we want one more, and we're going to define this as verify the token JSON, which will take in token JSON as an argument. So for now, we'll just go ahead and say pass. But the idea here is we want to import a couple other things from Google itself. So one of the first things is auth.transport. We're going to import requests and we're going to call it Google requests. So we can still use Python requests, although you probably can use Python requests the same way. You might not necessarily need to do this, but it will work. And then there's also this OAuth 2 for ID token. This is the key one that we're going to end up doing right now. So we need to verify that data. So this token data comes with a ID token JOT. So if we look in here, we got ID token JWT, or JOT is what they call it. You can just come in here and do .get and we'll go ahead and see ID token. So I just want to print out this JOT token for now, and I'm going to bring this back into my callback view for this one. And so what I really want to do here is eventually we'll have some sort of response. Let's go ahead and say our Google user info, and this is going to be the OAuth package dot, and it's going to be verify token JSON, and we'll go ahead and pass in that token JSON there, and then that is what we will eventually print out. Okay, so what we'll see here is I need to actually log in. So if I go to log in, and now it's going to tell me to choose an account, I can go ahead and choose one, and then it'll bring it back to, looks like a successful response. So back in a cursor, we should be able to see this data come out. Okay, and so right now the user info is actually nothing, so that's what this none is. This part above it should be the JOT though, the actual token data itself, which you can always verify by scrolling up and looking at all of the different token data in here. So this is the data we want to verify with Google once again. Okay, so the next part of this would be to use that .id token verify command, which is coming directly from their documentation. ID token is up here. Then we go ahead and actually run the verify OAuth 2 token on that token JSON. We use the Google requests and then our client ID to get the token value itself. Then all we really want to do is check this info on whether or not it is from Google, basically, and then return back that user info. That's it. That's all we really need to do. Again, this is from their documentation directly. So now that I've got that, I should be able to print out this user info here, and hopefully that's going to be the only print statement I have at this point so that we can actually see our user data. And so now I'll go ahead and come back into our login part. And once again, it's going to prompt me. I'm going to come through here, and it does give me a valid response. And what we see in here is the actual user data. So this is the data we'll end up using to actually create or log in a brand new user, which is great. So one of the things it has in here is email verified. You can choose to trust that. I would say most security experts would say, don't trust that even if it's coming from Google. You don't trust it from any source. You need to verify on your own. There's other people who might say, hey, it's coming from Google. You can trust that. I think depending on where you are in your world, I think trusting it is probably okay for some of the newer projects. As your project grows in scope, then yeah, you're probably going to want to do an additional email verification just to make sure that the email that's coming through is actually verified in your own accounts and your own systems. But part of the reason that you use something like Google Login is so that you don't have to also verify it. You can just trust that Google has done the work to make sure that that account is working and working well. So this part kind of gives us some of that information. And that was a critical piece that we needed to do to actually be able to create a user. Now, one of the things I wanted to show you, now that I've verified this token, I can actually come back into OAuth here and get rid of the prompt altogether and go ahead and log in now. And it's going to be a completely seamless login. There's no request, no prompt for anything else based off of my current Google user's account, right? So if I go into Gmail, for example, I will see the account that I'm using, which has already identified this project itself, and I can just log in seamlessly. Of course, I still need to make the Django user itself, but that's what that prompt is for. Every once in a while, you'll probably want to have this. There's other prompts in here as well that you can use, which is like consent, I believe is the other one. So you can pick and choose either one that you might want to have, and you can also do it at various times. You don't always have to do it depending on where you are, especially like if you want to grant additional scopes, you might do this same process, but just have arguments for the scope. And if the scope's any different from the default scope, then you might want to have the prompt in there for sure, or the select account in there for sure. So there's a lot of different options in terms of that are just a little bit too specific to any given use case for us to really go through much more than what we just did. We're now going to create a Django user based off of our Google login flow. Now, of course, the idea here is we're using the default user model, which means it's based in a username, not in an email. If you were only going to do Google login for your Django project, then you would want to customize the actual user model to be based off of email, which is totally possible and it's a very common thing to do, but it's not always something that Django users will end up doing, which is why we're using the default Django model itself, and then we're going to generate a username on the fly. Now, the way this ends up working is, well, you might think, oh, well, let me go to my Gmail account. Nobody else has hungrypie@gmail.com, which is true, but the Google login doesn't only do Gmail accounts. It does all kinds of email addresses in there. The uniqueness is really the email address itself, not so much the actual username on that email address. So here's a good example of that. Justin@gmail.com would extract the username of Justin, which is probably true with the Gmail, but also Justin@mydomain.com would also extract Justin. So those would be conflicting usernames that you could, in theory, extract from both email addresses through the Google login flow. So that's, of course, a bit of a problem, which is why you would want to customize the user model if it's necessary. Now, we're still going to be approaching the login process as if the emails were unique. So the way we're going to create users and the way we're going to log in users is going to go based off of the email being unique all across the board. And it's something you would have to keep in account as you go forward. Inside of the Googler app here, we're going to go ahead and create services.py. Whenever I'm dealing with the Django ORM, that is the Django models, I create services.py to handle that logic for me. It's not going to be in my views or in my models. It's pretty much always in services. So the idea here is we want to do something like get or create our Google user, right? And so there's a lot of different ways on how we can think about doing this. One of the ways is you could use something like user equals to user.objects and then create user with some arguments in here. And so this would be like our user instance, and then we would want to pass that back. So naturally, we don't want to create a user every single time somebody logs in with Google. We only want to create them if they don't already have a user account. This actually presents a new problem for us if we're using the default user model. So on this method right here, what we could do is we could say email equals to some email, and we could just pass that in as an argument. And generally speaking, this would be okay in terms of creating the user. But what if we already had a user? Well, in that case, then we want to actually grab the user object itself, which would be the same sort of thing, but not creating a user, but getting the user, right? So both of these things essentially would end up solving the same problem. But of course, we're not just using emails here. We are using the standard Django user model, which has a username. So we need to account for that as well. So I'm going to comment this out for just a moment, and I'm just going to go ahead and give you maybe some of the logic you might have to just generate a unique username. I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste here. Here you go. So what ends up happening is you create a username with some UUID, which is pretty random. Then it actually looks inside of the Django database to see if that user already exists. And if it does, it's going to continue to do that until it finds one that doesn't exist. UUID is pretty good at making up random characters, so this would probably only have a few attempts. It probably wouldn't need to cycle through very often. It might even get it right on the very first time. Now, another thing you could use is UUID1, which actually has bases in time, which means that it almost will certainly be unique. But I like using UUID4 for a number of reasons that I'll get into some other time. This is mostly so that when we go to generate our user, we can now say, with the create user specifically, we can now say username equals to this generate unique username, and we can go through this process in as well. So then we can actually create a user with a unique username through this process. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up is because I'm going to copy and paste some code in a moment that's a lot more thought out than what we have here, and we'll just go through that a little bit. But the logic here is hopefully straightforward. You pass in some data about the user, you either get the one that already exists, or you create a new one if that email doesn't exist. In other words, the try and accept block. So we would do something like this and say accept, then we'll say user then does not exist. Then we create the user, and then we return back the user instance either way. Cool. So that's kind of the logic there. And then of course the username itself, maybe you want the username to be based in something different. So I'm going to go ahead and give you that. And these are two functions that I've used a lot. So I'm going to go ahead and bring it out. And of course, there are things about them that can be solved a little bit, but let's go ahead and take a look at what it is that we're doing here. Okay, so the idea here is we're going to go ahead and just look at these two for right now, the generate unique username, and we've got use Google. Okay, so in this case, it's going to extract the username from the Gmail account and use that as the username, which is great. If it does not have that, then it's going to go ahead and do some random stuff in here to generate a random username altogether based off of their user information, their actual family name or their given name, like their first name and last name, so on and so forth. And then it'll actually create a username from that. Then it will go through that same checking process. If it fails, it'll just redirect and do it all over again. So this is a lot more of an advanced version of what I just showed you, but it ends up working out pretty nicely, especially for those of you who are Gmail users that log into services and you're used to seeing your Gmail username as your actual account username in there. This also handles if the email itself is a custom domain name that's not a Gmail one. It handles both situations, I think, pretty nicely. Maybe it can be improved. If it can, please let me know. Next up is actually creating that user. The very obvious one, the easiest one, is getting by email. There's a huge caveat to this, of course, is if you don't actually have other users generated by email. They might actually add their email later, which might cause some issues in this process. So just be aware of that. Of course, if you're at this point with Django itself, there's a really good chance that you're already aware of that, but I just wanted to point it out. And so this will create everything else. It also sets a unusable password, which just means that the Django user has a password so that they can do that password reset like you might want to do otherwise. And so that's it. That's how we can actually generate or create a user here. And so now back into our view, I can just use it now by importing services. And then we'll go ahead and now grab our Google user, or really it's actually now just our user, our Django user, which is going to be services, and then get or create Django or Google user rather. And then we pass in that info right there. And now we should be able to print out that user directly. So let's go ahead and see this by logging in and going through that process into our account. And then we'll just go ahead and do login here. This, in theory, would create this for us, but it looks like we have a little bit of a save issue maybe. So let's go back in here and save, get or create Google user. Yeah, there we go. So everything's saved up and I refreshed it again. And let's go ahead and log in again. And now I should have a brand new user. And of course that user was printed out right here. Of course, if I go into the Django admin, I should be able to see this as well, which we might as well verify. So let's go ahead and do Python manage.py, create super user. And then I'll go ahead and just use a whatever username and a whatever password. And then we'll just go into the Django admin to verify that this user exists. And it'll probably be the default. It'll probably be the first user created. So if we come in here, there's that Hungry Pie user with all of that information, all of that Google information. So it does say no password set. So maybe that set password thing, I maybe missed a step in there. So let's go ahead and take a look as to why. This might have to happen after the initial save. I'm actually not sure why that didn't work. If you know why, please let me know. But the idea here is we now have a user. That user's active by default and they don't have permissions or anything like that. But it does say when they're joined, all of the things you might want for an actual user, which is great. That user is not actually logged in yet, so we still need to do that. But there is one more step that we might want to think about. Now you might be wondering why I'm not using Django OAuth or Python Social Auth. Now, if you're not aware, these tools do all sorts of things for user registration, including things like the Google login flow that we've been doing. So if you actually look in their documentation under their providers, you will see there's a lot of services and OAuth at that will allow you to log in with those services much in the same way that we have. Now, the reason I'm not using this is twofold. One, you now know a lot more about OAuth yourself. So if one of the providers isn't on there, you can absolutely still implement it yourself. Two, these are very Django specific. And then three is everything to do with scopes. This is why. It's only because of scopes. We want to incrementally grant new scopes from our users. We don't want to come out of the gates and ask for too much too soon because we might scare them away. So we want to do it little by little. So right now, the baseline that we ask for is pretty standard scopes when somebody's signing up for a new account somewhere. Email, that's not a surprising scope whatsoever. However, if I asked for Google Drive access, that would be pretty surprising right out of the gates, especially if I haven't proven any value yet. So what we have here is the ability to now change the auth URL, maybe add in something like additional, or new scopes in here or something like that, and then being able to add additional scopes specifically for Google. And so if you actually did a search for OAuth 2 scopes on the Google APIs, you can see all of them that are out there. There are so many. So if you did a search for like YouTube, let's say youtube.read, you will find this read-only API endpoint that you could potentially use. Now, we can actually add this in as a list on these new scopes here, or we can just bring it directly into the scopes for right now. I just want to show you how you would potentially add new scopes to your project and the way you'd think about it. We're not going to add these new scopes, really, I'm just showing you right now. So after you figure out what scope you want to have and you add it to your code to authorize those scopes, you also need to go back into the Google Auth Platform, into your data access, and add new scopes there. And you're going to need to search for the scope you're looking for, which of course comes from the documentation. Again, there's a lot of them. If you don't see it here, just go ahead and manually add it and then hit add to table. Then you will see that scope, and then you can update this, and then you can save this. Now, there's a really good chance that this won't work yet. You need to verify your application more than likely, or verify more things about your account before sensitive scopes will end up working. So if I actually went ahead and tested this out and did that Google login, I'll probably get an error, but it is saying, hey, choose your account. And then boom, I got, access blocked here. I can't do that because it's not verified or anything like that. As soon as I remove that scope, I should be okay. The scope specifically from the auth request, not so much from what I have inside of the, Google Cloud Auth Platform. So if I bring it away from the auth request, it's not in there. And it actually does log me in just fine. So it's actually really nice. I can incrementally add these new scopes in there. And the reason we're talking about this right now is because I also gave you some code as to how you could save the tokens in with Django OAuth. So as soon as you do the auth tokens or the auth login, you will get token access so that you can then access things that require scope. Right now, we do have some minimum access. That's the Google user info right here. That actually does do an API request for us using the token. This social auth one, this save Google Auth token, will take the user, the ID info, and the token JSON, and it will save it to the correct social account for Django OAuth, and then it will also create and save the tokens that are related to it as well, so that you can do those API requests get based off of the general scope. Now, for some of you, that might have just all went way over your head, but the idea here is the scopes need to be incrementally added, and if they are incrementally added and you want to have additional scopes, you're going to want to save them somewhere. So that saving process would probably happen right here, right after the user. You'd probably come in here, bring in this save auth tokens or whatever method you end up doing, and then passing in all of the different information, all of the different arguments into it. So you actually do save it into your database for the various tokens themselves that you would have. And it would look something like that right there. Now we're going to go ahead and actually log in our user into our application here. So what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and say from django.contrib.auth, we're going to import the login function. And this, of course, takes in a request and the user itself. So we just pass in the request here and then the user. So this login method works inside of a standard Django view. It's not necessarily going to work inside of an API view. It depends on what API view you end up using and all that. But after you actually log them in, then what you want to do is you want to redirect them to the standard place that Django uses. So from Django.conf, we're going to import settings. That standard place is called the login redirect URL. We want to stick with that parameter here. So I'll go ahead and grab it. Of course, you can modify this as you see fit, but the idea being is after we actually log in that user, then we'll go ahead and redirect that user to that login page, similar to what we did with the OAuth portion. And so there we go. Great. So at this point, I would say the callback stuff is done. We want to implement this wherever we need to. And now that we understand, generally speaking, the two things that we need to make that happen, it can totally work elsewhere. One thing I want to implement, though, is this login view, the actual login view itself. I'm going to rename it to just being my Google login view. The reason I'm renaming it has to do with the fact that we actually don't want it to be a request, a GET request. We want it to be a little bit different. Let's take a look at what I mean by that. So going back to the views here, we want to basically say if the request.method equals to post, then we will go ahead and do these things. This gives us that CSRF token security, right? That's what post methods do inside of Django. Otherwise, what we can do is we can return maybe a login page. So we could do something like return render the request itself, and we'll go ahead and pass in a template of some kind. And in this case, I'll just do googler/login.html with no context. So we need to bring in the render method itself from the shortcuts, and then we need to make this template here. So I'm going to do that inside of my Googler app itself, mostly so that it's portable, and then I'll bring in templates, and then I'll go ahead and create that new login template. And in this case, I'll just go ahead and put a simple form here, and it's going to be our CSRF token, and then we'll go ahead and bring in a button, and we'll go ahead and say login with Google. And then I'll go ahead and give it some sort of type being submit. Okay, and then we want to have the action being equal to the URL that we're using, which we called, I think, Google login. We'll take a look at that in just a second. And then the method itself, once again, is going to be post. Great. So it's really a login form. It's not a full-on page itself, but this will render fine, at least for our use cases here, for when we're doing this. Now, you might want support for HTMX or some other things to actually handle this, but overall, this is, I think, going to be fairly straightforward, and hopefully it works now. So if we go ahead and save that and make sure our project is running and there's no errors, we can now go back into our login page, and we get this template does not exist problem. So we've got our templates here. Let's go into our settings. Perhaps it's because Googler is not in installed apps now. So go ahead and add it in to make sure that that template is being read. And there we go. So now we've got this login with Google button. I click on that. That sends a post method. And then it now actually redirects me to account profile. If I were to go into admin, for example, it will say you are authenticated as Hungry Pie. Great. So that actually ended up working. Now, of course, we would probably want to have a logout method as well. So that would be something you could do elsewhere. Let's go ahead and actually log in to this user, the admin itself, just to verify this once again. So back into the admin, completely logged out. Let's go ahead and go into our Google login, log in with Google. It's going to redirect in there. And then we go back into the admin and boom, can't do it. I want to make this Googler app here a little bit more portable. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the URLs here and paste them in. I'm going to get rid of a bunch of stuff related to it and only have my login and callback path here. And we'll go ahead and get rid of this. And then I'll go ahead and add in a app name of Googler. And then we'll go ahead and change this to simply login and callback. Now, the reason I'm doing this is so that I can easily grab this entire app and put it into any Django project, or if at some point I want to make it into its own Django component, I totally could. So that's kind of the idea. Now, with this in mind, I want to go back into my project here into URLs. This time, I'm also going to go ahead and grab in include, and now it's just going to be simply path and Google / and then we'll do include, and this is googler.urls. just like that, so that it is quite a bit more portable. I don't need to bring in those Google reviews any longer. And then the login template itself, we need to change the URL to being Googler:/login because of the actual URL name and all of that. So I think at this point, it's fairly portable. Some of the other things that we could probably get rid of are like this views file altogether. I don't think I need that one any longer. And so the rest of it is pretty much just standard Django at this point, except for this Google Auth Callback URL. This can now be removed altogether. We no longer need to have this hard-coded because of how our URLs are configured. So the way I'm going to change this is by looking for all of the instances of this callback path, which would be just in OAuth.py and here, and I want to get that callback URL. So what I'm going to do here is we're going to say something like get Google Auth and callback path, and it's going to do is return reverse of the actual Googler and callback. So Googler callback. So the reason for that, we'll implement reverse in just a moment, is in URLs, we've got the app name as Googler, and then the view name is callback. So if we actually come into our URLs, or rather into our OAuth call here, this reverse call will actually grab that for us. So we'll go ahead and do from Django.urls. We're going to import reverse here, and that will now generate that callback URL itself. Now, one of the things that we could do is still support both of them if we wanted to. So basically, if this path exists, we'll use that one. If it does not, we'll use this reverse call in here. And so basically, I also want to have probably something along the lines of this is not implemented, some sort of exception for if it's not implemented. So I'll go ahead and do my callback, and we'll call this our callback path. And this is going to be equals to, we'll do get attribute and settings, and it's going to be the Google callback path, or we'll just go ahead and run this right here. And this is now our new callback in here, hopefully so it can support either version. So let's go ahead and actually just verify that both versions are working in there. And let's go ahead and jump in. I just want to make sure that I've got everything imported correctly. And then we'll go ahead and save our URLs and all that. Okay, great. So now just verifying everything by going back into our project here. We're going to go into our Google login, log in with Google. Looks like that worked just fine. Going back into my settings, I'm going to go ahead and comment out my Google callback auth here. And we'll try that again just by refreshing everything. And of course, we need to log out. And so you probably want to implement some sort of logout mechanism as well. But of course, that's more general Google than it is for what we've got here. And let's go ahead and try and log into the admin. And then we'll go ahead and log out, log in again. But this time we'll go ahead and just do Google login and log in. So here we go. We've got this setting has no attribute Google OAuth path. So we've got a problem here. And that problem is going to be related to when we actually went to grab this. Basically, what I want to say, if it's not in there, I want to just set it to being none. So let's try that one. Let's see if that actually solves the problem for us. We hit continue. Now it actually did solve the problem and use that URL reversing, where of course, if I were to change it to the incorrect one, that of course would raise some errors in there, but that also would allow for you to have other callbacks if you want. So here's the incorrect one. And let's go ahead and do the admin thing again. I should probably just make that user an admin user to make it a little bit easier, but we'll go ahead and log in, and then I'll have my Googler login again. And now we get some invalid redirect URI. Great. So all of these things are now working, and they are far more portable. So now in the future, if I ever wanted to use this package all over again, this Googler app itself, all I need to do is copy this code right here and then paste this in there, actually set up those authentication keys, and then you're ready to go. Now, of course, you could always rename these things something different to be a little bit closer to the package itself. And realistically, at some point, this could be its own Python package or Django application module that we can bring in, something like Googler or Django Googler. I don't know, maybe I'll end up making that one. But the idea here is it's very narrow and specific. And now it's quite a bit more like robust as to what we could do with it thanks to how we have our views set up. We are building our own version of Google Docs, which to me implies collaboration, which then implies invitations. Like, how are we going to handle inviting other people to collaborate with us on our documentation? Let alone the actual collaboration portion, how do we just invite those people? Now, the way Django is currently set up is we have usernames and, well, optional emails. We want to remove the optionalness of an email. In fact, we probably don't need usernames at all. So this means that we need to customize the Django user model. And it's really straightforward to do, but we want to do it early on so that we can build everything from that. Now, do keep in mind, whenever you customize the Django user model, it could have implications for third-party Django packages. It's not really that common that it would have problems or implications for it, but the section we just finished, we would need to change some code to adjust for the actual email itself, or just based an email, which you could see in the get or create Google user. Now, of course, if you didn't do that section, if you wanted to skip to this part, no worries, we will modify this code together. That was kind of the point of it. But the idea here is we need to customize the user model so that when users are going to sign up, they sign up based off of email. When we go to invite them, we invite them based off of email. So everything revolving around email itself. The other nice thing about this is if somebody has multiple accounts, their accounts are just based off of their email address instead of them trying to remember which username for which account and which one's connected to Google, which one's not. All of those sorts of things just kind of go away when actually you build it based off of email. It's pretty nice. So let's go ahead and get this process started. In a little bit, we're going to be replacing the default user model. But before we do, let's think about when you would want to replace it versus not. So if you open up the user inside of the admin, you might see a field you want to add to this. Let's say, for instance, you want to add the field of bio into their personal info. Now, you could totally change the entire user model for that one single field, or you can just extend the user model. So I'm going to show you how you can extend it first, because then when we go to change it, that extension should still work for us. So the idea here then is we're going to jump into our project. We're going to open up a new terminal here, and we're going to navigate into the root of our Django project, which of course is in Backend SRC, right next to where manage.py is right there. So let's go ahead and run python manage.py, start app, and we'll go ahead and call it profiles. So inside of profiles, we're going to go ahead and extend our user model. This is actually fairly straightforward. First off, we define the class itself for models.model, and then we're just going to go ahead and say user equals to models.one-to-one field. That's it. So a one-to-one field is how one user can have one profile, and then one profile can have one user, versus a foreign key, which means that a bunch of users can have a bunch of different profiles, not just one. So we really just want one user per one profile. This simplifies things quite a bit. Then we can add our new field, right? So that bio field, we can add it in here as models.text field, and then do something like blank equals to true and null equals to true if we don't want to require that field. So that's kind of the idea of extending this model. So the question, of course, is how do we assign the user there? Well, it comes down to the default user model, which is importing from Django. We import from Django.conf import settings, and then we declare user equals to settings.auth user model. And this, not surprising, is actually going to be auth.user to start out. So we can actually bring in that user here, and then we decide when the user itself is deleted, what do we do with the profile that's related to it? We do models.cascade. We delete that stuff as well. You could also do it as set null, like set this field null or something along those lines, but that's outside the scope of this. The main part here is this profile model being here. And so then in the future, when I want to do request.user.profile, I should be able to get this information, or in theory, I should be able to. We want to make sure that that also happens as well. The way you can do this is by inside of profiles, we can actually create something called signals.py. And inside of here, what we're going to do is we're going to do a create user profile receiver, or let's say post save, something like that, where it's going to send in a sender, as in a class. It's going to send an instance. It's going to send whether or not it was created, and then other args and keyword args. And then we are going to go ahead and run. If it is, we can actually just run profile.objects.get or create, and say the instance is equal to user. So if you've ever seen signals before, something like this could actually exist in the models.py. This is how I used to do it. Now I like having it just in signals.py. I'll show you how it works in just a second. But the idea, of course, is we're going to go ahead and import from .models. We import the profile itself. Then we need to grab from our Django stuff. So we're going to do from Django.db.models. We're going to import the post save method. We're also going to go ahead and do from Django.dispatch. We're going to import the receiver function or decorator here so that we can come in here and do @receiver and then bring in post save. And then the sender, who is going to be the sender? Well, once again, it's going to be our auth user. So I'm going to go ahead and bring in that auth user model in there. And I can actually just pass in that same value in there just like that. And now I should be able to create a user model based off of the instance that's coming through. I actually have these two backwards. This should be instance and instance. And I wrote project for some reason. There we go. Okay, so there we go. So the sender here is the same as this. The instance is a class of that one. And then we actually have these other things as well. The nice thing about these post saves is you can actually get all of the senders. So if you don't specify a sender, you can get every post save that's ever happened ever with respect to the database. So the reason I'm going to do this is going to be very obvious really, really soon. So inside of the admin, we're going to go ahead and do from.models. We're going to go ahead and import that profile and then admin.site.register of that profile so that we can see it in the Django admin. Okay, so we're almost done, but there's one more thing that we need to do to make sure that the signals are working correctly. That is, we open up apps.py and we define a function called ready in here, as in when this function is ready, we can import the signals itself. So we can import profiles.signals and we'll go ahead and do no QA. So there's no issues with the syntax editing and stuff like that in terms of a text editor itself with underlines that might come through here because this is kind of an improper technique inside of Python. But the reason we do that is so that this function can actually handle everything as needed when this app is actually ready. Okay, so there's no like circular imports, there's nothing like that. It's just basically saying, hey, when this app is ready or when Django's ready, make sure you bring in these signals as well. Great, so with this in mind, let's go ahead and add it into our installed apps under My Apps in here, which of course I have as an external module here. This could be in settings.py as well, but we have a number of things in here that we just want to isolate a little bit. So it's a lot easier to just see what's installed. Now that we've got that, let's go ahead and run python manage.py and we'll go ahead and run make migrations. Whenever you change anything whenever you change anything to your models, you're going to want to run make migrations and migrate. I did get this error here. I think I have a little bit of an invalid import on my signals. I think it's .models.signals import post save. Slight little error there, but now that that's there, let's go ahead and do the make migrations and then python manage.py migrate. Hit enter. This should create everything for me. And then as far as my server is concerned, all of this should end up working. So if it's all set up correctly, the profile will be created anytime I save this user, or it'll do get or create. So I'm only showing you that because we already have a few users so we can test this out. Otherwise, we want to change the signal just a little bit. So inside of my users here, I'm going to just go ahead and grab one. Notice that profiles is in here now. If I actually take a look, there's nothing in there. I go into the users. Let's just go ahead and save one of them. And we'll just do that. Save, going into profiles. There's my new profile object with that user. And so now I should be able to do something like the user as in instance.profile.bio or something along those lines, assuming that that user has one. So let's see what that looks like when I actually go to save another user. Let's go ahead and grab this ABC user here, hit save, and then if I look in the terminal here, I got no bio in there, but it definitely created a bio, which we could always verify by going back in here as well. Okay, so that's extending our user model, and it happens on this post save function here. Now, realistically, you would probably do it on only the created. You don't need to update or create or get or create the profile literally every time the user is saved, but you would want to implement this early on. And for all of the other users that maybe don't have a profile yet, maybe you'd want to run something like qs equals to user dot this is obviously not going to work in the signal itself, but user.objects.all, and then for I in QS, you would then do, or rather for user in QS, you'd then do the same sort of profile get or create instance in here like that. If, of course, you wanted to go this create method way later. So if you wanted to extend it way later, this is what you would need to do somewhere on all of your old users in there. But I'm not going to worry about that at this point. I'm really just going to make sure that this profile is still being created. Now, there is another reason for this, is because, well, this right here, we want to make sure that if we're ever extending a user model, that it works if we ever change that user model. Let's take a look now by actually changing the user model. Let's replace our default Django user model with a custom one based around email, not usernames. So the idea comes directly from the documentation in there. So if you did a quick search for the custom Django user model full example, you will be able to find this documentation and the full example that I'm going to be using. So this is what we're going to be building it off of. So inside of my project, what I want to do is I want to create a new app specifically for this. Now, I think the best way to name this is going to be something like accounts. So we'll go ahead and do start app and accounts. Now, the reason you don't use something like users is because Django already has a users module. So if you go into installed apps, you can see that there's auth in here, which has users. So accounts is often what you'll end up seeing for this. Now, you also might see accounts to extend a user model, much like we did in profiles, where it's just that one-to-one field. It would be something like that. Okay, so back into accounts, we're going to go ahead and bring in this entire code. I'm going to go ahead and copy all of it, and we'll paste this in here just like that. I'm also going to go down to their admin file and paste that in. I'm not going to modify anything just yet. We really just want to make sure that it's working with everything that it's got. And then I'm going to go ahead and jump into their admin here, replace it. One of the things that I do need to change is this import right here. That's it. I just need to make it relative to the actual app that I'm in. Okay, great. So now that we've got this, let's go ahead and actually modify our installed apps. And on my apps, I'm going to go ahead and add in accounts here. Now, as you can see, this builds out the entire installed apps, which is typically in settings.py. So the idea now is we've got accounts and then this user model, which is called simply my user, which takes in the abstract base user class. This is an important class to take in because it's being treated as a user. It's not a standard model. You could also review what's inside of this abstract class. You can see there's password, last login, all of the things that you would need if you wanted to build it from scratch. By all means, go ahead and do that. Just make sure you have all of these fields in there as well, which I would recommend just using the abstract base user so that you can change things as you need to. Great. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and run our migrations. Whenever you change models.py, you run python manage.py, make migrations, and then python manage.py migrate. Great. So we now have a user model app. Let's take a look. Does this mean that my users are different now? Well, no. If I come in here, I can see, yeah, I can add a new user. Great. The old user stuff is still in there. Maybe we want that, maybe not. So what we need to do now is we need to actually update our settings. So in the documentation, it also says this. If you scroll down, you see this auth user model. This is where you need to actually change this. Hey, we've seen this before. Where did we see it? Well, we've seen it in a lot of places, and hopefully most of your third-party apps do the same thing, but there it is right there. It's the exact same configuration so that anything that is extending or using this user model for foreign keys, one-to-one fields, many-to-many, if any of them you're using it, this is why we actually have that setting. So inside of settings.py, what I want to do here then is right under installed apps, I'm going to now go ahead and come in here and do accounts dot, well, what does it say? My user, the actual model itself. It's not quite dot notation in terms of what you might think of with Python, like accounts.models.myuser. It's a little bit different than that. You do the app name and then .model, which is great. So it's a nice little convenient way to do that so you don't have to write out models.py every single time. So with this in mind now, I'm going to go ahead and try to migrate again or make migrations again. It doesn't seem like anything changed. Okay, great. So let's go back into our project here. Now I've got email addresses in here. I don't know if I actually have any users yet. So let's go ahead and try it out. I'm going to go ahead and clear this out, and we'll go ahead and run python manage.py create super user. And I'm going to go ahead and add one, and I'll do j@abc.com, some date of birth. Can't be that. It's got to be in this format. Don't love that this is what it does, but let's go ahead and do 2025 and 0202. I don't know. Okay, great. So that is obviously not correct, but let's go ahead and put in correct passwords, and there we go. Okay, so now I created a new super user. I'm going to go ahead and come in here and just log in, and then I've got a page not found in here. Okay, so if I go back into the admin, what do you know? Now I actually only have my users, profiles, and sites. So the my users is now what we will use for our user models, right? That's it. It's not going to be anything else. Now, obviously, it is losing a number of admin permission related things in here, and you could totally build on top of that. That's outside the scope of this one. But the idea here is we now have a completely different user model. Now, is that other data gone? Well, no, that other data isn't necessarily gone, but the question remains, what about profiles? Did it create the profiles correctly? It looks like it did. Let me just go ahead and delete this real quick. And I'm going to delete all of the profiles in here just to see if it actually did create that new profile. So going back into the profile signals, I'm just going to go ahead and change one thing real quick and just allow it to happen on any save, which is not recommended. I would do this only when they're created, but I'm going to go ahead and hit save and continue. And then what we see in here is it does create that object. And of course, if I were to save and continue again, it's going to be that same thing. Great. So looking pretty good now. Well, what if we actually went back? What if we decided, oh, I don't want to use those models anymore. I'm going to save this, and let's take a look at our project again. Refresh in here. I'm going to try and use a username and password. I think I remember, hey, what do you know? My users are back. So it doesn't delete all of these old users, but it does change how everything else is basically working based off of those same users, right? It changes how the model class works. It will change how the get user model works. All sorts of things related to users will change. It doesn't necessarily delete them. But we still want to do this early in our project so that you don't run into issues where you change the user models, but you missed like 5 users in here and they're not in your new user set. So we want to keep that in mind going forward. Now, I'm actually not going to keep it this way. The way it currently is set up is fine, but we want to now customize the custom user model. Let's take a look. Let's go ahead and customize our custom user model by just removing a field. So the field we want to remove is this date of birth field. Realistically, if I wanted to keep date of birth, I would just cut it out of the user model and bring it on over to the profile itself. And if I wanted to allow it altogether. I'm actually going to remove it altogether. I don't think it's necessary for this one, but the idea is we want to remove it from our user model altogether. And so the way we do that, of course, is by removing the field, but then we need to remove a few other things in here as well. So in required fields, we need to get rid of it. Inside of our model manager, where we can create a user or create a super user, which if you're not aware of, you would do something like user.objects.create user. Our custom user model can still use this method, as we'll see soon enough. But the idea is, of course, getting rid of create user in here. We don't need that. We can get rid of the doc string in here and remove that as well, and also here. So in all of the places we want to remove it, we're going to go ahead and remove it. So that's kind of the key here. Great. So now it's removed from the model itself, but it's not removed from everywhere. If we go into the admin, there are places where we will see the date of birth field itself. So we want to go ahead and get rid of those as well, which I'm going to go ahead and try to do a search for it in the quotes and just maybe with a comma at the end and replace that with something empty. See if that actually speeds things up. It might, but it also might not. Let's go ahead and see the next one. Looks like I think I got all of them out. There we go. Okay, so if there's any errors, obviously we'll take a look. So now brings a new predicament. What do we do with the previous migration history? Because in the previous migration history, as in the changes to our database, the model changes to our database, we still have this date of birth thing here. While if this is just a project you're working on, no big deal. But this is a project that I hope that more people can just use out of the box, in which case we don't want to add this field and then remove it in the migration history. In fact, we want a new migration history altogether. So when it comes to doing a custom user model, it's really important that we think through all of the fields we absolutely are going to need in that user model. This is one, if not, I mean, there's other fields that we could probably consider or other models that we could probably consider. And one could also argue that you could spend a lot of time on every model, every database model that you might want to have in doing the migrations. But I think it's extra important with the user model itself. So all I'm going to do here is delete the migration history. Now, this actually means that I'm going to have to delete my database as well, which in some cases is not something you want to do, but in our case, it is. So in my case, I actually have a Docker Compose version of Postgres going, which I'm going to remove in just a moment. But if you did not set that up, just delete your SQLite database right now. In my case, I'm going to go ahead and navigate into the root of my project again, and I'll do Docker Compose down -v. This will remove that database itself and everything associated to it. And then I'll go ahead and do Docker Compose up -d as in detach mode. It's going to run in the background. And now I need to go back into my project here and run python manage.py make migrations. And then I'm going to go ahead and run python manage.py migrate. It made the original migrations for that user, and then it did all of the other things necessary in there, which is pretty nice, right? So now we've got our model in here with the correct fields, and then in our migrations, there's no dependencies in there. Now, all of that old user data that we moved away from, the old user model, the original, the default, all of that data is now gone. There's literally none of it left. But what we can do now is actually test out our create super user again. And now again, I'll do j@cfe.com, which I wish it was a real email, but it's not. Let's go ahead and do that, or at least it's not my email. Okay, so there we go. We now have created that. If I go back into the admin, assuming that it's running, it is not. So let's go ahead and see why. I'm going to go ahead and rerun this again. It's probably because I removed a bunch of fields. We can now see the admin here. Here's my email address. And then I'll go ahead and log into the admin. What do you know? Everything's looking good. Did it create a new profile object? It looks like it did. Fantastic. And we've got our users in here, all of that. Okay, so of course we can still verify if the old users still work. And as soon as I go back into my settings, that table might still exist, but it's not going to be filled with anything. So as soon as I comment that out and then refresh in here, the table actually doesn't even exist. It was never created because we never ran that migration and I deleted my database. So if you ever see that one with the database model table being not working, it's for that reason, what we just went through. Okay, so yet another reason to pull down that database and start fresh with this brand new user. With the vast majority of the models, you're not going to need to worry about that. Even the migration history itself, there are ways to squash it, is what it's called, where you kind of remove old migration history. But in terms of a brand new project and something that's early days, the initial migration for your user model should be pretty straightforward or almost exactly what it needs to be to keep that history of changes if you make any more in the future. Great. So now that this is working, at least our user model is working, let's actually make sure that it's working on the Next.js side, the API side, because it's probably not right now. We now need to test out the login function on the front end in Next.js. So the first thing that you'll notice is, of course, it's saying username. So we could try to use the new email as the username, but of course I get a login failed here. Now, the reason for this is because of the field name here. But let's go ahead and see why that makes a whole lot of sense. So first off, in the front end code here, we're going to go ahead and open up the src inside of app into the login page at page.jsx. So this, of course, is the front end. This is what we're seeing when we render out this page right here. And if you scroll down a bit, you'll see that there is a pretty standard HTML form in here with a few inputs. So there are more robust and advanced forms that you can absolutely build out, but the big reason that I made it this way in the first place was make it a little bit easier to understand what's going on for those of you who don't know Next.js super well, but understand things about HTML. Now, the big thing that is a red flag that points out is the username field. We got rid of the username field in the backend. So let's go ahead and just try this out where it's the email field all around. And so you just change it just like that. Now we also changed the type to being email, which gives us some browser-based validation. So if we come in here and try and log in with some random name like that, it's going to say, hey, you need to bring in your email address in here. So what you could do with Next.js is you could use a lot more robust form validation right in line where Next.js and certain React components can do this more effectively than what we've got here. However, this is still pretty effective because the server side is also going to do some validation for us. But now that we've got that email there, let's go ahead and actually try it out with the simple email that we've gotten here. And I just run that, and what do you know? It actually does log me in. So one of the things you'll notice though right away is if you open up the logs for the front end, you'll see something about the cookies not being using awaited and stuff like that. So something changed in the Next.js API. So all we need to do is change that portion, which gives us the opportunity to talk about what's actually happening with the request itself. So if you think of the login page, this is going to submit a form. That form submission process goes from the front end of Next.js to the back end of Next.js. That Next.js backend then has its own URL routing. This right here will accept a post request from the front end. That post request will then forward to the backend, to the Django API backend. And that's exactly what's happening here. And so in that process, what we've got is set token and set refresh token. So these right here need to be awaited. These just need to be asynchronous functions now. So that means I need to go to where they're defined and turn each one of these functions into asynchronous functions as well. And then just make this cookies a little bit different where it's something like cookie store and await cookies. So this is just a slight change to the API. These things happen sometimes, and I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste everything that I did to make sure that all of that's working. So now pretty much everywhere else is going to be okay. So when it comes to this get token now, or any of these functions in here, if you ever see them, you just need to make sure that you are awaiting them. So I'm just doing a quick search on all of the different token locations here. There we've got refresh, set refresh. So we've got one that's awaited. This one is not. So let's go ahead and await it just like that and like that. Oops. And there we go. Okay. So now that we've got that, let's go back into our tokens themselves, and we'll go ahead and grab delete tokens as well. Somewhere in there, we will have delete tokens, which again, we need to await just to make sure it's asynchronous and working as the cookie store needs it to. Okay, so the get token function, I'm surprised that we don't actually have that anywhere. So we'll have to come back to that at some point as well. But for now, we're just going to leave it as is. So what we've got here now is a new place to log our user in, but it's actually missing some data that we might want to keep. So the idea here is, of course, this actually now works and we can log in. That's great. So let's actually solve one next layer that we might want to when it comes to displaying a username for any given user. And it has everything to do with adjusting how our backend Django API works. Let's take a look. There's still something else we need to fix in the login flow. As a reminder, this login web page is rendered from the client side of Next.js. That login page then sends the form data to the Next.js server side, the actual server in Next.js, then sends that data to the Django API where the login portion happens. So it does seem like it's a lot of extra steps, but it's really just one extra step, and that's forwarding the request. Now you might be wondering, why would you need to do that? Well, it has everything to do with the access tokens themselves. These tokens need to be stored on the server side. These are HTTP only tokens. So that's just a recap from the previous course that did all of this. That's why we needed to fix these tokens in the first place, to make sure these are HTTP only. These are not client-side tokens. We can't use these in the front end. Now, the reason I'm saying all this is because back into page.js, the front end itself, it is expecting a username still. So we still have a new username value in here, which may or may not be what you want to have happen. But what I want to do is I actually want to re-render out this same sort of data. Now, the way we're going to do that does take a little bit of steps, but it allows us to have a little bit more control over the response that comes back in a login process. So what we see on Django is this sign up process. So we're going to emulate this, but specifically for login. So I'll go ahead and copy this one. And we're going to paste in here. We're just going to change this to being simply login, and then the view itself also login. And so as a recap here, what we've got is we've got some data that's going to be coming through in here, and then we've got some parameters to send things back. So this right here, this response is the data that we're turning back or sending back. This new user right here, this is the payload that's coming in. This is that form data that's going to be coming in from our front end or from any sort of API request. So we need to change all of these things, and hopefully that will help make it make a lot more sense. So first and foremost, we need to adjust this to being a payload. Now, this payload is going to allow us to grab the actual user itself, and we're going to be able to use the default function for Django called authenticate, which typically is username equals to username, and then password is password. That's typically what it ends up being. And so to use authenticate, to use this function, it's built in to Django. But again, you should know red flags should be going off. We actually don't have a username field. We just have an email field now. So the question, of course, is how do we get the username and password? Now, of course, if you're very familiar with Django, you will know about something like request.post.get that username. With Django Ninja, the API service that we're using, we don't need to do this anymore. We can actually just use the schema data that's coming through in here and use something like payload.username and payload.password. But of course, it's no longer username, it is email. We literally just changed that from the front end. So the backend is now expecting it to be email. So what it was doing before was doing this by default. It was automatically doing it, which made things really nice. Now, the other thing that's nice about this is our user instance, so I don't need this stuff anymore. Now I can just create all of the other things. This is that username field that we need to change. Now, we're getting a little bit too far ahead of ourselves before we actually handle a response. We need to handle the incoming request, the actual payload data right here. I'm going to get rid of this post method stuff here, and I want to actually change this right here. So if we actually take a look at it, we see that this schema right here is basically what we're using. So I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste it, change it from username to email, and then change it from email to password. Okay. And so what we want here is I'm going to change this as something like email login schema. Now, if you're not familiar with this process, you could actually just think of this as a data class, and data class like this, just the standard Python data class like that. If you want to go one step further, this is also just like a Pydantic model, which is what Django Ninja is based off of, which is also what these schemas are based off of, right? And so in this base user schema, we have this data in here. We can actually validate different methods in here as well. That's what this base user schema is all about, which is why we also inherit from that. Okay, great. Now that we've got this email login schema, I can go back into my API and we can import that one as well, which is coming right next to the user name mandatory email schema. We can now bring in the other one, and we're going to go ahead and now put that right there. Great. So I don't have to change that much just yet. The one last caveat here is the username. There is no username. So I'm going to go ahead and do something that I don't recommend to start out, and that is the email. Okay, so we've got our username and our email. There we go. Everything's coming in. We've got it all up. It should be ready to go. It should be ready to be used. And now we can actually get rid of the old one that actually did the login process for us. This actually means that I need to update my server-side stuff in Nextjs to actually forward it to this endpoint now, which is really simple. We just change this token pair here to just simply log in. Great. So the idea here then is we are going to send from our route, we're going to forward the payload. In that payload, it's going to have an email and password. That payload is being generated from the form itself in the front end. That's being sent then to the Nextjs backend, which is being captured, grabbed, and then re-forwarded on with any authentication tokens if we have them in here, which then hits up the API, which is this right here, and then returns back with that data. Okay, so I want to point out that the last time we did this, when we logged in, we actually did not have a username in here. So let's go ahead and put in something like, the actual j@cfe.com, and then we'll log in here. And then if I go to this drop down here, there's that email that actually came through. Great, so that's actually a really nice start in terms of the data. But of course, when we didn't have that username field, let's just go ahead and get rid of that altogether. I want to see if that even responds to it correctly. It might not. Let's go ahead and log out, and let's try that again. j@cfe.com, and then we log in here. I think we'll probably get a little bit of an error because that field is required in terms of the data. Yeah, so we absolutely need that username field. So I'll go ahead and bring it back in. And I actually want to change it just slightly, and that's because of this user schema right here. If we go into that, we see that this username is required. I'm actually just going to change it slightly to being like that. So it's basically the same, just not quite the same, because that's going to be our response data, and that's what's coming in here. And now I'm just going to go ahead and say none here. So we're going to save that, and then let's go ahead and do that login again. And now it logs in. And now if I go to the drop down, it does show that same user. I'm not sure why, but it definitely did. So let's go ahead and try it again. And there we go. Oops, we got to put a .com there. And there we go. And there, now that user is not showing up because I think I officially logged out, which got rid of that token and got rid of everything from there. Okay, great. So now we actually can modify what data is coming back from our user. Those access tokens are still coming back, and that's from Django Ninja Jot. But the idea is we have access tokens here, and we can actually change the response altogether. And then, of course, the actual process in Django Ninja, it's looking to make sure that it fits either one of these schemas. So the payload is the incoming data, the response is the outgoing data, which is why they are slightly different, but still very similar. So the big question, of course, would be, well, what if I wanted to have something different? We talked about it where if we wanted to change it to a different thing than a username, that is absolutely something you could do. You could change it to being like a display name or something along those lines. But overall, what we've got now is a little bit more control over our login and sign up process. So all we really need to do now is fix our sign up process. It's now time to update the sign-up flow for our users. Now, the way this is going to work is very similar to the login flow we just did. In fact, I'm still going to call it payload, which is typically what I end up calling these incoming data. I just call it payload and just use that throughout. And so this is almost already ready. We've got a user.objects.createUser. We'll take a look at that in a second. We no longer have a username, so let's go ahead and get rid of that. It's not even in our payload schema at all. Then we've got a few other fields. So let's just verify that these things actually all work inside of this create user. So if I scroll into my accounts here, into models, I want to actually look at the create user method here. What I've got is actually 2 arguments, right? I do not have is active in here. So I totally can add is active in here and just set a default of false. And then I can just say user.isActive being isActive, whatever that argument is. That kind of solves what I just had. And of course, if we look down here, the default is true. So maybe we don't even need to put that field in there whatsoever, but it is nice that I have the ability to change it on the API level if I want to. And this also means then if I think back to the actual API itself down here, what it means is if I wanted to keep this as false, then I could send user email confirmation and have them go through that process itself. Now, I'm not going to do that because we are going to be implementing the Google login process very soon. So I'll leave this in as true just to make sure all of that's working. So I really don't need to change anything else. The username itself will go ahead and leave as none because that's how it's been. And then the user schema still be none. All of that stuff is basically the exact same. So now all we need to do is actually test this out by updating our front end a little bit. So going into our front end, let's go ahead and take a look at the sign up page, page.jsx. And all we want to do is search in here for username, and we want to get rid of the field for username. We'll handle this other one later, but for now, we want to handle the field itself. And I think I can just remove the field. I don't think we need it anymore because it was removed. We still have the email field in there. It is required in this case. And then we've got our password and confirm password. Great. Things are looking good. So let's go into our sign up here now. I'm going to use an email of some kind. Just use a realistic email format here. And then we'll go ahead and sign up. We got an unexpected error occurred. So let's go ahead and see what's going on. Oh, my Django backend is not even running. That's a problem. So we'll go ahead and do rav run and API. Let's get that going. And then we'll try to sign up again. And what do you know? It's actually even trying to save that password for me. And it looks like I'm logged in. So let's go ahead and try and log in again. And there you go. Great. So all of that worked. It was very, very, very straightforward in terms of actually doing the sign up process versus what we had to do with the login process. The key things about this, though, of course, are creating that initial user. We actually didn't really check anything here, right? We just went ahead and created the user. You probably want to have some validations in here as well to make sure that you actually should create the user. Like, what if you blocked this email, for example? That would be something that you'd want to do down the line. But it's actually really nice that we've got all of this stuff. Now, before we actually implement the Google OAuth stuff, I still want to do something about this username. So let's go ahead and do that now. Now, by removing the username field, we have a new problem that's introduced in the front end, and that is, what do we display for the user? On one hand, you could probably just go ahead and grab user.email, but this actually runs the risk of whenever we put username that it's going to be something other than an email. An email is probably going to be private. So for example, if you somehow got your hands on one of the docs you wanted to look at, you shouldn't be able to see anyone's email in there, but maybe you can see their username. This is something that long-term thinking we're going to want to worry about. So since we're trying to think as long-term as possible, we do want to have some sort of value for this username response in our payload, in our responses to the front end. This is going to be really simple. We're going to jump into our accounts model here, my user manager, and then my user model. And this is where we want to actually add a new field in here. And this field, I'm just going to go ahead and add it in as a property. And I'm just going to go ahead and say something like display name. And in this case, I'm going to go ahead and return back something based off of the email. And we could, hide the email. We could also just get the username from the email, which is what I'm going to do. So we'll go ahead and say the email user is equal to we'll go ahead and do self.email.split at the @sign, and then we'll just get the first value of whatever that ends up being. And then we'll use some string substitution to grab that. Now, the reason I feel confident about this being able to show up is because the email field is our username field. It needs to be an email. There's a lot of things about that have to work correctly. So I know that this display name would probably be okay. Now, you could also think of something like a first name, last name situation if you wanted to go that route, in which case you would just add those fields in line. That's where I would add those extra fields in there if you wanted to keep first name, last name. But I'm just going to go with this display name here. And all I really need to do is in my API response is reference that. So we can just do user.displayname and then user.displayname, whether you're signing up or you are logging in. In which case now we can go back into the front end here and we can log out. Now let's go ahead and log in again. And what we should see is now I've got a username showing up there. Great. It's not really a username, it's the display name, but it is closer to what you might expect to have happen in a front end. So like if you were to use V0, for example, and say, hey, make a user dashboard, there's a really good chance that it's going to have one with a username. So now we just have a little bit of support for that, so we don't have to drastically change our front end all of the time. Now, of course, we could definitely have our email on there, but we don't want to run the risk of accidentally exposing someone's email that we shouldn't be. Now let's go ahead and bring in the Google login to our Django API. Now, of course, this is going to use a repository that we just created, but the idea is we want to download this repository, grab the code from it, and then we're going to go ahead and modify it a little bit. So inside of your downloads, go ahead and unzip that folder, and then we're going to go ahead and drag this in to our project. But really, we're only dragging in the Googler folder here into SRC. Make sure it's copied over if it requests, if you want to copy it, you do want to copy it. Okay, so the idea here is we shouldn't have any migrations in here. The templates, we could probably delete those templates because we're not using them. And we do this so that we don't accidentally use those templates or even the views. I'm also not going to be using any of the social import stuff, so feel free to get rid of that as well. The main thing that we want to look at here are, of course, the views. So if we look in our views here, we've got a login view, which is really just giving us a URL that our front end is going to have to help us redirect to. So we'll look at that in just a little bit. And then we also have a login callback view, which is really going to take in a payload from the front end as well, similar to like what we've been seeing already. So these are the things that I actually want to bring into my main API up here. It's going to be basically all of these functions. So the idea then is from Googler import those things. I'm going to go ahead and copy this, and we're going to go ahead and bring it on in to api.py, and then we'll go ahead and paste this in. Granted, these are no longer Django functions, so we definitely will change them, but I'm going to go ahead and keep all of the same imports as I see fit, and we'll remove them little by little. Okay, so first and foremost, the login view, right? This is going to be very similar to what we've seen, but now it's going to be an API.get maybe. Maybe we want to have post. Maybe we don't. We did say post in the login view prior, so perhaps maybe post makes the most sense here. But this is not really worried about CSRF at this point. This is quite a bit different. So we can use get, and that's what I'll stick with. So we're going to go ahead and use the get URL here. And what do we want to return back? Well, just a dictionary of that URL. And this is going to be simply our redirect URL is going to be this right here. And that's pretty much it. So if we think about API get, we've got this up here, and I can go ahead and do API get. Now this is going to be Google login, perhaps, maybe redirect view, or just login. The response itself is just going to be a redirect itself, so probably not this one. So actually, let's go ahead and grab this user schema here. I'm going to copy these schemas, the entire thing, and bring it into Googler. So now I've got schemas in here. So this is going to be our Google, let's say our Google login schema, which is really just going to have our redirect URL, and we'll just leave it in as a string. Yes, we could probably have it even more robust and verbose than that, but we'll leave it in as that. So with this in mind, back into my API here, I'm going to go ahead and bring in my Googler schemas as Googler schemas, just like that. And then we'll scroll on down and add that as our login schema. So Google login schema. And then that is going to be our response, which of course is this dictionary right here. The authentication, we're going to go ahead and do a anonymous user required, basically a non-logged in user required to get that data. Great. So now that we've got this, we want to do the next one, which of course is going to be our callback one. So the callback one, we want to start with the actual schema itself. So this is now going to be the Google callback schema. And this is going to have code and state. Okay, so going back into our view, let's just verify that those are the two things that we absolutely need in terms of our request itself. Sure enough, it is. Now, I probably don't want to do this in this view, so I'm actually going to delete this view altogether so we don't accidentally work in there, but rather in here. Okay, so now we'll go ahead and do the post method this time. So I'll go ahead and come in here and we'll go ahead and do post. This is going to be callback. This is now Googler schemas, and this is going to be the Google callback schema. This, of course, is not where we want it. That's going to be the response. So this is probably the wrong spot. In fact, the response schema should probably be the user themselves, right? That's probably the response we want from our callback because of this right here. So the incoming payload, once again, is going to be that other one. So Googler schemas dot and Google callback schema. Now we have a state here, so we can just do, payload.state and payload.code. Great. Then we have this ability to check this stuff. Otherwise, we can return back a response, which there is a way to just raise an error here, which is what we'll do. We'll just come down here and raise an error, and we'll go ahead and say, could not log in user, please try again later. Something along those lines. And it probably, I don't know, maybe a 500 error, maybe not. But anyway, so now we've got this. The next thing, of course, is bringing back the user schema. How did we do it before? Well, it's going to be based off of the same stuff as our login because it is a login. It's a sign up and a login. So it actually doesn't matter so much because this is a get or create right here. So down here, all we need to do is create that token and then return back the user itself. All of that is exactly what we want. Now, there is, of course, one thing that we will want to update in terms of these two steps right here, and also maybe even this one, and that is perhaps we want to call this as like maybe Google OAuth and then as Google services, just so that it's a little bit more separated from any other OAuth you might do. And then, of course, you might even have other modules if you were going to separate it out. But let's go back down here to where this would take place. So Google OAuth, and so on, and then Google services, and there we go. Okay, so in this service, though, this is the key part, is we need to go back into this, and we need to see what's going on with our create user. What do you know? Same stuff that's going on. I've got a first name and a last name in there, which I actually don't have stored at this time. Maybe this would be a good time to bring it in to our user, but we'll leave it out for just the moment. And then we'll also go ahead and get rid of the username altogether. This, of course, will create a user for us and then save that user. So going back into our create user method, not the default one, but rather the one that we have, we can take a look in here and just see what's going on. We might want to pass in password as none, but this will set password as none. We can also leave active as Boolean. Great. All of that is looking pretty good. So in our services itself, we don't need to generate a unique username anymore because we're just using that email, which means I'm also going to go ahead and get rid of all of that code because it's just adding more weight to our project that we just simply don't need. But there we go. We either get the user or we create a brand new one based off of that email, and then we return that user back, and there is our now API endpoints. It's great that we have the API endpoints in, but we kind of skipped a few installations that we still need to do. So if we actually open that code back up, we can see that there is this requirements.txt in here, which I'm going to go ahead and open up right here. And I'll go ahead and grab some things related to the Googler project itself, which of course is going to be the installed requirements. So let's go ahead and bring those in right here. And then I'll go into the root of my project and run rav run API install. That should install all of the Google third-party packages. Now, that's not it though. If we actually look at the code also, we can go into the README. I think we'll even show you that there are a few other things that we need to add in, like adding it to installed apps, and then also the client ID and client secret. So those are other ones that we'll need to add into our .env file as well. So I'll go ahead and bring those in, and I'm going to put them into my example as well. And we will have them in two spots now. Okay, so in .env, we of course need to create a Google client itself and a Google client secret and ID. Both of those things we'll do in just a moment. But before I do that, I want to go back into my settings here, and we're going to go ahead and bring these in. I'm going to go to the very bottom and put in, Google API login, or let's go ahead and API OAuth login. And then we'll put those in. And of course, it's going to be config. And it's going to be this one right here. Default being a string or an empty string. And then cast as a string as well. And let's grab the other one, which will be the secret, which will basically be the same idea. Great. So this should actually solve some of the other issues with this. If we did a quick search on our project here in our backend, we should be able to see that that is being used in other places. More specifically in the Googler OAuth.py, we now have that in a few spots. Now, one of the things that I did mention before is we use Redis cache, or we should be using Redis cache to store some of these values, but using caching is very important here. Where when we first did this in that one section that was dedicated to it and it was only Django, the caching part could have been done in a request session. You cannot do that here because that's not how the sessions work in these API services. Okay, great. But now that we've got the client ID and all of the installations, we shouldn't have hopefully any errors in here. It looks like we still have a couple errors. Let's go ahead and see why. Maybe we didn't save one of the schemas or something like that. And there we go. Okay, so schemas are saved, everything's ready to go. Let's go ahead and jump into Google Cloud. So inside of Google Cloud, make sure that you have a new project in here. I've got 2 just as an example. You can have as many projects as you need inside of Google Cloud. I think you might have to activate billing possibly for this. I'm actually not sure. But the idea is if you search for the Auth Platform, this is what we want to find. And so the Google Auth Platform, the OAuth configuration, this actually used to be in a different place. I think it was in the API library and services. And it actually, quite frankly, might still be in there. Looks like it is, but that's not where we want to go. That's actually going to be changing. So we want to do the Google Auth Platform. I think this is a little bit easier to work with anyway. Okay, so inside of the Google Auth Platform, this is where we will actually create our first API client. Let's go ahead and I'm not sure why it's not bringing us there. There we go. And so we've got our clients in here. We want to generate one. I'm going to go ahead and create one here. And this is going to be a web application because of course it is. We've got a Django project. We're going to do Django and Next.js, dev API, something along those lines. The authorized origins. This is going to be a little bit different than what we did with when it was just Django. So the authorized origin in this case is going to be localhost 3000. That is where our Nextjs project is currently running. So that's what we're going to use. This is also true for the authorized redirect URIs. It needs to be on the front end. It's the front end that's going to be handling all of this. So that's what we want to handle. In this case, I'll call it Google Callback, which I think is exactly what I did before. But now we want to just make sure that those things are working. This is going to be a change for sure based off of what we did in that other section, which also means that we might need to adjust how some of the code works to ensure that the front end is being handled or used in these callback URLs, because right now it's not the case. Okay, so now that we've got that, let's go ahead and grab the tokens themselves, which you can grab from this download button here. You got your client ID that you can grab, and you're just going to want to bring that into your environment variables. And let's go back into our Django projects environment variables right here. So there's our client ID. And here is our client secret. And there we go. Okay. So when it comes back to we have a front end URL right here, which is great. If we go back into the way we set up the Googler itself, what we have in here is this redirect path right here. And so we've got the option to use reverse, which is possible if you're using just Django, but we also have the option to use the Google Auth Callback path, but it's also using the base URL. A lot of things that we may or may not want to have. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in another setting in here, and we'll call this the Google Auth base URL, which is going to be settings.googleauth base URL, and that's the one we will use down here. Now, of course, this one can be equal to the original base URL, which we had in that other project, or in our case, it's going to be equal to the front end URL. Simple enough. So that front end URL can change, and now we can absolutely get the Google Doc base URL, or rather the Google Auth base URL. Then we need to add in that callback path. This again could be something that we change in due time, but I'm going to go ahead and add in a default, and there's going to be Google/callback, right? And so what it should do in theory is bring these two things together and give us something pretty cool, like let's go ahead and just add both of them into our print statement for our settings, just to make sure that when we generate that callback URL, it's going to actually use our front end endpoint that's in there, okay? And so if I save in here, it's not actually printing out these settings, and it might be related to some configuration. So I'm going to go ahead and open up another window and just do rav run API again. And there we go. So we've got our local host there and our Google callback. Great. So one of the other things about how we set up the OAuth in the first place was by using URL join to make sure that the base URL itself could have a trailing slash. And then also these paths right there will join together very, very nicely. Now we're going to create a client-side React.js button that will handle the login redirect process for us. So we want to keep in mind that this is the API endpoint, which is actually /API/Google/login. Now the reason that has everything to do with how we set everything up with Ninja itself. And of course, you could always redirect all of these things to figure that out. But the idea here is we want to call this API endpoint, get this redirect URL, and start that login process all on the client side. So let's jump into the client app here, and I'm going to go ahead and create a new folder inside of this one, and we're going to call this Google, and I'll just give it a button name, and we'll call this let's say Google login button.jsx. And then we're going to go ahead and use client. That's one of the first things that we want to have on here. And we're going to export the default name, which will be our default function of the Google login button, just like this. And it's going to return back a button that we just say something like login with Google. So with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and now bring this into my login page, maybe right underneath this login portion here. I'll go ahead and add in another div, and we'll just go ahead and do our Google login button. So that should absolutely render out the login button now. So there it is right there. It doesn't look great. We will solve that in just a little bit. But for now, we've got the button that we can actually use. Okay, so what do we want to do with this button? Well, we're going to go ahead and say something like handle Google login. And this is going to be an asynchronous function that we can then call. And what this is going to do is call an endpoint. What endpoint is it going to call? Well, it's going to be API Google login. Now, the reason it can call this endpoint is because of two things. One, of course, the actual Django endpoint is that. Two, the way we can call an endpoint in the front end is we can call it to the API, which is going to do that. It's going to go API Google login. But in our API, we don't have Google login in here, so it's going to default to this catch-all path. And in that catch-all path, it will forward the request to Django, which is exactly why that's there. So now that we've got that, all we need to do is say something like response equals to await fetch of that endpoint. And then if the response, let's have it as response actually, if the response is .ok, then we can go ahead and say the data is equal to the response.json. And then we can go ahead and do window.location and .href equals to data.redirect URL. Window.location.href is built into the browser itself. So this is just pure JavaScript basically. And we are able to redirect to this URL thanks to our API endpoint that has it right there. Now, there are some times where you might want to change where the callback URL is, in which case you would add in additional URL parameters. We don't need to do that at this point, so that's pretty much all we'll need to do. And then to call this, we just say handle something like on click, then we call that callback method just like that. And that's how we can start that process. So if we go into our login page now and click it, this should actually bring us to this page. I'm not going to finish this part out yet because we still have the other half to worry about, but really this is the login button. We don't really have to do much more than this other than maybe style it out and maybe add some like loading stuff and loading states and all that. So for that reason, I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste some code here that I already wrote that does exactly that. It's still doing the same setup overall. It just has a little bit of try and catch block in here. And then it also has a loading state so that when you click on it, it says loading, and that just changes it a little bit. And it also looks a little nicer. So now if I click it, it will say loading. It doesn't happen, or I mean, it really goes pretty quick because of the back end. But overall now we see a couple of things in line. Number one, we can actually forward a request through the Next.js front end, through the Next.js backend to Django without actually hard coding all of those routes. This is great for this use case. It's great for a lot of other use cases as well. But what we will need is we'll need an actual callback handler, as in where this thing goes next. So the way we're going to do this, of course, is when we go into the login part, we click our user, we log in, we go back. There should be no errors here because it's logging back to the front end URL, just like it said. It did that same callback. Everything we've already seen when we did this the pure way inside of Django. It's all there. But now we can see that there's the state, the code, and all that stuff. We now need a page to be able to handle that, as well as an API router to do all of it as well. This is a good first step. And of course, a lot of the work and a lot of the heavy lifting is done through the Django API that will do all of the Google OAuth stuff. Now we need to handle the Google callback page. The first way we're going to do this is jumping into the Google portion and do callback page.jsx. As soon as we do that, we can export a default function and we can call this our Google callback page, and then just return back something in here. I'll just go ahead and return back loading just for the moment. So now once we actually have something like that, we will see this page is now saying loading, which means that I can grab these variables. Now, before I actually grab those variables, I actually want to build out the API backend, which is actually going to be basically the same as login. It's not going to be like the sign up one. It's going to be like the login route, which essentially forwards all of this to the correct location. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this now into the API. And of course it says login copy. We want to change this to being Google / well, what is it going to be inside of here? We will now go ahead and call this our callback, and just like that. And that should be a folder, not just a name of an empty file. So go ahead and do that, callback, and then we'll go ahead and bring this route in just like that. Okay, so the route itself is the same. So we can do Google and callback. Now, the reason I'm not actually using the forwarding route up here has to do with the fact that I'm going to handle the token data in here. So basically, whenever I want to handle the token data, I have very specific routes for that. Pretty much everything else could probably go into this route itself, including the health check route, which I think it probably already does to some degree. No, this is just an API endpoint. The backend health check, this one sort of does. It's very close. But the idea here is pretty much all of the routes will be forwarded through this catch-all path here. But now that we've got this data overall probably won't be any different. I don't think we'll need to change this at all because we're going to post some data to this route, to this API endpoint route, which will then post that data to this other one as well. Great. So now we just need to update our callback page to handle all of that stuff. I'm first going to give you the basic outline, and then I'm going to just go ahead and do all of it for you by copying and pasting. But the idea here is we go ahead and do use client because we want to import and use the React function called useEffect. So we'll come in here and do use effect, and that is from React. As soon as you want client, that's when you can actually use the useEffect hook. So the next thing is we're going to go ahead and grab our search params, and there's going to be use search params just like that. Then we can go ahead and do the useEffect method in here, and you want to put in a fat arrow method just like that. And then you're going to go ahead and pass in the parameters that are coming through, which we will go ahead and console log for right now. Okay, so let's make sure that our project's running, and I'll go on here. I see loading still in there. We'll inspect the console log in here, and I want to actually bring this over in here, and here we go. So we've got our read-only search params in here. It's not actually giving them to me, so let's go ahead and try something like .get and code in here. See if that gives me that one. And sure enough, it does. Great. So that means that in here, I can do basically the same thing that I was doing with a form method in here, right? So all of this same sort of data in here can now go into this callback method with a few different handlers, which is why I'm just going to go ahead and give it to you. We could spend a lot of time making sure all of this is working correctly, or I could just give it to you, and here we go. So we've got our handle callback. There's our code and our state, those things we need. If they are not there, we just say, hey, go log in again. We just redirect it using router from Nextjs to do that. Next, we try to send an API callback that is, again, to the Google callback endpoint right here, which we've already set up with that data, with just the code and state, because that's really all we need for our backend. If everything goes well, it's going to work exactly like the login function, which is grabbing the data. This could probably be improved a lot, but grabbing the data, and if it fails, it'll just give us a message, and then it'll end up returning us to the login. This right here will do the redirect for us. That's what that use auth parameter thing does for us, which we could also verify by going in here, and we can see there's this login function that sets some local storage stuff. This is on the front end, not on the back end, and then it allows us to move to whatever's next, which is great. So now we've got that callback. If I refresh in here, it may or may not work. So let's go ahead and save everything. And I want to refresh again. And now we get a login error probably. Let's try the whole thing here. Log in and run that. And then hit continue. Authenticating. Boom. That looks like it authenticated. And sure enough, I think that it did. Fantastic. So there is one thing I'm just going to change in my backend just to verify that that's true. So back into my backend, what I can do is I can look at the Google login portion, this generate auth redirect URL in here. There is the ability for me to add in a prompt in here. So I'm going to go ahead and do that by adding in maybe select account. So we'll start off with that prompt of select account so that it basically asks me to log in every single time. So now I'm going to go ahead and log in with Google. There it is again, and then I can go ahead and run that. Great. If I were to get rid of that prompt now and go to log in again, then it should just automatically log me in. And sure enough, it does. So having that prompt is nice for, I think, a login page. It's not always nice. It's not always something you want. But if you have a different account that you want to use, then yeah, you're probably going to want to select that account overall. Now, the reason we're not using the prompt of consent has everything to do with the scope. If we had a lot more scope in there, then you might also want to have consent. Or if you're adding incremental scope, like we've talked about before, then you might want to add in consent as well. In this case, select account makes the most sense for this login process so that the user can always select account what account that they want. So the coolest thing about all of this is if we go into the admin, of course, this is quite literally that user. There's no password set because there wasn't. It was done through Google, which we could set in other places. We could definitely store that fact. Or what we could do is just use Google altogether. Remove all of the other things for logging in, which is probably something I would recommend that you do at this point. But that really solves that problem that we were after, which was adding in Google login to our front end and our back end. It's pretty great. In the next section, we are going to be connecting our user with database data. We're going to store database data. And of course, it's going to be connected through Django and Next.js. But I actually ran into a problem that I didn't really account for until I was testing it. That problem has everything to do with active and inactive accounts. We did talk about it a little bit, but one of the challenges if you go into the Django admin, there's no real way to say whether or not a user is active. So what I want to do is just change that real quick by going into the admin here. All we need to do is inside of the field sets for the user admin is add in the field of is active in here so that we can make sure that that's coming through correctly. As you can see right now, this user, although logged in on the front end, is actually not an active user. This, of course, is a major problem. We don't want to allow for that to happen. So the next part of this would then be going back into our API where the user actually does activate, which the login portion here does not check at all if this user is active. So we can come in here and say if user.isActive, then we can return back the actual value that we might want to have or raise a value. In other words, if they're not active, then we'll go ahead and say 400 invalid user or user is not current or not active. Let's just say that. Otherwise, we also want to say if not user, we want to raise another error and say something like this, could not log in user, try again. Right? And hopefully these things make sense. When you go through the authentication portion, when you authenticate a user, this will either be the actual user instance or it'll be none, which in which case we come here and say, hey, couldn't find that user, try again. Basically not giving any indication as to what the problem is, but just saying we couldn't find them. Next, whether or not they're active, this is okay because this might be, hey, go verify your email. So that's actually a really good sign. The next thing is, of course, the Google part of this. Not the login portion, but rather the callback portion. We get that user down here as well. So same thing. If that's not a user, then we want to say the same thing. Or if the user's blocked, or if the user didn't confirm their email, or whatever other kinds of permissions you might want to put in there, those things will need to be in there, right? And so I'm going to go ahead and come back in here. We'll save that. Now I'm going to go ahead and log out of my account here. And then we'll go ahead and log in again. And what I should get is something related to inactive user, right? So I've got this set errors not find. Obviously, I've got some issues with the callback itself. But overall, the idea here is it did not log in that user because it's not an active user. As soon as I go into the Django admin and activate that user, I can then log in and activate that user correctly. That is a small error, but a big one if you can't actually log in real users. After we do the login process, there's one more critical step we need to do, and that is actually using our user's token on our requests. Right now, that's just simply not happening. So before we jump in, let's do a little housekeeping by going into accounts models.py, and this create user is active. I'm just going to have that default to true now that we've solved that problem. So what I need to do now, though, is I need to be able to see whether or not a user is actually coming through on any given request. So what I'm going to do here is do request.auth and request.user so I can see what's going on. This command right here is useSWR. That's what enriches this value, which is typically a true or false value. Inside of this, we can actually go ahead and take a look at that. We see that it's looking for JOT authentication or allow any. So JOT authentication is that token. That's how we're actually going to, well, hopefully be able to extract our user. In many cases, this allows authenticated and anonymous users. On our homepage, we probably want to have that happen. We probably want to allow random pages to allow either type of user. That's kind of why we're testing this right now. So the way we're going to test this is by going into our homepage, right inside of our front end, and we're going to go ahead and do a quick request to that API endpoint. And the way we're doing that request is by using SWR, which of course is really good for client-side operations for getting data. It's not about sending data, it's about receiving data. And it does so at an API endpoint, which of course is going to be ours at home, or rather hello. So it should probably not be home, but hello in here. Okay, so that endpoint is going to be called right here. Now, the way it's done is you also need to use a fetch statement in here, or a fetch function, which I already have one in here that just does this. This is not that big of a deal in terms of fetching or doing a request for you, but those in together will give us back something like data. We also have inside of there, we also can have something like it is loading and error, which is really nice with useSWR, so you don't have to do stuff like useEffect and do all sorts of things related to that. It's really, really cool. Okay, so with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and console log out the data on this homepage. Let's make sure that Node.js is running and also Python is running. Both things are true. I refresh in here. I already see that I have true and anonymous user. Okay, so why is this happening? My user seems to be logged in. Why am I getting anonymous user in here? Well, it has everything to do with how we are doing our API requests now and how we're going to do them going forward as well. So inside of our catch-all path here, which allows me to do random API requests like this, right? So none of these in the Next.js backend are there. So if we go into route.js, we can see this, right? Here's that GET request, here's that POST request. We could also just verify this as well by taking a look at the URL that's being used, right? So you can console log out the URL. This again is going to be on the Next.js runtime, so we can just jump into that runtime and we can refresh in here a few times. You can see that it's trying to call that Django API endpoint. It actually is calling that endpoint and it's doing so successfully, except it's not showing us our user. It's giving us an anonymous user, which is great. This is a very small way to test that. So what to do then? Well, there's a lot of different ways on how we could think about doing this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to enrich this request with a different version of fetch, one that I control so that I can actually enrich with tokens. So inside of lib here, I'm going to go ahead and create a new one. I'm going to call this TokenFetcher.js. And I'm going to just give you the code that we would end up using for this. And so the perform refresh one is not quite there yet. We'll do that soon. But the idea here is this is still doing that same sort of fetch request. This actually is not a whole lot different than the fetcher itself, the front end version that we're using. This is now the back end version that we're using. And the reason it's a back end version, and we know that, is because of this token right here. You won't be able to grab this token in the front end. You could attempt to, but it probably won't work. In fact, it will probably error out. And the token itself is inside of auth, right? So if we go in here, we can see here's that get token. It goes from cookies. These are going to be HTTP only cookies because we set that token down here, HTTP only cookies, which means that the client side just can't access it. Both things are great, right? And so this token fetcher is now what we'll use to do a request. The key part of it is, of course, grabbing the token and then setting the authorization header and then doing fetch as you normally would. Of course, we will probably need to refresh our token from time to time, so we'll also handle that, but we'll do that in the next part. I just really want to make sure that this token fetch works altogether. So back into my route up here, I'll scroll on up into where I'm doing that forwarded request here. So inside of API, path, route. We're now just going to change this ever so slightly. This is now going to be just simply token fetch. If I just start typing it out, it will import it for me. Fantastic. So now I just changed the front of fetch. Everything else about it works the same, or at least it should. And if it doesn't work the same, all you'll need to do is change this stuff right here. That's pretty much it. So it's taking the default headers and all that. In fact, this might be the way we want to do it going forward with the entire thing, but we'll leave it in as this, just using basically an enrichment to fetch. We want to do that with the post method as well, so that we have those headers coming in. Okay, so with this in mind, I can now refresh in here and we can take a look at Python, and what we would end up seeing is I get this unauthorized hello. I'm getting a 401 error in here, right? So this is probably showing me that the token is actually working, but maybe it has expired. So that's actually a really good sign. Let me actually just verify this by opening up localhost 3000 in an incognito window just to see if it's an anonymous user. In the case of a actual non-logged in user, we get this. As soon as I have a token, the system will attempt to use that token. If that token is no longer valid, that's when we'll get that 401, which is this right here. It needs to refresh the token, which is something we will do very soon. And I think we could be able to verify this by going into our Node app, and there we go. So attempt token refresh. Here's all of those different requests. Okay, so let's verify this actually working though by logging out, which deletes all of our tokens. Then we can log back in and we should be able to authenticate. And now we should be able to see that actual data, which I'm not actually seeing in here because in our front end, we console logged it to the browser console log, not the backend or the server-side console log, in which case we can see there's hello world, same stuff. So we want to make one little change, but of course, if I actually look inside of my application, I see these two things right here. Great. So I actually see the user coming through. All of that is looking good. The last real part of this would be to say, okay, well, if the request.auth, right? So if it is in there, and then we can go ahead and say the user is request.user, and then we can say if user.isAuthenticated, then we can return back our user authentication stuff. So maybe some of this, maybe not the whole thing, maybe not the token, all that, but we can say our display name and all of that. So there's some data that might come back with our response. Of course, I don't have a response schema in here right now, but let's go ahead and see if that ends up doing anything. And sure enough, it does. That is pretty fantastic. Okay, so what this is showing us is several things, but the main one being we now have the ability from our Next.js front end to actually request our Django backend with a request user and all of the things that are implied with that. There's the one small thing that we need to fix, and that is refreshing our authentication tokens when they expire. If you go and use somebody else's computer and you log into a service, regardless of what that service is and what it's doing, you're going to do your thing. And then as you're going to leave, what are you going to do? Are you going to leave it logged in, or are you going to come in here and actually log out? I would say the vast majority of us are going to want to log out. So REST API services have this built in as a mechanism for the keys as well, the access keys as well. One of them is called an access token. It's not always called just access token, but the idea is the same. We get a token that will allow us to do what we need to do. After some time, that token won't last or work anymore. Unless, of course, we want it to, in which case we can then refresh that token. That's what's happening down here, is we want to have the ability to refresh this token if we want to. Now, in our case, we could decide right now as a developer if we want to allow that refresh process to happen, or if we want to require them to just log back in. It depends on what you want to do in terms of a user, but I think you would want to allow them to refresh automatically, and then the user themselves can decide whether or not they should log out. That being said, both will have an expiration time. The access token will expire after some amount of time. The refresh token will as well. Now, you can extend these as long as you want, but keep in mind, there are security implications if you do. So realistically, I would rather my users log in more often using somewhat of a seamless login, like the Google login, and removing the prompt altogether maybe. Have them actually log in more frequently than to have the tokens last a really long time. That being said, let's see how we can actually create those refresh tokens, because they can be incredibly useful and help with the user interface or the user experience quite a bit. So the way this is going to happen is inside of auth.js. The reason it's going to happen in here is because we have our token in here, we have a refresh token in here, and we can set and refresh those tokens in here. It's the only reason I'm actually bringing this function in here. The first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and import the URL join function from the URL join package right here. Now, the only reason I'm using require is because the Next.js headers in here are using require. So I'm going to go ahead and stick with that version of JavaScript just for that one piece. Now, of course, you also probably don't even need URL join at this point, but we're going to keep it in there. The next thing that I need is I actually need the Django URL or the Django API URL, which I can just grab in here. And so I'll bring that right up as well. Great. So those two features I'll use to build out a new function. This function I'm going to go ahead and give to you right now because it's very straightforward. First off, we grab the refresh token if it even exists, right? So if the refresh token is not in here, then we'll have some issues and it just won't set anything. Here's the setting of that refresh token, and here is the getting of that refresh token, and they're both in HTTP only, which means that this is happening on the Next.js server side. Okay, great. So what we're doing is we're getting that token and then we're sending it to the Django backend to refresh this token. Now, you might recall I actually removed something related to authorizing. We changed the login process. So we need to go back into the Django admin to make sure that we bring that back in. That's this right here. We need to bring this back in so that we can actually get rid of this pair, but just have, token refresh, which is API token refresh. That's the main thing that we need. The token pair is still in there as well, but we just don't use that anymore because we have the login method down below. Okay, so now that we've got this, we have the first two steps of our authorization header going just fine. And then we can see the responses in here. And then all we do is console log out this data. This is, of course, not what I want to do in the long run, but it is what I'll do right now. So the next part of this would be to actually use that TokenFetcher again. And inside of here, actually call that function, the perform token refresh function. So in our TokenFetcher here, we'll go ahead and bring that in. And then down in this token and response being 401, we're going to go ahead and await perform token refresh right underneath there. Now, in order for me to be able to reliably perform this, I need to update my Django settings. I want to be able to see this really, really quickly. So the update we'll do is we'll jump out to the Django Ninja Jot settings. We've got this Django Ninja stuff in here for our access token and all of that. So these are the things that I'll go ahead and bring in to my settings into settings.py. So if we do a quick search for, Ninja Jot, I think what it was. Yep, we can't find it. So I'll go ahead and scroll to the very bottom, and then we'll go ahead and do our Ninja Jot settings. And I'll just bring in those two things. And for this, we need to bring in time delta. So from date time, import time delta down there. And now what I want to do is I want to change the lifetime of the access token. I'm going to have this being like 15 seconds. The refresh token's fine, but I want to be able to see this very, very often or very frequently. So let's go ahead and make sure that the server's still running. It looks like everything's good. I now want to log out of my service here and log back in. So changing that access token will probably take effect in the future, as in the next time you refresh it, it should take effect then. But either way, you just need to refresh your session altogether. Okay, so the idea now is we should be able to see that refresh come through if it happens. So if it happens in about 15 seconds is when we would end up seeing that. So what I want to do first is I'm going to go ahead and remove that refresh. I just want to verify that it's going to say, hey, attempt token refresh. Good, that's a good sign. Then now I'm going to go ahead and perform that token refresh. And so it gives me the data. Here's the data coming through, refresh token and access token. Both things I can now use to refresh. Notice that I still got a 401. So even though I did the refresh process, it didn't actually refresh anything. And that's only because I never actually handled it. I just wanted to show you the data that would come through right here if it was valid. So that data is going to be now our access token is equal to data.access, right? So that's this value right here. And then const our refresh and token equals to data.refresh. And I believe those tokens will be the same. So I'm going to go ahead and call this my new refresh token. And then I'll say my new access token. It's also possible that it's a different one. So let's go ahead and just see that we go refresh token equals to the original one that we have. Either way, we're going to go ahead and set these tokens. So I'll go ahead and do the await set refresh token with the new refresh token, and then await set token with the new access token. Okay, So we'll go ahead and save that. I'll still have things console logged. We'll refresh in here, and they are the same. That's what that true value is coming through in here for. We've got the data, then it refreshes, and then it looks like it's able to come through in here. So perhaps what we need in here is a different kind of return statement. We'll look at that in just a second, but for now we should be able to refresh this data over and over and over again. So what would be best is actually to be able to see that data. So inside of our home page here, I'm just going to go ahead and do data and JSON.stringify of that data, just so we can see what's coming back on the front end. Great. So now I see that it is coming back in there. If I were to take off the refresh itself in a very short amount of time, hopefully it will show me nothing. 15 seconds, maybe I made that too long of a time. There we go. So now it's invalid, and now it's not allowing me to actually log in, and it's not showing me the correct data. Great. Now if I bring that refresh back, there it is. It is now doing it in the correct way. Fantastic. Okay, so what we could do in here is we could probably reform or refetch the option after it has been updated. So basically coming down in here is rerun this fetch call now that the perform token refresh is in there. And basically what I'm going to do here is I'm going to reset the token. Part of the reason I used let up there is so that this could actually return that token back, and then change this to being also let, and basically running the original request again with the updated token, which actually means that I need to bring in that updated token. So back into our perform refresh here, what we want to send back is literally the new access token, and that's it. And so doing so will allow me to actually rerun that response. We don't need to relet it, but reset it here. And then this should now actually run it really correctly. Now, what you might notice though is the actual useSWR is handling this actually really nicely. Even though I wasn't handling it that nicely before, we are now, because we're reperforming that request after we got the original token. But useSWR makes this a lot easier and a lot more effective. One of the last things we want to do though is make sure that we are changing our settings here from maybe 15 seconds to 15 minutes. You can experiment with the time frame here in terms of user experience, but the idea overall is the longer these things go, the likelihood of security issues, I think, goes up. So you want to really think about this in terms of how it ends up working. Luckily for us, using that Google OAuth will make it a lot easier to just get back into your session really, really fast. At this point, we should have our users pretty well dialed in. So let's go ahead and start the process of actually creating documents. We're going to start at a very basic level, and then we'll make it more and more advanced as we go forward. But all the while, we'll build out the API as well as the Next.js front end. Let's start with the model though. So inside of here, we're going to go into the Django backend. We will then run Python manage.py, start app, and we're going to call this documents. Now you can't actually call it docs because, well, a Python module already has that name. So of course you want to make sure that you're not conflicting with potential other modules. This again is another reason we call this accounts, not users. So inside of our documents here, we're going to go ahead and declare a doc. I can call this doc, that's probably fine. And then we're going to go ahead and come in here and do models.model. Now, what is it that we want to store in here? There's a lot of different things that we're going to want to store, but user, of course, is one of them. To grab our user model, including our custom user model, we're going to go ahead and bring in the settings. Of course, we've talked about this before, but of course, it's going to be settings.auth user model, and that is going to be the user we use inside of now a foreign key. And we're going to go ahead and say user, and I'll also allow this to be null, and then we can, when it actually is deleted, so on delete, we will do models.setNull. Now, the reason for having a nullable user is because really we want to call this probably owner, so that this is the owner of this document. But I'm going to go ahead and stick with just simply user to make it nice and easy for us. The next thing is just going to be the contents of that document. For that, we'll go ahead and say contents, and this is going to be models dot, and this will be text field. This one will not be blank, probably, but maybe we will. Maybe we want to start out with a blank page. So for that reason, I'll do null true and blank true. Both of those things will now be blank in the database. Great. This might be all we really need. Next up, maybe we want to keep track of when these things are added or updated in our database, in which case we can do like created at being models.date time field, and we do auto now add being true. A lot of times I call this created at one, I call it timestamp, but I'm moving more towards created at because the field name itself is a little bit more descriptive as to what's going on than just timestamp. And then also we can do updated at for basically the same reason. This time though, we just do auto now. And that's it. So we could think of this same sort of idea as being a blog post, right? So you could think of this as blog post. It's not a whole lot different. So maybe we also want to have a title in here so that we have a short enough title, but long enough at the same time. And we'll give it a maximum length of 120 characters. That should be plenty for a title. Again, I'll go ahead and say blank being true and null being true. Great. And so the contents, I'm actually going to change it from being called contents to just simply content. And that's it. There we go. Okay, so there is one other aspect about these documents that I probably want to change. If you're familiar with Django, you know that there's already a built-in ID field, which I believe they term it as auto field. But the idea here is this by default is an integer. So what we want to do is make it a UUID field instead. And it's going to be a primary key in here. So we want this to be the primary key field instead of the other one. And so what we want to do here then is we're going to import UUID. And then I'm going to go ahead and add in my default being UUID and UUID4. And then we're going to go ahead and set this as a DB index being true. And we'll also set this to being editable being false. Okay, so this will now have an automatic field for ID, which will be the UUID field instead of automatically incrementing fields. This actually makes a lot of sense when you come into collaborative documents. If you're talking about having incrementing fields like this, the chance that you accidentally leak one of these fields goes up a lot versus a UUID field. It's a lot harder to specify what that would end up being, as we'll see in the near future. Okay, great. So now we've got this doc model. I'm going to go ahead and bring it in to my admin as well. So we'll go ahead and import the doc model, and then we'll just do admin.site.register and doc. There we go. Hopefully that doesn't actually conflict with anything with Python. If it does, then we will just change it to document. Now the reason I'm doing this is so I can add a few documents before we start building out the front end. So now that we have the actual documents app ready, the model's ready, we're going to bring it into my apps here and we'll call it documents in there. And then we'll go ahead and run our migrations with that change. So Python manage.py and make migrations, and then Python manage.py migrate. And there we go. Now we just need to make an API endpoint to see some of these documents. The first API we're going to build out is our list view, so we can list out all of the documents for any given user. The way we're going to do this to start is by going into the admin, into the docs here, and just create a new one for our HungryPy user. The only reason I'm doing the HungryPy user is because that's the user I'm using to log in on Google. That's pretty much it. Next up, after we've got that, I'm going to go ahead and give a name like Hello World and some content here, just like that. So we're going to go ahead and save that. No big deal. Now, here's the key part of the UUID. We can see that this is the ID of this document now. It's a lot harder to guess than, let's say, for instance, one of the profile objects in here, which has the ID of whatever that number is, right? And so the ID for the document, I think, is a lot more robust here. Now, with this in mind, we need to turn this into JSON data. We need to serialize this data before we can actually turn it into a response to the front end. Okay, so inside of our documents here, we're going to go ahead and do schemas.py. And what we want to do here is we're going to create our baseline doc schema. And this is going to take in some argument here, which I'll do in a second. But we want to think through the fields that we might want to use for this schema. Now, there's a lot of different ways on how we can customize this. But what we can do here is we can do our ID field, which is of data type, the UUID itself. So it's UUID.UUID, just like that. Next up is going to be probably the title of it, right? So title being a string. Next up is going to be the content itself, right? and also a string, then we might want to have the timestamps in here. We'll do that later. Now, one of the things I am going to leave absent on here is specifically the user, because the documents that we are getting here will be for that particular user. So I'm not really worried about that data just yet. Maybe at some point I will be. But the idea, of course, is making this schema. We need to do one more thing, and that is from Ninja, we need to import the schema class, because that's what it's going to inherit from. This schema class is a Pydantic base model, but optimized for the Django stuff. So just keep that in mind if you weren't already aware of that. Now that we have a document model and a document schema, we're now going to go ahead and create an API list view. So inside of our documents app here now, we're just going to go ahead and do API.py. Now, of course, this is similar to the other API module, but it's going to be slightly different because this is actually going to be a router. So from Ninja, we're going to go ahead and import a router here. And this is where we're going to define router being a router of some kind. This router is now going to take place of that API itself. So we're going to do router.get, and we're going to leave it just a slash or maybe even an empty string in here for right now. And so the idea being that we want to go ahead and say something like document list view. You could call it a view if you'd like, which takes in, of course, the request itself, and then it's going to return back some sort of data. So the idea, of course, is we want to grab the model. So we'll do from.models. We're going to import the doc model itself. And I want to grab this model based off of the user itself. So the query set will be doc.objects.filter user equaling to request.user. Now, I did mention before that we would probably want this to be owner, and maybe at some point it will, but for now we're going to leave it in as just this simple query set. And so that's essentially what we're going to want to turn back, but we actually want it to be in this schema. So that's going to be ID, content, and title. So the way we do that then is going to be values, and this is going to be ID and content and also title. Maybe not in that order, but that's totally fine as it is right there. So I'm going to try to just return that query set. But again, we still want a response of some kind, right? So we've got our API in here. What we can do is we can add in the response in here, and we want this to be a list. We want the API to understand this as a list. So to do this, we're going to go ahead and bring in typing. We're going to bring in the list class here to have a list object, or actually declare this as a list, and then pass in the data type it's going to be. That data type, of course, is going to be from .schemas. We're going to import the actual model schema, which was doc schema, and we can just do it just like that. And so that's going to be what our response is. I will keep this slash in here for right now as we need, but there is one more thing that we want to do in here, which is going to be our auth. Like, what do we want to have on this authentication? To me, a login required is absolutely necessary. So if we go into helpers, API, and then auth, we can see that there's permissions in here, and there is this user required permission. Like, it has to be a user in here. If they're not a user, then it's going to just not allow them to have access there, much like the login required that Django has. So that's the one we want. We want user required from those permissions, which is just this line right here. And of course, this is going to be from helpers.api.auth, importing the user required. I believe that was the import. And we can add in .permissions maybe. Yep, we probably should add in .permissions here. So let's go ahead and do that. Great. Okay, so there is our login, or actually our document list view that has a login required. So now with this router, what we can do is go back into our main API here, and we can bring that in. So the way I'm going to do this is we're going to go ahead and say from documents.api, import router as document router, right? Again, we want to make sure it says router as the variable here, and all of the views that we want to route are going to be in there as that. So then inside of our API, then we can just come down here and do API.add router, and then we put the prefix in here, which in our case was going to be documents. Let's go ahead and put a leading slash and a trailing slash to see how that works. But then we can go ahead and bring in that document router. Okay, so how do we actually test this out for a logged in user? This actually, I think, is fairly easy because of what we did with our users before. So going into our front end, I could actually come into the page here, and instead of it going to API hello, we can have it go into API/documents, which should be that prefix that we had before. So there's our home page is loading, and our backend should be loading as well. Looks like we're getting a 200 call right there, which is already pretty interesting. So let's go jump into our front end here. I am logged in. Here is that data, and it is serialized in a way that makes a whole lot of sense to me. Okay, so let's get rid of this trailing slash or this slash right here and see what happens. If I refresh in here, same data, right? So I think overall what we will see with some of these slashes is it's going to be worth testing out how they end up working just to make sure that you are still getting that same data back. But overall, the idea here is it's now giving us the correct documents from the API. And going forward, it's just going to be about expanding this to do all of the different levels of CRUD. Now, of course, we could also verify this by going into our admin and creating a new document for a different user. Let's say this user here, and I'm just going to put some gibberish for right now, and then I'll refresh on this page. No gibberish comes up. Let's switch the owner or the user to it, just like that. Gibberish is there. Great. So those documents, that data is coming through, the API is working. Now, of course, we would just need to do all of those other views. When you're building out an API of any kind, it's important to implement caching as soon as you possibly can. So that's what we're going to do right now. The idea here is this query set will constantly be hitting up the database based off of when this API endpoint is going to be hit. So that's sometimes what you want, but it's also sometimes what you don't want. When it comes to listing out a bunch of data, it's probably what you don't want. And of course, you can even look at the Python terminal and you can see that the API document is being called a lot. So this is happening in part because of how we have this set up, but it's also happening in part because of useSWR. useSWR will refresh this data from time to time to make sure that it is valid. And there's a lot of options to how that works. Now, on our end, on the Django side, we want to make sure that this is as efficient as possible. So to do this, we're just going to go into documents here, and we're going to create services.py. And all I'm going to do here is list documents as an actual function, and I'll go ahead and pass in a user in here, and this is what we're going to do. So the idea being that we have the same data coming through here and returning back that same data. Now it's not the request user, but it's rather just the user itself, and no big surprises here. So we have to go from documents or from .models. We can import the doc itself, and there we go. Okay, so now I've got this list documents thing here. So back into our API, now what we would do is say something like from .import services, and then we would say as doc services. This is how I do it normally, is you use this now to get your query set. So then it's doc services dot list documents for the request.user. And then that will actually give us back that same exact query set as we expected. Now, of course, you could also have something like fields in here if you wanted to, where you have specific fields that you're going to be listing out, but that's outside the scope of what I want to actually do. So now that we've got this function, it's not doing anything different. So how can we actually make it better? That's where we come in here and do from Django dot, we want to grab core and dot caching. We're going to import cache. Okay. And so this same thing we actually did already when we imported cache before inside of our Google or OAuth stuff. So it's going to work similar to that. But what we want to start off with is we're going to go ahead and say our doc cache key, and we'll call it a prefix maybe, or maybe just the cache key itself. And we'll go ahead and say documents, and then we'll go ahead and do a user ID. Something like that, maybe documents and list, and then a user ID. So that means then down here, we're going to go ahead and formulate that with our cache key, and we'll just go ahead and use the format method that we can do, and that's .format, and then we pass in the user ID equals to user.id, or whatever this user is. And then, of course, if the user is none, we're just going to go ahead and return back an empty query set. So if user is none, then we'll go ahead and do the doc.objects.none. basically returning back the same sort of data in here, but basically none. Actually, since it is going to be like actual values, it's going to be a dictionary. It's not looking for a query set. We can return back an empty list. Okay, so now with this cache key here, what we want to do is we also want to maybe have something in here called like force being true or false. And so what we want to do then is we want to get the cached QS, and that's going to be cache.get of that cache key. So basically, if there is a cache key and not force, then we'll return back that itself, right? And so if force is on, then we grab the query set itself, then we go ahead and do cache.set, and then we can set the cache key or to the query set, and then we could also have some sort of timeout in here as to how long we might want to cache that. Let's go ahead and do 600, or actually we'll do 300 seconds, which is 5 minutes. So we'll go ahead and do doc cache and timeout, and we'll leave that in as 300 seconds in here as to when that happens, except for if it's forced, right? So if it's forced, then it's not going to do that. So force is going to be false by default. So basically, this is going to go for the cache otherwise. Okay, so we can verify this by saying print out, let's say using cache, and after this, we'll go ahead and print out, refreshing cache or not using cache. Great. So let's go ahead and save that, and of course save our API as well. And let's go ahead and refresh on here. We get our data. So we've got not using cache, then using cache. Refresh a few more times, using cache all across the board. Of course, if I restart the server here, it's going to go ahead and do not using cache to start out. This caching will also benefit greatly from using something like Redis, so you can actually store it in a Redis server so the cache persists across all kinds of different versions of your Django project, or if the server were to go down and come back up, that cache would still persist. The other nice thing about that is you could then cache documents in mass, as in just using this key, you could list through all of your active users, cache their documents so they're really ready to be, presented to them as soon as they come up. So we're probably not going to really need to worry about that part so much, but the actual caching part, I think, is pretty important to this process of being able to get data efficiently, especially when you start using something as robust as useSWR on the front end. We're now going to add a documents list view inside of Nextjs so we can actually render out this data and of course eventually render everything else out. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to copy this page.js and I'm going to add it into a new folder called docs. Now, if you're not familiar, this is how you can actually make a new route in Nextjs. That's it. That's all you need to do. And you can also just change the name of it to something like doc list view or list page or whatever you like. Okay, so I'm going to keep it in as doc list page, and then I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the original return statement, and we'll return something a little bit different in here. Now, before I build this out anymore, I will go back into page.js, and I want to delete everything that's inside of main, so it really just goes to one thing, and that is to our documents. So let's scroll on down. We're going to delete all that, and I'm going to go ahead and bring in a button here. As you can see, I've got one called Components UI Buttons. This is coming from shadcn. So within shadcn, we can use a button as child, which means that I can also use the built-in link that Nextjs has, which allows me to do something like /docs, and then I can go ahead and say view docs, something like that, right? And so now if I refresh on the home page, I now see this button of view docs. And of course, if I click on it, it does change the route, as you can see up there. So at this point, I probably don't need to show these things. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of them all over the place. If I don't need to use them, they will be gone. And then I will just make sure that only the things I want on there are showing up. Okay, so far so good. Now I can go to look at the docs themselves. Now, of course, I still have that data coming through, and we could verify that by looking in the console log itself. It should actually have it in the front end, right? So here it is right here. So the first thing that I want to do is make sure that I actually can unpack or iterate over this data, which means that I want to make sure that it's an array. So we'll go ahead and say is array, or rather is results array, something like that. And we would basically just pass in array.isArray of this particular data. An array is also a list in Python, but array equals to list, basically. But the idea here is it needs to be iterable. We need to be able to loop over it. At some point, we might have pagination in our backend, in which case this would be something more like data.results, or maybe even more specifically, data question mark results, to basically make sure that it's in there. So if you're not familiar with that process, it's totally okay, because I'm going to give it to you right now. We're next going to go ahead and say results and basically say data and is results. Then we'll go ahead and say that's going to be a data. Otherwise, it's going to be an empty array or an empty list. This will allow us to loop through it now. I probably don't need this use API anymore, so let's go ahead and get rid of that. Don't think I have any images, so I'll get rid of that as well. Okay, great. So we're getting closer to what we might want to have. But now I want to loop over these results. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an unordered list, or a UL, and I'm going to loop over those results. If you've never done this inside of Next.js, this is definitely not the place to learn it, but this is how it's done. I'll go ahead and say map just like that, and then we pass in an arrow method in here, or a fat arrow method, which inside of this mapping, we can say the document value and then the index value, or IDX for short, which is giving you this callback function in here. Sometimes you'll see these callback functions listed elsewhere. Sometimes I like doing it elsewhere as well, but in this case, it actually makes sense to just do it right here because it's not that complex. So the idea here is we have a list element and we want to start off with an actual key value, which is going to be basically based off of the IDX, or the index value itself. And then we can also just go ahead and say doc dash, and then the actual doc.id, and then dash index value. That gives us a very unique key value when you loop through these things. When it comes to front-end React.js, this is something you'll need to do whenever you're looping through something. It needs to have a key. With that in mind, I'm going to go ahead and now render out the document, so doc.id. And in this case, I'll just go ahead and say doc, and then put a parentheses around doc.id. And now if I go into my documents, I should be able to see that being rendered out. Looks like it is not rendering out, so let's go ahead and see why. We've got our results here. We should be able to get our results, and there's our results there. And we've got results.map. I see why. So we've got some curly brackets in here. We need to return this. This is something that might trip you up if you're a beginner. You could either use curly brackets or rounded parentheses, in which case you would not have a return statement, which is why I didn't see it right away. But anyways, we put it back into curly brackets and we do that. And now we've got this in here. Now, why would I put curly brackets? Well, it actually makes it a little bit easier to write something like href, or the doc link being something related to that. So docs/ and then doc.id. And then now I have this constant, or this variable in here, that I can now use for link, right? So I come in here and say href equals to that doc link, and then I can pass that in like that. Let's just make sure that link is brought in by typing it out. Go ahead and press down, hit next, there we go. And now we've got a link to that page. Great. So this is listing things out. Of course, the styles are not great. So I want to just give you some of the styles in here that I got from just using, I think it was Claude. And then I went ahead and just grabbed some of the styles that are Tailwind styles. And then it just made just slight little changes here just to make it look a little bit better. But of course, feel free to adjust that as you see fit. But there we go. So now it's actually showing this, and I think it looks a little bit better. Now, if you're not familiar with using Tailwind, you can do stuff like hover and underline, and that is now a class that then when you go in there, it actually hovers it. And if you wanted to change the color, you could do hover like text red -500 or 400 or whatever. And once you do that, you can now see that hovering happen as well. So a lot of really cool things about Tailwind that are not related to anything in this class specifically, other than that we can use it inside of any of our class names. So it doesn't need Next.js, it doesn't need Django. Tailwind exists on its own and gives us cool things like that. So now that we've got this list view, it's time to actually render out the detail view, or actually see this itself, which of course means we need to route it in two places. Off the video, I added this little header here just so we can simulate a login required. So if I actually were to copy this URL and go to an incognito window, hit enter, I still see that it says documents. What should probably happen is something different. It probably shouldn't say documents. It probably should have some sort of error. Now there's a couple different ways on how we could approach doing this. On one hand, we could go into the fetcher itself. So inside of this fetcher that useSWR is using, we can actually come in here and require a forced login. Now, when would that login actually happen? It actually can give us a hint by going into this inspect here. We go into console, we can see that there's a 401 unauthorized. Now, a lot of times 401 unauthorized means you need to log in. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it means you just don't have permission to see this page. So we can treat it as you need to log in on any given page, which may or may not be correct. So if we want to treat it that way, the way we would go about doing this is say something along the lines, if the response, which is what this is not okay, then we're going to come in here and check what the response.status is. Let's say, for instance, it's 401. Then we can actually return the window.location, and we can do href equals to, /login. That's basically the redirect URL. As soon as we do that, this page changes to our login page. It redirects us there, and you can see that up here as well. Now, we could also take this a little bit further where we can use the path name from the window. So I'm just going to go ahead and give you what I mean by that is you can grab the path name, and if it doesn't start with login, we can use that in our next request here. So we can actually do the login this way. Now, this is a lot easier to test out by logging out of our user and then trying to go into our docs here and then trying to log in again. Notice that the URL itself has next up there. I can go ahead and sign in, and in theory, this could redirect me. I actually don't have it set up that way at this point, but you could do this way. Now, the bad side about this is that 401 doesn't always mean that you need to log in. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. So another way that you could think about this is basically you could come in here and do the same idea, but still throw an error. So in this case, we are throwing an error with a status of 401 and then basically saying, hey, an error occurred. And then we can come in here and do stuff like that. And here I could also get the error from the backend if I wanted to and have that as a part of this error response problem. And so the reason for this, login required or permission is not allowed, you could do something along those lines, in which case then you go and leave that error to the page itself, in which case you would then say if error, if error, then you could then return back something like a div class in here where you can do error.message and also something like error.status, I believe should be in there. So let's go ahead and try that out. Let's go into an incognito window, into docs, and there we go. So login required or permission is not allowed, 401 error. So that's actually a really good sign. I think I prefer this method because then I can change what this page looks like. I could also then check in here if error.status is equal to 401, then I can redirect in here as well. So I could go ahead and do window.location and href equaling to login just on this one single page, in which case it will work just like that. So that's if there's an error and that's the status. Otherwise, we can show maybe a server error. There's a lot more things that we can do this way. But it's a slight little change that we had to make to Fetcher, which is another reason I use Fetcher in this way, is because if I want the login required Fetcher thing like we started with, you could change it to being another Fetcher, and then you could just have it work that way. You could also just make another class that uses SWR as well, where it's something like use, my SWR, which would take a number of steps just to get making that working. So I'm just going to go ahead and leave it like this, where you can then build on top of this of everything that we've done. Now let's go ahead and do a docs detail view. So to do this, we're going to go ahead and copy our page.js again, and I'm going to create a new folder with a bracket out here, and this is going to be our doc ID. That's it. So inside of that folder, we're going to go ahead and paste this in here, and now this is going to be our doc detail page. Make sure you have the correct one open when you go forward on this. Okay, so the next thing about this is we want to get our parameters here. So const, and this is going to be our doc, and we'll go ahead and say params first, and we'll go ahead and do use params. So this is coming from the navigation bar itself, and here I'll go ahead and do console log of params so we can see what's coming through on that. Okay, so making sure everything's still running, we can jump into our project, go to View Docs, click on a doc, and of course it brings us back to the same list view page. But if I were to inspect the element here, I should be able to see a doc ID coming through. So those parameters that are coming through, of course, are coming directly from this wildcard right here, basically. It's not a catch-all, but it is a wildcard to some degree. So we can actually use that doc ID. So doc ID being exactly how I have it there. That might look like an L, but it is a capital I. So there we go. Now we've got a doc ID. Now I can go ahead and say my API endpoint equals to the string substitution of API documents and then, the doc ID itself, in which case we're going to come in here and paste that in. Great. So now that I've got that, I can save it and I can refresh in here and I get an error occurred 500. So I get a 500 error here from my lookups. So what's going on exactly? Well, it's not actually a 500 error, it's a 404 error. On my Django backend, I get 404. On my Nextjs backend, I get a 500. So this happens in part because of our catch-all route that we just kind of have. This may or may not be correct. In this case, it is not correct. It is actually trying to fetch this data, but then it's trying to get JSON data. So what we actually need in here is we need to grab something similar to this error down here and basically say if the response is not okay, then we want to return back what that not okay would end up being. And so in this case, I'm going to go ahead and do something along these lines and then give back a response of status, like that. I think that should be fine. So now if I refresh in here, I now get an error occurred 404, right? And so this is giving me a little bit better data from the backend itself, in which case we could make a bunch of different error messages if we want. But in this case also, part of the reason we changed the fetcher to be like this is so that the routes, when we have a mistake, that route responds in a very similar way as that fetcher. So we want to do this in both the get and post methods to make sure that those things are working correctly. And so now we've got a 404 page in here like this. Now it's not a 401, it's just 404. Once again, we have options here as to how we might want to render this. We can go ahead and say something like if error.status equals to 404. Now we can say something along the lines of, we'll return back the div of, document not found, right? And so there we go, document not found. And of course, when it comes to documents themselves, this error of 401, we may or may not want to redirect them to log in because they just simply might not have permission to see this page. In which case, to verify that, we can actually grab the useAuth hook. So if we come in here and do useAuth, we can bring in that useAuth hook. Inside of this hook, we've got a variable that we can use called isAuthenticated. And we can go ahead and do useAuth, right? So if they are not authenticated and that's the same error status, then maybe we want to show that. Otherwise, if they are authenticated and that's still the error status, then we might want to say something like you need to be invited or something like that, invite required, right? Or permission denied, basically. But that's kind of the idea here now. And so this is yet another reason to basically have our fetcher done in this way and also our API requests to make sure that we are still getting that status code. The actual message, we could really play around with those things from what's coming from the actual server itself if we wanted to. But of course, on every given page, whenever we're using that fetcher on that SWR, we can adjust how these things go. The other part about this is you can have an error component altogether that just handles all kinds of different errors in there, including like this is authenticated error stuff as well. So I think it's pretty neat. Let's go ahead and actually build out the actual API that will render out this document. We're now going to take a look at how we can do a dynamic URL route using Django Ninja so we can have our document detail view. Now, this process is actually pretty straightforward, especially if you're coming from something like FastAPI. But the idea here is in our document detail view, what we want to do is we want to pass in a dynamic URL. That is, we're going to pass in here our document ID. Now, as soon as you have these curly brackets in here, it actually works very similar to using this format method, right? So it's very similar to that, in which case that the arguments that would have to go in to do string substitution would come out the other way. In other words, this document ID here will be passed in just like that, in which case we can actually print out what that would end up being. And so that's actually what we want. Now, the response itself should be one single document. So it's not going to be a list of documents anymore. It's just going to be one, in which case I'm going to just do first in here, or maybe just grab the 0th element that comes back with this document. There's probably going to be an issue with this, but we'll take a look at it for just a moment. Okay, so with this in mind, let's just make sure that everything's running in here, and it looks like it is. And then I'll go ahead and jump into my front end, look at my documents, and it looks like I might have to log back in here. But the idea is, let's take a look at our documents, grab one of the documents, and there we go. So now I don't have a 400 error that's coming through. I actually get a 200 error. And so here's that API request that's coming through. Now, the same sort of idea, of course, would come through on the other one as well with a different URL. Now, this is not going to be surprising to the vast majority of you who are already familiar with doing these detailed views. But if you're new to it, or you're very familiar with the Django process, normally in Django, you write all of your URLs in this path like this. The reason I really like Django Ninja, I really appreciate it, is I've got the 2 primary URLs that I'm going to be using for this API endpoint. And they're actually fairly straightforward. All I need to do now is build out the actual service that will grab that detail view. Now we're going to create the document service for getting an individual document. It's going to be fairly straightforward. The first thing is it's going to take in the user, and of course it's also going to take in the document ID. So we can go ahead and pass those 2 things in. It's no longer going to be list documents, but rather get document in here, just like that. And this will end up being an object of some kind, and we will return that. Okay, so with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and now generate the function itself. So we'll go ahead and bring that into services, and then we'll go ahead and define it just like that. Now I'm going to start with both of these things being none, just like that. And then we will go ahead and return none if they are. So we'll go ahead and say just simply if user is none and document ID is none, then return none. We probably actually want to say or. We want both of those things in there when it comes to looking up a document. Now we're just going to go ahead and grab the object, which is going to be document.objects.get user equals to the user and the ID equals to the document ID. And then we'll just return that. Great. So with a document that actually exists, this will work just fine. So we can always refresh in here, and we should be able to click on the front end and actually get a document, which let's go ahead and take a look at that page so we can actually see the document data that's coming through, which will come at the endpoint right there. So I'll just go ahead and console log out that data. We'll refresh in here, and there we go. So there's that data coming through. And what's really cool about this is I'm actually only returning the instance, the object itself. So this is the instance from the database. I didn't actually have to do .values. Django Ninja will handle that for me and return it back. But of course, there's some issues with this. What if we go to try and get a document that simply does not exist? So if I go into my documents and just put some arbitrary number in here, I get a 500 error, which is not correct. This should just be a 400 error. So how are we actually going to go about solving this one? That's where we need to make some custom exceptions that will handle all of the variations of what we could do with document. So we saw the situation where we get an error occurred 500. We get a server error of 500. This, of course, is because our get document service actually does not really handle for objects that simply don't exist. When it does a query set lookup, we don't have anything that handles that. So what we want to do now is have custom exceptions for it. But before we do that, what I can do in here is think about what I might want to do with a service, which would be something like handling an exception right in line, which is like document.doesNotExist. Then we can return back none in here, which I think generally this would work okay. But the thing is, we actually want to have something that's related to user permission problems. So for that reason, I want to change this a little bit to where it's not returning none, but rather it's raising another kind of exception. So inside of my documents here, I'm going to go ahead and do exceptions.py, and we're going to go ahead and say class document does not exist, or maybe not found. Let's say document not found, and it's just an exception class. And all we have to do here is say pass. with this in mind, then I can bring it into my request in my services. So in my services here, I'll just go ahead and do from dot import exceptions. And then what we will do is inside of this does not exist, we will raise that exception itself. So document not found, and we can, pass in some arguments in here if we wanted to, something like, doc ID not found, right? And so the reason we have this exceptions then is because then on our API, what we can do is also bring in those exceptions. So we'll go ahead and say from dot import exceptions as doc exceptions in here. And so now what we could do is say something like try object and then do except doc exceptions document not found. Then we can raise a HTTP error from the actual, Django Ninja. So let's go ahead and bring that in. So we'll do from ninja dot errors. We'll import the HTTP error, and then we'll go ahead and pass it, the HTTP error as to the status code we want to send back, which is 404. And then we can say as E in here as the message, and then we should be able to grab what that message would be by doing some string substitution for that, and we'll just leave that in. Great. So this gives us that 400 error that we would want, and let's go ahead and make sure that everything is working correctly. And so we've got a invalid ID in here, so we've got a validation error from Django itself. So let's go ahead and also do that as except. We will just say the final one would be any other sort of exception. We'll just say not found as well. So if we refresh in here now, it says document not found, which of course is not fully accurate in the sense that this is probably not the best exception for this, but it's getting on the right direction. So this actually brings up the question as to why I would do custom exceptions. It actually has more to do with the user in here as to how we might want to approach that. So initially, we might want to just grab the document from the user altogether. This will give us the ability to say, whether or not the document is found. This might open up the possibility to cache the document as well, so that this lookup right here is fairly quick. So the next part of this would be related to the user. Then we could go ahead and say something like the object equals to, basically that same thing, which could be some sort of permissions thing. So we could just say something like has permission. And in this case, the has permission is going to be object.user equaling to user, right? So this is not a very good permission check, but it is a permission check altogether in here. So we could put it in a try block itself, or we could just say something like has permission and go if not has permission, then we can raise another kind of exception. And this would be the user document, or let's say user not allowed, right? Or does not have permission. So, or no permission not allowed. And then the same thing, user needs access or something like that. So we could say user in here needs access. Great. So this is the new exception we will go ahead and create, and we come in here and do something like this, same sort of idea. And then now back into our API, the next exception would be then except and then doc exceptions dot user permission not allowed or something along those lines. Then now we can raise a different permission error. We could do a 403 error in here now. And so if you did a quick Google search for 403 error, HTTP, you can see that it's a forbidden error, like they don't have access to it, which is exactly what we're going to be doing here. And then the final exception could be a actual, raise HTTP error of 500 and unknown error. Right, something like that. And then we come in here and we've got document not found. That's great. Let's go ahead and actually find a document that is found. Here it is right here. And then of course, if we logged in as a different user, we'd be able to actually see that. So let's go ahead and just create a quick different user in here. Looks like we already have some. So I'm just going to change the document ownership in here of one of these documents to this user right here. And then we'll go ahead and grab this value and we'll jump back in. And I'm pretty sure it's the same one, but there we go. So now we've got an error occurred, 403. This user no longer has permission to see that. And then in their documents, though, it is actually still cached to that same user, to that original one, because that's how caching works. But as soon as I go to look at it, I see that the permission is forbidden. So that's where the reason we have more explicit things going on with this in terms of getting the document service altogether. Now, when it refers to caching itself, when you were to change the permission of a document, that's when you would actually update the cache for the users it might affect, which is outside the scope of this one. But having some of this permission flow helps a little bit into how you might actually end up grabbing individual documents that require some additional permission. Now, there might be other ways on how we could go about handling this where it's not a bunch of exceptions all over the place, but I think this is really nice because then I can look at the detail view and I can see all of the potential exceptions that would come in here. And then in the 500 server error, this is where I'd want to log some things as to what's going on with it, right? So like this get document, when we saw it wasn't the valid UUID, this exception right here, maybe it's not document not found, maybe it's a different one that's related to the server or the document ID altogether. Another thing we could do in here is we could check if the, is instance the document ID of some sort of UUID class, right? Which I'm not going to do, but you could totally check that it's coming through and it's the valid data type itself. That would be another exception that you could have, or you could just return back none, in which case you would want to have in your API if there is none. So in other words, if object is none, this might be another place where you just want to raise a 400 error and say, for instance, that the document ID is not found, right? Just another place to do that, just to make sure that all of this is working correctly. And I think that it is now. We've got it pretty well flushed out for all sorts of permissions in the future. Now, part of the reason we've never really done anything on the detail view of this document is because we actually want it to be an update view. We really don't want to look at the document. We want to actually be able to edit it like Google Docs typically are. So the way we're going to do this is very similar to what we did with the detail view here, but I'm going to go ahead and duplicate it to being a put request. Now, as soon as you go into this duplication mode of permissions to something or lookups to something, that's when you're going to want to have one more method, which is going to be get document detail or something along those lines. I realize this is very similar to the request from the service itself. So I'm going to change this to being HTTP document detail, in which case I will still pass in the user as well as the document ID. And really all it's doing is taking place of these things right here. And it's meant to be used right inside of a view so that I can actually pass in the view as needed. So basically then I turn this one into being the object being calling the document detail, passing in. We can still use the request. Actually, it doesn't necessarily have to be the request user or the user itself. We can just do that and request that user. And there we go. And so then again, I would just return back the object once again. Okay, so that means that in my document update view, the put request itself, we will still have that same information, but now we want to take it a little bit further. And I actually need to pass the document ID in both places. And there we go. So what the nice thing about this is it also handles the lookup for this, which if we wanted to have additional permission responses, we probably could. But I think this handles things pretty well in terms of the views for looking at the document and updating the document. So updating the document is going to work very similar to what we have done before with a different project. But if we actually take a look at maybe our API.py view here, we've got our post request here with the response, and then more specifically, the payload that's coming through. So we're going to need a payload to come through on our update view as well, which we'll go ahead and do payload, and we can set what that might be. Now, your initial inclination might be the document schema, the original schema that's going to the front end. That might be what you want as your payload. I'm here to say you probably don't want to do that because, of course, if we look at the schemas themselves, this doc schema would require an ID being passed, which we don't necessarily need to do because of the endpoint, which we'll look at again in a moment. So if I just did the doc update schema, that is what I would end up using for that one. So if I were to go back into the API itself, this is now going to be my doc update schema, and I'll go ahead and pass it in just like that, in which case I now have my update data is equal to the payload itself. And if we want this to be a dictionary, we just do model dump. That's how Pydantic works, and it's also how the Django Ninja schema works. This turns it into a actual, dictionary value. So I can then go ahead and say something like for key value in the update data items, then I can actually set attribute for the object of that key and that value, and then just go ahead and do obj.save for the update process. So this, of course, would require that I send this payload data to come back. This will do the checking for me, and then this will do all of the updates as necessary. Now, the only way I can really test this is, of course, in the front end, but we wanted to get this part out of the way so that we can have all of this working correctly. Now, when we think about the doc schema itself, the ID is right here, so it shouldn't have to be in the payload. Realistically, it probably doesn't even need to be in the payload for the response itself, but the reason that I'm not having a bunch of different schemas is so that our list view schema and our detail view schema uses basically the same data coming through. That's pretty much it. So I'm going to stick with that uniform look so I don't have a list schema, a detail view schema, a doc update schema, when there's going to be a lot of overlap all around. Great. So the thing that I'm not actually going to be covering in this one is validating the lengths of this data. Like if you want to have minimum lengths, maximum lengths, all of that stuff is available in Pydantic. It's also available in Django Ninja on how you could have additional incoming data validation. That's not really the goal of this series, but here we go. So now that we've got this, we're in a really good place. Now there's another thing that we might consider adding, which would be like last updated by, and that being the request.user. This might be a really interesting thing to also store in our model itself, but for now I just want to actually see this on the front end. Let's take a look. Let's go ahead and create an update form for our doc detail page in the front end. This actually means that we want to remove a bunch of stuff. Now, the removal is going to be related to the results, which makes sense for the list view, but does not make sense for the detail view. So we'll get rid of those results, and then also the UL element, where it's really just the div and then the documents itself. I'm also going to go ahead and get rid of the maxw2xl and mxauto and just use px4. We'll probably change this class in the future, but for now we'll leave it as is. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to actually change this data object to just being doc, as in the document. And so what I want to do then is I want to grab the title. And so the way I'm going to do this is say title equals to doc if the doc value even exists and it has a title, then I'll use doc.title. Otherwise, I'll go ahead and just say document, which is fine. Then we'll use that as our title. And of course, if we save in here, we probably should see this. Let's make sure we're saving everything up, and results is gone. I think we completely removed it now, so this should refresh in here, and there we go. So now we've got our document in here showing ABC. Now notice it kind of flipped it back and forth, so we also might want to say is loading, then we just return back a div saying loading, like that. Obviously we can make the user interface of that much better, but that will then show loading instead of document or the default value. But there's our document title. Great. So that's a really good start, or a really simple start. But now what we could do is actually turn this same document data and we can turn it into a form. So the way we do this is we could use default HTML forms. We can do input type being text. The default value is where we kind of diverge from a standard HTML form. We add the default value being doc.title, and then we give it a name of title, the same name as the key value that you would put in there. And then you can save that, and there is that title now. And of course I can write some gibberish in here, and of course there's no way to handle it just yet, but we can actually use that input. I can also use the input from shadcn, which is what I recommend. You just grab the input there. This is already something that I installed before, but it is something you can just add using shadcn, which gives us a little bit better styling altogether. Great. So now that we've got that, the next part would then be a text area, which once again, we can actually use from shadcn. And then in here, I can go ahead and add that same default value. This time it's going to be doc.content, and that's pretty much it. And there we go. We've got our content now and our title. We could also add in some classes in here, like the height being something like 50 VH or 50 vertical height, right? There we go. So that means top and bottom. This is going to be 50% of that is what is going on here. This is, of course, a TailwindCSS class. And then inside of the form, we can also add in another class and say something like class name, and then we'll do space Y4. Maybe that will give us some nice spacing in here. Let's actually change it to 2. And there we go. So we've got a little bit better form itself. And then the final thing would be using a button and giving it a type of submit. And then we'll just go ahead and say save for now. So button, and we want to make sure we import that also from ShadCN, which it's nice that the editor does it for us. Great. So there we go. We've got our form in here now. And of course, all I need to do is be able to handle and save this form data. So the way this is going to work is just using sort of standard HTML stuff. There's a lot more advanced things you could end up doing for a form. We're going to stick with just standard HTML stuff, which is already done in our login page, which is all of this stuff right here. This handle submit button. This is what we're going to be doing right now. I'm going to do the exact same thing, and I want to bring in the set error stuff as well because of how that ends up working. So back into my doc page here, I'm going to go ahead and paste in some of that data, and I'm going to bring this handle submit function down a little bit so that it works a little bit differently than before. But there we go. So we've got this handle submit button here. The error class itself, we're going to save that as a form error, and then we'll go ahead and say set form error, and we'll just use that going forward for our form error if there is one. So just find all the places where the form error might end up being, and then we'll be good to go in terms of the error. Next up, we also want to make sure that our use state is in here. So use state, you want to make sure that's imported from React. As soon as you do something like use state, you also, of course, want to ensure that you're using client as well, which of course we are. Okay, so what's happening here? This is a standard form handler, which will post data wherever we want it to go. In this case, it says the login URL. We actually already have an endpoint, and that's the API endpoint. So that's the same one we can use. There is a different method we need to support, which of course, going back into the API, the method is right here as put, which means we need to use put as our method. So back into page.js, we will change this to being put, and then everything else should basically work the same, assuming that we go on here and do on submit, and we set the handle submit function. This will now be handled by this function right here. It's going to take in all of the data from that form. It's going to turn it into an object, then a JSON string, then it's going to post that data back to the API, which will then hopefully give us some response back. If the response is okay, we no longer need to log in the user, but rather we want to do something called mutate, which actually comes in with useSWR. So we'll bring in that mutate useSWR, which basically just refreshes this page, and more specifically, the doc data that's in it, which is very straightforward to do. Okay, so we're not quite done though, because this handle submit is doing something we haven't done yet, which is the put method in our API. So our API forwarding method, this part right here, we need to bring in the put method, and it's actually really straightforward. We can just copy the post method in here and change it to being put, and then we should be good to go. Now, of course, there are places or instances where you might not be getting JSON data in put or post data. So you might need to take it one step further if that's the case. But the way we've been doing everything so far is everything is being sent as JSON data. That's going to be how we basically do it by default. But that's not the only kind of data. There is other form data. But there we go. So now we've got all this. The form error itself is going to be more something like save failed, not login failed. So we'll change that as well. And then, of course, we can have an error message on here, which if we want inspiration for an error message, we can go back into the login page and we can take a look at the login error message that's there, in which case I will jump back into my form here and we'll paste it in. And of course, it's no longer just error, but now it is form error. So if there's a form error, that's what will end up showing, whatever that value might be. All right, so let's go ahead and test this out on the front end. Let's look at our form now, and I'll just go ahead and hit save. Right away, it says save failed. So there's a lot of different ways on how we could diagnose this problem. The first one is that our form error here just says simply saved failed. If I console log what that data is, that hopefully will tell us a little bit more information about what's going on. I inspect the element here, I look at the console, I look at the object that's coming back, and it just says error failed to fetch from backend. So of course, if I were to search for that value inside of my front end data, I should be able to find it somewhere. And of course, I find it in all of the URL forwarding stuff because we didn't really handle the backend data. So going into the put method here, we should be able to see what the actual error is. The way we can do this is by actually grabbing the data itself, in which case I can respond back with that right here as well, keeping the response status, but now it's going to give us a little bit more verbose of an error as to what's going on. And if I were to save in there, I can now see in my detail that I'm missing a field in here. That field is going to be content. So actually handling this problem is something that we're not going to cover right now, as in like unpacking that data. But at the very least, we can now see that that unpacked data is coming through. So it's saying that it's missing some data. And of course, if we look in here, we've got our input and we have a problem with our text area. And the fact that is we just never named it to the value that the API expects. So as soon as we change that and then go to save it, I should get the saved value. Now this is going to be more obvious if I change this to something different, like my title. We save that. Notice that this changes and it seems to have changed everything. If I refresh in here, it's still working. If I look into the database itself for that object, there is my new title, and here we go. And that is awesome. So now we should be able to actually store and change data based off of that front end stuff. The key here, of course, was the form itself needs to make sure that we have all of the fields that the API is expecting, which it's expecting those fields from this payload, which inside of our payload are just these two right here. Now the content and title, these default to being required. You can make them optional. There's a couple of different ways on how you can do it by doing this pipe or none, or you can use the typing class called optional, and you could do something along those lines. Now, the reason we didn't have optional in there is because we actually want to require those fields in the form when we go to try and update things. Now, in the API itself, we could probably check if something has changed. So basically, we could say, we could get the attribute of the value, so obj.key, and we can say current val equals to that. And basically, if val is not equal to current val, let's get rid of this here, then we would set that attribute, and that would be an update, right? So that's a true update, but that might be more of like a patch method itself. In our case, we're just going to go ahead and update everything, which we're not going to go through that process. We're just going to leave it as is. But of course, there are ways we can handle updating just individual fields, not necessarily everything. So one of the downsides of how I currently have it set up is every time I hit save, it's just going to go ahead and trigger a save all across the board. That's inside of the document update API and also in the database itself, which might be what you want to have happen. Maybe not. If you start to scale a lot, those are things you're going to need to worry about. But I think if you're watching this, there's probably a good chance that you're not going to need to worry about that for some time. It's just something to be aware of if you want to keep track of fields that are actually changing versus just arbitrarily setting or resaving all of those fields every single time. The other part about this is if you wanted to just allow for individual fields to come through and change, then you could do so, but you would just need to update your payload like that. So if you only wanted the content field to change, but you still wanted to allow the title field to change if it was going to change, then you can just change this to be an optional value, in which case then the payload itself wouldn't need to include that optional value. This itself would just go through and set it. And of course, we need a way to actually create documents. So let's go ahead and do that now. So I'll go ahead and do create/page.js. This, of course, will give me the endpoint for docs and create like that, right? So, of course, we need to actually build out that page. Now, the way I'm going to do it is actually taking the original doc ID, and then I'll just go ahead and paste in here. And this one is going to be our doc create page. And it's going to be very similar, but still has some differences. One of them being the API endpoint, of course, is going to be the document itself. Now, we also probably don't need the useSWR at all. So I'll go ahead and get rid of that as well. I will need the user to be authenticated, so we will need that in there also. But overall, I probably won't need the same sort of errors in here because there wouldn't be those same sort of errors. So I'll get rid of this right here and basically say if they're not logged in, then go ahead and log them in. Otherwise, I don't think I'll have any sort of standard errors that are coming through. And in fact, I'll just go ahead and do something along those lines for the doc page itself. Great. So the next step, of course, is we've got our handle submit. This is basically the exact same thing. I just changed the API endpoint. Fantastic. I can get rid of these parameters here and get rid of this altogether. And there we go. So now we can just scroll down a little bit, and the title now is going to be, create new document. Simple enough. Still the same form stuff. And we could keep in the content in here as we see fit. In my case, I'm just going to have title. So I only want one field in here, so it's a little bit easier to work with, I would say. The next part is I noticed that it gave us an error about this loading part. We don't need that because there's no loading here. It's just going to come through and say, hey, you need to be logged in to do this. Maybe my session ended, or maybe it just wasn't fully ready. But let's go ahead and see if that actually has it, where we go ahead and do create. And hopefully that's not constantly redirecting us. Looks like it is. So I'm going to go ahead and leave that out for now. We can solve that at another time. I really just want to make sure that this page is working. So create, let's do docs and create. Great. So this should give us the same value here. And of course, we get this document title. We don't actually have a default value in here. So I'm going to go ahead and add in a placeholder and say your new document title or something along those lines. And then there we go. So create a new document. Now that form is ready. Now you might want to bring in stuff like how our login page is in terms of the classes themselves. Like perhaps you want to bring in a few of these. I'm going to go ahead and grab these 3 divs here, and I'm just going to go ahead and paste them right here. I took out 1 div, so I need to close out 2 more, and there we go. Okay. So the reason I do that is mostly so, hey, this has a little bit of different styling than the actual editing version of that. Great. So the part that I want to actually update on the handle submit is going to be if the response is okay. What is this going to be? So I actually just want to console log the data. Realistically, what we would probably end up doing is redirecting to docs / whatever the data.id ends up being, assuming that that's going to be the case. So we want to have some sort of redirect method in here, which we can start out with just being window.location and .href equaling to that value. At some point, we can use the actual value that would come through with Next.js with the React or the redirect function that Next.js has. But for now, we'll just leave it as is. So basically, we're just doing the same thing as that login was once doing, assuming that we actually create a document. But of course, at this point, we can't create anything because it's not quite ready yet. So I'm going to go ahead and say hello world, and we'll hit save. Save failed. It should probably be create doc now, not save failed. But of course, the save failed because we don't actually have an API endpoint to handle that save. This is now when we can just jump back into the API, and we can come in here, and in our same list view, we can actually create a post method in here, which this time it's going to go ahead and have that, kind of schema that's a little bit different, but it still will have a schema in here. So in our now create view, we're going to go ahead and pass in the schema itself. The response is going to be the doc schema. So the payload is going to be a doc create schema. So let's go ahead and here. And once again, I'll go ahead and do my doc create schema, and then I'll get rid of that content in there. And then that's the one I'll use. So we'll import that one as our now payload. Great. So far, so good. Hopefully a lot of these things are making sense. In terms of creating the document itself, I'm going to make it a service as well, which we'll come in to find out why in the near future. But for now, we'll go ahead and do document user being none, and then we'll go ahead and just do our document itself, which would also include the title. And this is just going to be a simple one where it's just doc.objects.create, user being user, and title being title. Okay, and I'll go ahead and say none. And once again, very similar to the get document part in here, I'll go ahead and make sure that those are required. So basically, if either one's none, then we'll do something like that. Great. So back into our API itself, this will now be our object, and that's going to be create document. And then the title, of course, is going to be payload.title. We don't need to do our model dump at all. We can just use the dot notation in here for that. And then we'll go ahead and say obj. Of course, we can also say if obj is none, then we can raise a HTTP error as 400 and say invalid data, try again, or something along those lines. Great. We now have that create view, so let's go ahead and try it out with hello world, and it doesn't come through. Okay, let's see why. I think I know why. We've got a put going through, and that's giving us a server error on both sides. Put is not allowed. Okay, so this comes back to our front end. The method that we used in our front end was put, and so the forwarding data also used put, which we need a post method in here. That's what you want to do with a create itself. Now, one of the things with create also is how you end up saving this is it should be a little bit different than what we've got. So we've got a little bit of an issue still with the post method itself. And what we're getting is a validation error in here for the response schema. It's not actually giving us any of that content itself. So we'll actually have to update that one because we allowed for empty content. So I'll go ahead and do str or none, or actually, better yet, we'll go ahead and use a field with the default being an empty string here, which we might actually have to say or none. So I'll go ahead and do that right there. And let's see if that solves the problem. New value in here. Let's go ahead and create that. And there we go. So now we have a new document. Let's look into our documents in here. And here's a few of them in there with that new data. Cool. So we actually did create that data. And I also showed you this optional field that we just talked about with a default value. It was necessary in where we came from at this point to create the documents themselves. Okay. So one of the last things that we need to do though is we actually need to set up a response to be 201 and then the document schema in here like that. In which case I would just change this to being 201 and that object, which is what we actually want to have happen when we're creating a new document. So going back into create, we'll go and say some gibberish in here, and then that is the actual 201 is what we actually want. So post response, when you create something, 201 is how you want to respond with that. And so what we also see here is I can customize the responses in a really cool way. And we, of course, didn't talk about that much, but that's how you would do it. The default that comes through is 200, which you don't have to actually change if it's valid. Otherwise, we can still raise this 400 error in here. So for example, in our page.js, we can verify that 400 error by doing something like titled. Let's see if this ends up working. This actually might give me a payload error altogether, not something related to the model itself. And of course it does. So let's change it back to being title. And let's try and simulate this create document error with something a little bit different, in which case I'll just send back none. We'll just go ahead and return back none. And we'll just see what that error looks like with a 400. Okay, so let's refresh in here. We refresh, now it just says save failed, and there's that 400 error still coming through because we changed it to be 400. So in other words, you don't have to have the response in here to declare a 400. This will just run and it will work on that 400 error altogether. Whereas something like a 201, you do want to change what that response would be. You also probably could have different responses for different kinds of updates, as well as a delete view if you end up doing that. That is outside the scope of this one. The point of this was mostly so that we can create documents, which view documents, we want to have a button right next to this that says create documents. So going back on to our front end here, we're going to go ahead and add another link in here, and I'll just go ahead and put this link, and we'll give it a variant of, I think, ghost. And we'll go ahead and say create new doc, save that. And ghost is not what I want to have, so we're going to change that one to outline. I think that might be a better variant, and there we go. So we have a way to create the documents and also view documents. And of course, this needs to go to /create so we can actually do that. And there we go, create new document. Yeah, although styling and some of the organization could be improved for sure, but all the logic is there, it's ready to go. To wrap up this section, I want to leave you with one challenge before we move on to the next part. The next part, of course, is actually making this more like Google Docs. Right now, it is really, really basic. To add all of the features you would need to at least have a what you see is what you get editor right in line here is not a trivial task. So for that, we're going to be using CKEditor. It's part of the reason I partnered with them on this course. But if we want the actual features, we need to actually use something that has those features. Now, before we start implementing that, I want to leave you with one challenge though, and that is actually coming into your API in the backend and having a delete view. I will actually give you some of the start process here, which would be basically having a 204 response with some sort of value that's coming back. Now, of course, everything else about this isn't exactly correct, and I would say you would probably want to have a service in here that also handles that delete view. I'm not going to touch it at all, but beyond the actual view here, you're going to want to have something in the front end that will allow you to delete any given page itself. Now, of course, if you need to delete things, you can always just jump into the admin and delete them there, but it's a nice little challenge that you can undertake at this time to get this thing working in a way that's a little bit closer to what you would actually do in a real service. When we look at our form that allows us to edit our document, you'll see that, of course, it's lacking a lot of the robust features that something like Google Docs has. We could have the same contents in there, but as soon as we want to format those contents like bold and underline, well, our editor has already fallen apart. Now, there are a lot of packages that can just do bold and underline. That part isn't that big of a deal. The part that becomes a much bigger deal is when you want to have a lot more rich formatting in here, including lists, including bullets, including links, images, maybe even comments. And then it goes to a whole nother level when you want to share it with other people and you want to allow them to have access to this as well. So in order for us to get to all of that, we are going to be using CKEditor. Yes, I partnered with CKEditor on this course, but they provide all of those things out of the box that we can actually use to do collaboration, to do editing, to do all sorts of things that allow us to have complete control over our own Google Docs-like interface. So we're going to go ahead and implement that in this section. We're going to implement some of the fundamentals of it so we have our own what you see is what you get editor or WYSIWYG right in line into our project. And of course, this is going to be using Nextjs. What we're doing here, we'll take everything we did into account, of course, but to start out, it's going to be a lot of just Nextjs integrating with CKEditor. Then we will save it in our REST API backend, which of course is powered by Django, but that part won't really come into play as far as the users and all that. Won't be nearly as important until we do the collaboration part in the next section, which of course CKEditor we can use to do that with our Django users. It's going to be pretty cool. So let's go ahead and start this process. We're now going to install CKEditor into our Next.js project from ckeditor.com, go into version 5, into the builder. The nice thing about the builder is it will give us a bunch of features out of the box, and we can actually take a look at the features you might want to have. So if you come in here and you want to edit something or see how it works, you can just grab one of these items, and it's a really nice way to preview what it is that you're going to be building out. So in our case, we'll just stick with the classic starter one. I want to go as minimal as possible to really just get all of the features of the editor working before I start adding additional features that I might want to add, which I think is a fairly straightforward process, as we'll come to see. So at this time, I'm just going to leave just these things in here. You can go through the builder. We will look at it again, but for now, I'm just going to do that. Okay, so here we go. We're ready to start the installation process. Of course, you can always sign up for a free account for the more premium features. Right now, we're just doing those minimal ones. So what we want here is select your setup. We've got React because, of course, we're using Nextjs. We also want to use the self-hosted version, which means we will do the installation onto our project, and then we're going to copy the code snippets. Sometimes it might make sense to download the project that's here, especially if we want to compare and contrast things. But in our case, we're just going to go ahead and copy the snippets because it gives us a foundation to start off of just installing everything. So jumping back into our project, that's where we're going to go ahead and do a lot of this stuff. So inside of our Next.js app, under components here, I'm going to create a new component called editor. And then inside of here, I'm going to go ahead and create my doc editor.jsx. That's what I'm going to name my editor going forward. You can name it whatever you'd like. In my case, I don't want it to be conflict with CKEditor at all. So I'm going to call it doc editor for that reason. And so it also fits well with the project. But jumping back into our actual setup process here, we can actually install CKEditor. So of course, this is all related to the front end. So we're going to navigate into our front end here. If you're in the root of the project, make sure you go into front end, and then you're going to want to run the installation process. So npm install CKEditor 5, and then the stuff related to React.js like that. Okay, next up we've got app.css. Now we have a couple different options on how we can handle this. If it was just purely a React application, sure, go ahead and add it into app.css. But we don't have purely a React application. We have an entire Next.js project. So in this case, I'm going to create the doc, let's call it doc editor.css with camel casing like that. And I'll go ahead and copy this and paste it in just like that. That's it. Now, this gives me the opportunity to change all sorts of things related to this editor. The customization stuff we're not going to worry about just yet. I really just want to get some of the baseline code in here. Next up, we've got our React component that we're going to go ahead and copy, and we're going to drop this into our doc editor just like that. The main thing that we need to change is app.css to doc editor, so doc editor.css. And then I also want to make sure that I'm using client. So I'm going to go ahead and use client because we want to do client-side rendering here. So the point of this is to make sure that we have everything we need to be able to render this on our Next.js project. Next up, we're going to go ahead and call this, instead of app, we'll call it doc editor. Okay, so I think we're really close to being able to render this. It may or may not work. Let's go ahead and give it a shot to see if it does work. By jumping into our app, I'm going to go into page.js just to see if I can render it out into my main page here. So I'll go ahead and do doc editor and do that standard import that we've got just like that. I'll save this, and then I'll go ahead and take a look at my project. Let's go into the home page itself. I actually don't think I have anything running, so let's go ahead and make sure that we do have everything running in terms of Next.js. Now, I don't have my API running, which I don't necessarily need to worry about just yet, but here we go. So this is showing me that this is working. I think I'm getting an error related to the backend API not necessarily running. Let's go ahead and make sure we do that with ravrun dev, or ravrun API rather, and there we go. Okay, so let's see if that actually solves the error that's coming through. Looks like it's not. So we've got this little issue saying switch to client rendering because of something related to the CKEditor. This is where inside of CKEditor, we need to go through their self-hosted docs for Next.js. We did go through the builder process, of course, but now we need to go through some of the things that we have to do to make Next.js work. It's actually not related to the installation process. It's actually more related to how we import the editor itself, which you can see by looking at this dynamic import here. This is what we want to use when we go to import the editor. So I'm going to go ahead and paste in here what they have in their docs. And all we need to do is replace our code right here. And then also what we want to name our editor, which in our case is going to be doc editor. That's what we want to do. We just want to change it so it's not server-side rendering, or that's just not an option. And then that way we can refresh in here. Now it's actually rendering out our editor, as we can see right there. Great. So that's pretty much all we'll need to remember when it comes to importing the doc editor on any given page as to where we might want to use it. Now, of course, we want to actually start using it, so we need to take it to the next level. Now, I will say, as soon as you do something like this, you can always go back into the builder and select specific functions that you might want to add. So let's say, for instance, you started with a classic one like we just did, and you're like, okay, I want to add something new to it. Let's go into the text formatting stuff, and you're like, I want to add this underline here, right? So there's the underline. You can come in, and all you need to do is come into the code snippet, scroll on down, and see the difference between the two. Now, the way you can do this is by actually just looking at, oh, well, there's underline here. This one has underline. If we go back into our doc editor, mine doesn't, right? So underline's not in there. So let me just go ahead and add in underline here. And oops, looks like I didn't copy the whole thing. So underline there, just like that. And let's make sure that the items are coming out correctly. And then we also see that there's plugins in here called underline. So this is going to be a plugin we also need to bring in, which if we start typing it out, we can see that CKEditor 5 is something that will automatically import for us for that underline. Okay, so we can save that then, and then we would go through this same process over and over to be able to add in additional features as we see fit, which is actually, I think, really straightforward. But we can already see that this is already better than what we have in our doc editor. So all I want to do now is I want to bring this over into our doc editor so it works actually more accurately to what we want with this rendering. Now we're going to swap out the text area for our doc editor in our actual form itself. The way we're going to do this is going to be following along with the configuration that our editor actually has, which of course is going to be the initial data, and we might as well do the placeholder as well. So that means inside of our doc editor here, what we want to do is say something like initial data and placeholder so we can modify those things when we need to use them. So our initial data is going to be that initial data if it's there. Otherwise, we'll just go ahead and put an empty string, and then we'll just get rid of the default data that's coming through in here, which is a fairly long document that shows all of the things that you could do with this. So let's go ahead and get rid of all that. And there we go. So there's the ability for us to put in our initial data, the placeholder text as well. This one, I'm going to go ahead and say if that comes in, then we'll put it. Otherwise, we'll do our type or paste your content here. Both of those things work just fine. Great. So now that if we wanted to use this inside of our page, we have to remember how we used it in the first place, which was using the dynamic import here. So back into my home page, I'm actually going to get rid of that now. I don't want it in there any longer. And I'm just going to go ahead and bring on over into my doc detail page where we actually edit all of this stuff, this right here. And I'll just go ahead and use the dynamic import. I usually like typing out the imports themselves within the editor so that it makes it a little bit easier for me. Now that we've got this, I'm going to scroll on down and I'm going to get rid of my text area in here and then just have my doc editor, and we'll say initial data equals to doc.content. And then I want to actually have a name at some point, which will be content, or we'll have to do something along those lines to fully replace the initial text area itself. And I'll put in my placeholder and I'll say something like write your content here or whatever you want to call it. And then I'll go ahead and close that off. Great. So now that I've got that, if I go into my text editing, I see here is that editor now. It actually shows my hello world, and I should be able to type in here and do all of the things that you would think you could do in a very powerful, text editing program. And you can even try the, Command B or Control B to bold and then underline with Control or Command U and then I. All of those things, those modifier keys work out of the box, and that's really nice. Okay, so one of the things that we see here though is perhaps the styling isn't what you want. So that's one of the things where you can see that there are styling classes already on here that you may or may not want to use. So if we were to get rid of some of them, we could always change them in the CSS itself. But let's get rid of some of them and see what ends up happening with this element altogether. If I refresh in here, now it's actually fitting a little bit better in terms of how my current project's working. And of course, I think if I break it down, it is still responsive. So I think it's actually looking pretty good. But now that we've got this, we need to go one step further, and that is we need to actually be able to save the data. The form still needs to work. So if I were to change this to hello world, this is cool, and hit save, well, I get a saved failed for a couple of different reasons. One of them being the actual form itself needs that content. We don't have it in there. The other one being we actually aren't extracting the content from the doc editor. Let's see how we can do that. Now we're going to save the contents of our CKEditor. As it stands right now, the save failed because we are not actually extracting the contents out. It's not a standard form input, so we need to adjust how we use it by using a built-in feature from React called ref. Now, if we actually take a look at the doc editor itself, we can see there are some references in here. These references I'm actually not going to use any longer. I'm going to get rid of them altogether. And instead, I'm going to go ahead and bring in my own reference that would come through in here. And so I want to scroll down. I'm going to go ahead and actually also get rid of these references in here as well, and quite literally only return back the CKEditor. I don't think I'll need any of these divs any longer. I'll just do something along these lines, and then I'll go ahead and say ref equals to ref and ref. In other words, the reference that's actually coming through in here. So now that I have the ability to pass down a reference from a property, I can then use it inside of the front end. So now in the doc detail page, I can now say that my actual editor ref is going to be in here, which will be use ref, and then we'll put the default as null. And so we'll pass this down now inside of our doc editor. We'll just go ahead and say ref equals to the editor ref, just like that. So the reason for this is, of course, we should be able to refresh in here now. The reason for this is so that when we go to submit the form, it will actually use that ref data, the actual reference that's available right inside of where the form is being handled. So in other words, I should be able to say something like console log the editor ref dot current. We should be able to console log that out right there. So if I were to come back into inspect the element here into my console, refresh the page, go ahead and hit save here, I should get save failed, but at the same time, I should get this detail in here, but also not null coming through. So let me just make sure that everything is saved in terms of the reference itself. So let's go ahead and try that again. We'll save that, and there is my CKEditor reference showing up. So the fact that it says CKEditor and not a div or anything else means that I can use some of the properties that are built in to this CKEditor. There's one in particular that we want to use, and that is we've got our property. Let's go back into the page itself, and we've got this current here. I can use .editor, which we could verify in here as well that that is coming through. So we save it and refresh, hit save again. Now we can see that it says classic editor. Now every single editor, we have a function that we can use called get data, just like that. And what that's going to allow me to do is if I hit save, let me just refresh in the console again. Now I can see that it's a p tag and it says hello world. In other words, it's a paragraph tag. If I were to select the hello world and make it bold, I can now see what data is coming through here. So it is quite literally HTML. That's what you see is what you get editor does. It actually generates HTML for you. That actually doesn't matter that much to us right now because we're going to continue just using this editor as the main thing. But what's being rendered here is also HTML. Once you save it as HTML, it's going to render out as HTML as well. So let's actually save this data now that we can actually grab it. This is now going to be our content. So we can say content equals to all of this stuff here, just like that. And now we can actually update the object form data. So let's close out the parentheses there. We can actually grab the object here and pass in content just like this. And there we go. So this is an object, also known as a dictionary with other things, which means I can do this kind of key value setting, which then allows the JSON data to be formed, and then I should be able to send this data back. So this field name right here, of course, is the same field name that we were using for the text area before. But now that we've got this, let's go ahead and try it out. I'll go ahead and select hello world, save it. I should get no errors here. Of course, I don't have any real indication that it was saved other than if I were to refresh the page, it shows me some new data in here and I should be able to type out all sorts of other data, save that, refresh in here. There it is, exactly the way we want. And if we were to go into the Django admin for that exact item, that exact document, we could do a quick search for it. Here it is right there. There's what's being stored in the database. It's quite literally HTML document that then will be rendered out from our CKEditor build that we did, and there it is right there. And so now we have a much better editor than we did before. Even this alone, just staying at this point, is great. It's going to make it a lot easier for us. We can also have some links in here, so if we wanted to add a link in, we could totally do that. I don't know, the downloadable part won't need to happen in this case because it's not a downloadable link, it's just that. That's it. We go and save it again, and there we go. So now we've got a link in here that I can then open up. Great. So it's pretty nice in terms of all sorts of things. Now, what we could do from here is style it, make it a little bit more advanced, and do other features that you might want to have, because now our actual documents are ready for that. The homepage, we probably want to get rid of that old document that was in there if it was still in there, which I want to save and make sure that that goes away. But the idea is now on any one of our documents, we should be able to add some new data in here and adjust it like so. Now we're going to go ahead and add another feature into our editor. Now there's two different ways on how you can do this. You can look through the CKEditor documentation, which of course has all of the features in there, or like what we're going to do is we can jump into the builder and be very specific about the feature we want to add. So if I go into the classic editor like we've been using, and I come in here and I actually take off some of those default features that might be in there, and then look for the headings feature, we can select that, which will give us the ability to change headings and paragraph text and all that. So we'll go through, grab React like before, self-hosted, copy code snippets, and now we can scroll on down. We probably won't have to adjust the CSS really. We'll scroll on down to things related to this. Now, the first part is, of course, we see that heading is inside of the imports, so I can just go ahead and grab that. We'll jump on to our editor, and then we'll just go ahead and paste that in, and we can see the heading is grayed out, which means that it's a new import or just an unused one. So we'll go ahead and pop that in just like that. Next up, we scroll down, we see a few things that we might need, which in this case is really just going to be related to the heading. So we scroll down, we see toolbar, here's heading in there, and then plugins. So those are the two places that you need it by default. So we scroll on down and we see toolbar, and here we can go ahead and bring in heading. And so we can also, of course, have a pipe in here that separates these things out a little bit if you wanted to. But in this case, I'm going to leave it just like that. Great. So next up, what we want to do is add it into our plugins. You just want to make sure it's included in here. The ordering should not matter. The ordering on how it's displayed in the actual thing is what's up here. This toolbar is how that ordering is displayed. Okay, so now we've got the heading being used, and then of course if we scroll back down, we can see this other argument here that is related to the headings. We won't do that one just yet. We'll just leave it as is, and just basically adding in the heading as a plugin and into the toolbar. So let's take a look at what renders out with this. Let's go ahead and make sure that we've got everything running within our project. So in the front end, of course, npm run dev, and then we'll go ahead and take a look at this object. And so what we've got here is the heading is now in here. If I were to change the heading, the actual text doesn't look like it changes. And that's because it doesn't. This entire project itself is the Nextjs and shadcn, but a lot of times with Nextjs by itself, it already has Tailwind installed. So we need to update how our editor is working in order to support Tailwind before the actual paragraph item itself will work correctly. We'll do that very soon. Before we do that though, we can see that there's only 3 headings in here in one paragraph. If we want to have additional headings, we can go back into the builder and grab all of the heading options in here that are available, which is just this argument here. So the key and then everything that comes in, which you can put in right after plugins and paste it in like that. Make sure you have a trailing comma. As soon as you do that, you can refresh where your heading is being used. Great. And so if we actually came in here and changed it to heading 3, for example, and underlined the whole thing, and we grab this and take a look inside of the Django admin, what we should see in here is the actual H3 tag that's in there. So in this case, what's happening is TailwindCSS strips away the styling that might be applied to any H3 tag. So we need to adjust that. Now that we have this heading feature, it doesn't seem to work correctly. This has everything to do with TailwindCSS. Tailwind removes away a lot of the default styling you might want on various elements. And so CKEditor is certainly flexible enough to modify these things if we wanted to do it inside of CKEditor, or we can just apply some Tailwind stuff that makes it a little bit easier. We're going to end up applying the TailwindCSS typography in just a moment, but the idea here is we can actually see and prevent Tailwind from doing its default stripping of HTML elements. So the way you do that is by opening up Tailwind config, you do core plugins in here, and then you just bring pre-flight and being false. This means that it won't actually remove any of the default styling for your elements, in which case we could go back in and now we can see that the headings and stuff like that is all working correctly inside of here, right? Which may be what you want to do. Maybe you want it to look like that, maybe not. The reason I don't want to do this is you can see that things like the buttons are now changed. The actual rendering of these different elements now look a lot different just by this one core plugins thing. So that's not what we want to do. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to jump into package.json, and in here, we're going to go ahead and add in the @tailwind. We'll do it a different installation process than writing it in directly. We'll go into the Tailwind typography, and we'll scroll on down, and we're going to go ahead and grab just this portion of it. I'm not going to do the -D here. I'll explain why in just a moment, but we'll go ahead and do our npm install of the Tailwind CSS typography. So the reason I'm not doing that has everything to do with the fact that as soon as we bring this in, this Tailwind typography, I can then go into Tailwind config, scroll to the very bottom where these require plugins are in here. And this is the next plugin I will add in to the requirement. And we'll just go ahead and do require of that typography plugin. This makes it so it works, and it works really well for new versions and old versions. Instead of doing the import that's here, because it says do it in your main styles CSS, if you try to do this, it may or may not work. This method almost certainly will work, and it has for me for a lot of different projects. And that actually turns it into a project dependency, which you could test on whether or not it should be a dev dependency even with that plugin. So with that out of the way, now that we've got the ability to use the Tailwind typography, it unlocks a new class for us. That class is going to be the class name of pros. So going back into our doc editor here, we're now going to put that entire editor inside of this pros class like that. And then we can go back into our project and we can refresh in here. And now we can see that it is rendering everything out. The buttons still look the same. Everything else is looking good. This, of course, created a little bit of a CSS issue. As you can see with the editor, it's only halfway there. So what I want to do is just give you some code that can help solve that just by this. So we just add in some stuff related to the pros and then a few other CKEditor classes in here. And now if I refresh, this should actually solve it. Let me go ahead and save the CSS itself. And there we go. So now it's back to being full width, and I can adjust this as is, and I can do all sorts of good stuff with all of the different styling, and it should save, and I should be able to refresh in all of that. Now going forward, our CKEditor will be just fine with Tailwind related classes. In fact, it's not overriding any of them. It's not changing any of them. All of this stuff needs to be rendered just inside of CKEditor. We're not like publishing this as a blog post or something, because this is a collaborative Google Doc-like environment. And the cool thing, even if we were to publish this with the current styling that it has, we would just add that pros div on there as well, and it should render out the same way, which I think is actually really cool. We're going to go ahead and implement Autosave. This is a plugin that was activated by default. We can actually look back into our doc editor. There's the plugin import, and we can see that in the plugins, it's right there. So we want to actually go ahead and configure this. The way we're going to configure this is going to be a little different than what's in the documentation. But if we look at the documentation under configuration, we can see that these are the arguments here that are coming through. We have this autosave and then a save function in there that then has some sort of callback handler. So the way that's actually configured then inside the editor is it's going to be something like Autosave, and then in here we call some sort of save handler, which I'm just going to designate as onSave, right? Which this also means that up in my actual function, I want to go ahead and have in onSave. We could have it something along the lines of on autosave, but I'm just going to keep it as on save because if I need to save it anywhere else, if there's like another button or some other way to save, I'm just going to use that same exact thing essentially. So it's a save handler callback. But the thing is, I may or may not have this value. So I'm going to go ahead and say on save, then I'll pass in that dictionary. Otherwise, I'll just go ahead and say null. Now there is a other value in here. It says waiting time of 500 milliseconds. So we can also put that in there as well. Great. So there's some parameters that we've got. Now going back into our page, let's actually create a function for it. And I'm just going to call this a const, and we'll go ahead and say handle on save. And this takes in the actual editor as an argument here. And then I'll go ahead and just console log out the editor itself. And then we'll go ahead and pass this in as a property of the editor itself, which we'll go ahead and do something like that. Okay, great. So if everything's configured correctly, the onSave argument will be called every 5 seconds. So let's go ahead and try this out by jumping in here, and I'll just type it out, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or something like that. We should see something in here hopefully coming through. There it is. I counted way too fast, but there is the classic editor. Now we've actually already seen this before, and it comes directly from the function right here. Right? So this is that same editor. It's literally the same reference that's coming through because of how all of this works, how all things are being passed around. But of course, the thing is, I can't really do much with this editor. Now, on one hand, I could try to submit this function, but this function itself requires the form event to be sent, right? So the actual form data in here. One of the things I could do is I could actually tie the input of title into being some sort of state reference. Like I could do title and then like set title in here and then use state and do all of that and have some sort of callback handler inside of the title itself. That is certainly something I could do. Or what I could do if I actually wanted to save it is this handle save method could literally just run submit. It could click this submit button. So let's actually do that. And the way we do that is by coming up here and say submit btn ref equals to use ref of null. Then we can grab that and set it down here, being ref equals to that button. Then we can come in to our handle on save, and then we'll grab that button current and then dot click as if we are clicking that element. Great. Let's try this out now. So I'm going to actually change the time it takes. So it's half a second instead of 5 seconds of when it's going to save and hopefully run that click command. So hello worldly, this is cool, exclamation mark. And maybe that ends up working. Maybe I need to save and refresh. Let's refresh on this page. It actually did save everything. So if I type everything out again, it should actually run it. There's that classic editor call. And if I refresh in here, all of that data is there. Great. We now have a way to automatically save all of this stuff. One of the things I still want to test though is if I get rid of this onSave method, do I have any errors? It doesn't appear that I do. So if I come in here, I can save it and I can still do the manual save. Great. So one of the things that we might consider then now is say something like class name and hidden, like just not displaying the button at all anymore, in which case we then just type it out and we would save it every 5 seconds anyway. So if I refresh in here, it looks like maybe it's not working as I intended. Let's see, for instance, I'm going to try that again. There it goes. Okay, so the best way to really show that it is saving or it has been saved is now we would do something like, saving and then set saving and then use state being false, right? And so then now every time the form is called or the handle submit is called, then we set this to being true. And then when basically it's all said and done, we can just go ahead and say set saving being false in here. And perhaps we also want to just put it into the mutate command altogether. And so there I've got 2 places to set saving. And then down underneath the form now, I could probably do saving and and then do a p tag in here saying saving like that. And then now I should be able to see when it's saving some data. It only flickers it flickers it very fast, but that's still the general idea. Now, I'm actually not going to hide this button in here, but it is kind of nice that it will actually show that saving method, and this same sort of concept I can take into account right inside of the button itself, and then say something along the lines of, saving, and then we could do save. And then, of course, we could have a bunch of other state elements in here to make it a little bit more verbose in terms of its saving, the loading key, and all that. But realistically, it's now ready to autosave, and then it has some indication that it actually is trying to save the data itself. Although we might want to actually remove this data after like a few seconds. Maybe if it hits saving, maybe after like 1 second we show it. And then this is when we'd go back to saying, okay, maybe the wait time should be every 5 seconds so that it actually does show it, when it actually does save. So we can actually delay that thing from, loading and unloading so quickly. But that's how the side of the scope of this one. It's more about just getting this autosave working. And now that it is, we can keep going. Let's take a look at how we can bring in the block quote. Now, of course, on one hand, we could use the documentation. I actually want to take a look at what it looks like inside of the builder. So we'll go into Builder, Classic Editor, Continue, then just simply block quote. Just do a quick search for that. Here's content and formatting. Maybe we want all of them. Just going to do block quote, and it just adds that one single thing. We go through this process, React, self-hosted, copy code snippets. We scroll on down. We can see here's block quote right here. But once again, I can just copy this whole thing, paste on in here. We will see that block quote is not being used. We just bring it in like that. And then we come on down, grab that, add that in as a plugin, because that's what it is. As soon as you have a plugin like block quote, you could then bring it in as an item on the toolbar. Now, if you're ever not sure as to whether or not it can go on the toolbar, just add it on the toolbar and see what happens. I'll show you that in a second. But anyway, so now that we've got block quote, we can see here's the block quote here. And so if you want to grab something, you just highlight it. Boom, now it's a block quote. We save that. I refresh on this page. Once it's all said and done, let's go ahead and finish that off. And then I refresh, and there it is. It's a block quote now. And of course, I can remove it from that block quote just as easily. Okay, so every once in a while, you might be like, okay, well, what items can go in here? What if I just throw in autosave in here? What happens? Does it break the whole thing? Well, if I refresh in here, no, it does not break the whole thing. If I inspect the element in the console, which of course I did, and it went off the screen, but the idea is it will give me a little error here, toolbar item unavailable, and then we look in here, autosave is unavailable. There we go. And of course, the documentation shows all this as well. So that's where going into the documentation, you can see what it is trying to do, plugins and toolbar. So you can add it to the toolbar if you'd like. You also don't have to. And so there's a lot of things like this that you're going to want to play around with the builder, find what it is that you're looking for, try the documentation that it gives you, which is going to be very similar to what we've already seen. And then if you are still stuck, the documentation is, I think, pretty solid for all of that. We're now going to implement a way to manage the CKEditor license key. This license key allows us to use the premium plugins that are available. So in our case, we're going to use the AI premium plugin, and we really just want to see how it's used so we can make our decision. So in here, we've got our setup of React self-hosted, and we've got the copy code snippets so we can see how the license key is being used, which is right here. Now, aside from everything else that's going on in this, the license key is the key one we will need to adjust for. So going back into our doc editor, the idea here is you could manually put the key in here, but this is a hard-coded key, and I don't recommend doing this long run. I recommend doing this just to test things out. In the long run, I would rather you use it as an environment variable, which is what we're going to do now. So basically, you just paste in that same key, and instead of it being a constant, you just put it into being a CKEditor license key like that, and then you set them in, and boom, now it's an environment variable. Okay, so the one thing about environment variables, though, is they don't work on the client side. They work on the server side. We've seen this in other places, but of course, if you go into the app, into the API, and you look at something like the health route, there is the backend URL that gives that health route. So it's very similar to that process where you grab the actual environment variable one and you enrich that. So in other words, we're going to go ahead and copy this health route and we're going to paste it in here. And I'm just going to call this CKEditor. And then we're going to go ahead and say inside of this route, this is now going to be the token itself. And I don't necessarily need a status in here, but I do need the token. And of course, that's coming from our environment variable, which will go ahead and grab the key in here like this. Now, you can call it token, you can call it license, you can call it whatever you like. License probably makes a little bit more sense than token, so we'll leave it in as that. But this is now an API route that just exists for the Next.js application. Now, of course, this could also be on the Django API, like the actual Next.js part. This could actually forward a request, much like we've seen before, where we would forward a request on to the Django backend, which would then have that same token if we needed to manage it through Django for some reason. Okay, so for this, at this point now though, we have our license key, so our doc editor must change to use that new license key. So of course, the way we're going to do this is by using SWR. And so all we really need to change is in the configuration, the license key right here. So there's a lot of different places on where we could actually use or enrich the license key. We could have it as a property for the doc editor. Let's say, for instance, you decide that you're going to support a lot of different users that bring their own license key, in which case you could do that and you can enrich it right on the editor itself. In our case, we just have that one key for our entire project. So I'm going to go ahead and do something like this where it's the data, and we're going to go ahead and say use SWR, and then the API endpoint is just going to be API/CKEditor, which of course is where that route is. And of course, it's just a GET request, which will bring back some data. And now we can go ahead and say const license. We set our license as equal to that data.license. If that exists, then we go ahead and set it equal to that. Otherwise, we'll just go ahead and use the GPL, the fallback GPL, just like that. Now I'm not going to use that license key anymore. I'm going to go ahead and grab this, scroll on down here, and paste it in just like that. It's no longer a constant, and it's no longer hard-coded into the front-end stuff, so we can go ahead and leave it as is. And so all we really need to test here is that we actually have access to everything. So let's just make sure our server's running and stuff, and we'll go ahead and grab one of our docs. We might have to log back in, which is totally fine. Let's log back in here and see our docs, and we should see this actually rendering and showing up. So now that we have the license injected in this way, let's actually implement a premium feature. So back into the CKEditor Builder, we're going to go ahead and grab our classic editor here. We're going to go ahead and grab the AI features. This actually helps us with two things. One, to verify our premium token is working, and two, to implement AI assistant type things you want to do with AI inside of your editing process. So let's go ahead and start this out by going through the standard process, React, self-hosted, copying code snippets. So the first thing that we want to do is make sure that we install the premium features. That is going to be done, of course, inside of the root of our front-end package here. I'm going to let that finish. Next up, we're going to go down and actually grab in some of these premium features like this, and I'll bring them into my editor as an import. And then we'll go ahead and actually add these two plugins in down here. This is what we'll also see inside of the plugin stuff right here. And then we also see the items that are available, which I'm going to go ahead and paste in just like that. Now, one of the things you'll see inside of the example here is OpenAI with the request headers coming through and your actual AI API key. This is fine for development. They even write this in the docs itself, but this is not fine long-term. So we're not even going to implement this section. Instead, what we'll do very soon is change this adapter to our own custom adapter. But in the short term, I want to verify that the actual token can even load, that I can actually even load these things in here. And so if I come in, what I'll get is if I save everything, let's make sure it's all saved, we get this error of license key plugin not allowed. So this is an error related to the fact that we're using an incorrect license, which is coming through right here. So what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and grab and console log the data and the license. Now, some of you might have already caught where this error is coming through, but let's go ahead and actually see what's going on. If I refresh on this page and then we look at the console itself, we can see that the data is not coming through and it's just using the fallback license, which is great because then we could actually use other features, but it's not so great that our license is not coming back. And actually, to start, it has something to do with the useSWR, and that's because we actually didn't bring in our fetcher. That fetcher definitely needs to be in there for useSWR. As soon as we do that and refresh, we can now see that our license is coming through, but there's issues with the license. If we actually look at it, it ends with a semicolon and some quotes. So the reason this happened is because I actually copied and pasted that license key directly in here, which I want to get rid of altogether. I'm just going to delete it and go into my customer portal and just navigate into my license key here for my trial license key. Go ahead and copy that and paste that one in. That should give us the actual license that we want to use, which I can now refresh in here, and I'm still getting that error. But of course, in the console log, the semicolon's gone, some of the quotes are gone. That part is a good start. So the next thing really has to do with the editor configuration itself. So useSWR also comes with something called isLoading. So basically, if it's loading, we don't want to set the configuration just yet. So I'm going to go ahead and pass this into the memo itself, and we'll go ahead and come down here and basically say, if it's loading, then we'll return back the empty object or empty dictionary, just like is layout ready. So both things need to happen inside of the editor to make sure we're using this license from our backend. So I'll go ahead and get rid of this console log now. At this point, I should be able to refresh in here and actually work with the tokens themselves, right? So all of the things in there now actually render out. So now what we need to do is actually get the plugin working correctly, the OpenAI text adapter plugin. So what I want to start off with is just an echo, and then we'll actually implement an AI endpoint that will handle this on our Django project. Let's change the OpenAI text adapter to just the AI text adapter, and we're going to go ahead and extend it with our custom AI text adapter. Then we just do extends that original one, which basically means that we get all the properties of that original one. And one of those properties or functions is called send request, which takes in request data. And then to respond back, we just go ahead and grab request data dot on data. And then we can say what we want, like hello world, right? So not quite an echo yet, but it's getting there. So this is going to be the actual new plugin we'll use now, which will replace our OpenAI one with that plugin. So now if we go in here and actually type something out, go ahead and type out some gibberish, hit enter, and now says hello world. So that's quite literally the response that came back to it, which I can now hit replace, and it replaces that text. So what it's allowing us to do is send data to our backend right in here. So that's what we still need to implement. But of course, there's other things that come in with this request data. So for example, we can actually grab the query itself, which is request data.query. We can also grab the chat context, which you would just say is context, which again is request data.context. Of course, we can also define those two in a little bit better of a way by deconstructing the request data itself like this, where it's context and we set it equal to this right here. And so now this is how we could just echo back the original query that comes through. And all the while we could console log the content or context, actually not content, that should be context like that. We can console log that out when it comes through as well. So let's go back in here. Let's go ahead and grab this and write out some gibberish here. I might need to refresh and make sure everything is all saved up. So I'm going to write out some gibberish here, hit enter, there's that gibberish back, and I can hit replace. And let's go ahead and do it again with some other gibberish and hit replace. And of course, what we would end up seeing in our console log are these things. So if we look at the console, again, still front end, we would see hello world and all of that. We're now going to create the backend API service that will handle the AI request. So in other words, what we want to do here is we want to declare an endpoint, which is going to be API/AI. It's a mouthful. Then we're going to go ahead and bring in some options in here related to that, which will include the method, of course, being post. We're going to be sending this data. The content type, or rather, we need the headers in here, and that will include content type. And that, of course, is going to be application and JSON. Now, there's a lot of reasons as to why it needs to be JSON, which I'll show you in a second. But that means our body data then is going to be JSON and .stringify. And that data that we would bring through would be the query like that and the context like that. And there we go. So, of course, that's coming from the request data itself. That will be sent then. And so then what we would do is we would have a response of some kind, or let's say, for instance, an API response, which I'll just say is API R equals to await fetch of that endpoint and the options itself. Okay. So the reason that we want to do this is it's going to send it through our Nextjs API first. So in this catch-all path, it's going to send it there as post data. So if we look in that route, we look at our post data in here. This post data route is expecting JSON data. So that's one reason to have it. The other one is then the API, the Django API, will also expect JSON data. Otherwise, we'll have some errors. So nevertheless, that's how we are setting this up. This is, of course, is going to be the data we send back there. And realistically, if the API data is not okay, or the response data is not okay, then we'll throw something called an AI request error, which comes in from the premium features, which automatically got imported for us. And so we'll go ahead and say the request failed for unknown reason, which could be an actual reason. Like we could grab that reason, but we'll just say the request failed for an unknown reason. Then we want to grab the data from that, which of course will be await and the API response.json. So of course, we're going to need to actually implement that portion of this. So let's go ahead and just console log that data for the time being, and we'll take a look. Now, before we even create that API, what we can do is we can refresh on our token here, and we could try to run something, and we get this failed to communicate with the AI service. That's good. So we actually see that it's trying to do that. We also see some errors here, as in API/AI is not found. That, of course, is on the Django side of things. So let's make sure that we implement that on the Django side of things now. So the way I'm going to do this is jump into Django, and we're going to create a new Python module in here, which I'm just going to call AI. And then inside of that module, let's go ahead and just create AI/init.py with the dunder methods or 2 underscores in there. And then I'm just going to go ahead and do API.py. This is the only place I'm going to put it, although I might decouple this later. Now, what I mean by this is I'm going to go ahead and do from Django Ninja, we're going to import schema. So we're going to start with defining the AI payload we want to come through, which we've actually already defined. That is, of course, in the editor right here. Here's that payload. So we can kind of think of this as like, okay, I want these 2 things in here. Now, we have a pretty good idea that the query itself will be a string. We don't really know what the context is. Maybe it's a string. Maybe it's a list of strings. We don't know. So in that case, I'm going to just go ahead and say this is an optional any. Now, we could define it and we could figure that out. But for now, I'm just going to go ahead and bring in optional from typing. We're going to import optional and any. That way we can allow the context to be whatever. The key thing that we're really honing in on here is going to be the query itself. Okay, so with this in mind, let's go ahead and make sure that we aren't mixing tabs and spaces. There we go. And so now that we've got the payload, what I want to do is I want to define the AI view route. This is really going to be an AI echo view for now, which will take in a request and the payload, which of course is going to be this schema right here, and then it's going to return back something. The thing that I want to return back is going to be simply message, and this is going to be echoing the payload query message, the only thing that is required in the payload itself. In here, this is where we can integrate our Python application, our Django application, with things like OpenAI directly. We could call the native OpenAI client, the Python client that they have, or the Claude one, or we could use LangChain, or we could use LangGraph, or we could use whatever's coming later because it's probably going to be based in Python, some sort of LLM that comes in here. There's even a Pydantic AI one. I mean, there's so many, and there's so many to come that will come out, which is really nice about this echo view that we've got here is we can rapidly change and we can do all sorts of really cool, interesting things in here. So all I really need to do is now bring this into my AI, my API rather, inside of Django Ninja. And the way we're going to do that is with a router. So the router itself, we'll go ahead and declare up here, and we'll say router equals to router. And then I'll go ahead and just come in here and define this as router.post. Again, it's a post method. And then of course the endpoint I want it to be is this right here, which means that I'm actually going to adjust it for the router itself, not the actual post method right here. So this router is just going to be the slash like that. Okay, great. Now I actually do want to require that they are authenticated users in here. So there's a lot of different ways on how we can think about doing this inside of our Documents AI. What we have is the import for it, and then all across the board, we can see that that user router is done in here. So this is actually repeating ourselves a lot. So what we can do, and you could obviously modify the documents to this as well, is you could just bring in this as the default auth for the entire router. Great. So there we go. So now we've got a way to echo back a response. I'm also going to go ahead and print out payload.query and payload.context. And we can also print out the type of the payload.context to see if there's anything into it. Okay, so with this in mind, we will now bring in the router into our primary API. So just like our documents router, we're going to go ahead and just copy that. And this will now just be the AI.API import router as the AI router. And there we go. So now that we've got that, we'll just go ahead and duplicate this one as well. And just go ahead and add this in as AI for that document router, which of course gives us the /API AI endpoint stuff. Great. So now that we've got that, I want to add one more little thing in here into our echo router, and that's going to be import random, and then we're going to import time. So the reason for this is to emulate actually calling one of these LLMs. So basically what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and say sleep 4, and this is going to be equal to, let's say, 3.0 times, and this is going to be random.rand int of, let's say, 0, or let's do 1 to, 20. And then we'll just divide that by 10, and we'll go ahead and put that all into a parentheses, and then we'll do time.sleep and sleep 4. Just to add some randomness in there as to how long this query might end up taking. Let's go ahead and make sure that everything's running. We've got Python running, Node.js running. Everything's looking good. So let's go ahead and refresh into our editor here, and I'll go ahead and generate some more nonsense. It's now writing. It's going to respond after however long, in which case it just echoes back what we have. But of course, if you had the AI in there and working, that would now be working. So now we've got our AI endpoint and also the AI plugin working super well. And as you can see, it's actually very straightforward on how we end up doing this. The documentation for me was a little bit not as easy to see exactly what was coming through. One of the things I didn't actually do here was update the message, which should just be data.message. Otherwise, we should probably raise another error. Let's try that again with the message in there actually coming through. So I'll go ahead and do this again with, let's refresh actually, and we'll go ahead and say, hello world, which is still echoing the same thing. So perhaps it's not the greatest test ever, but it does echo back hello world, and we should be able to print out what's coming through. So there's the print statement of hello world. And of course I could always just modify it a little bit and say something like, let's go ahead and go back into this right here and say something along the lines of doing some string substitution, AI says, and like that. So then we actually get a little bit of a different response back than what we have here to really just say, oh yeah, we just did this. Okay, so hello world, and then let's run that, and then here we go. So yeah, I probably shouldn't have put that time sleep in, but here we go. AI says hello world. Now it's definitely working. Now we're going to take a look at how to do some collaboration features inside of CKEditor. So what we want to do is, of course, open up the builder like we have been, grab that classic editor, go ahead and hit continue. And inside of collaboration, we're going to do a few of the features in here. So the real-time collaborative editing is going to be one we'll do. Some of these other ones are really interesting, but they are a little bit more tricky to get going if you don't even have the basics going. So this is more advanced features that if you wanted to add them on, you totally could. But I really just want the real-time collaborative editing one at this point. And then of course, I'm going to go ahead and go through the same process that we've seen, which is going to be React, self-hosted, and copy code snippets. So we already have the premium features installed. We did that before, and we've done a bunch of things related to it. The styles themselves, we may need to change this, we may not. I'm going to leave them as is, and then I'm going to scroll down and start the import process. So the main ones are going to be these imports here. Let's jump into our component and paste those in. So what we'll see is the cloud services is going to be one of the defaults we'll need to bring in. And then I've got a few other premium features that I'm bringing in as well, which I'll go ahead and put in right there, just like that. Okay, so go ahead and get rid of these. Now what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to go ahead and do something like const collab and plugins. And then I'll go ahead and add in all of these new plugins that we're adding in here for the collaborative features. The reason I'm doing this list or this array here has everything to do with the fact that if I wanted to add additional ones in the future, it's going to be easier because I can hone in just on these collaborative plugins. And so what that means is down in the normal plugins, I'll just use that one and then do concat. So we can bring these two lists together. And there we go. Okay, so we've got the first part, the imports. Let's go back into our builder here, and we see that we've got the license. I already have that license key working. That was done when we implemented the AI assistant. The next part is the document ID. Now, there's a lot of different ways on how we could probably go about setting this document ID. The way I'm going to do it is I'm going to make it a prop of the doc editor. So in other words, I'll just go ahead and say doc ID in here, just like that, and that's what I'll use as my document ID. Since that's the case, we already have a place for that doc ID. It's quite literally where we are editing it. So we can just pass the same exact parameter down to the parameter in our doc editor. Now, we might want additional validation in there for the ID itself, but we're going to leave it in just as is. So that means that we will need to know where that's coming from. The next two are going to be the WebSocket and token. The token itself is something we will need to modify later, but we want a proof of concept right now. So that proof of concept, we're going to be using these cloud services that are on here. If you don't see these in here, that means that you're probably not logged in which case go ahead and log in, go into the cloud environments, into the default environment, and you'll see those same idea in here. So you got your WebSocket URL and your development token URL as well. Notice that this one says the token endpoint must be created by you. Not to worry, we will do that. But for now, we're going to go ahead and just stick with these. Okay, so back into the builder, we're going to go ahead and scroll down a bit and start seeing the things we need to modify. Now, we already added all the plugins, so we probably don't need to do anything there. You could obviously change the toolbar if you want to. The next thing is going to be our cloud services and our collaboration. So those two we're definitely going to want. Now, in my case, I want to put all of the arguments that I'm going to be adding together. So this is not going to be document ID now. It's going to be simply doc ID, the actual property that's being passed in here. And we just want to make sure that it's a string value that's coming through. So we'll go ahead and put it in as a string value. That's just how CKEditor uses it. And then if we scroll down a little bit, we can see some of the standard stuff. Link we don't need to worry about. But then this presence list right here. So this presence list is going to take in a new place, or we need to store the presence data in a new place, which is looking for a reference of some kind. So that means I'm going to scroll back up and I'm going to go ahead and create that reference. So we'll go ahead and say use ref, and I'm going to go ahead and set it as null. Let's make sure that the ref is being imported. Doesn't look like it was. So let's go ahead and make sure it is. Use ref. And oh, it was already in there. I just didn't scroll far enough. Okay, so we've got our use ref in there. And so now back into the block, we want to scroll down here and we can see that here is that presence reference. We'll see what that does in just a second, but the idea is we want to make sure we have it in ours. I'm going to put it right above our CKEditor here. And I'm also going to go ahead and do something like space Y2. This, of course, is going to be a actual TailwindCSS class, which actually I'm going to go ahead and get rid of it because it might do too much things. So I'll just do an MB4 here, an MB2, just to make sure there's some spacing between these two elements. Great. Okay, so with this in mind, let's go ahead and make sure that both of our servers are running, the Node.js and the front end. And now let's go ahead and take a look. If I refresh in my project here, I now see it says one connected user, me. So that is the presence one. How does it know it's me? It doesn't. TW is not the accurate username whatsoever. The point of this is to test it, right? So that's what we're seeing with this development token URL. This is testing the authentication for this user out, which of course is not the correct user. Now, if I were to log in to another user, which I have already done, and go to a different document, I can see that, well, it has the connected user. Of course, if I could go to the same document, then I would be able to see that both of these users are able to work on the same document. But of course, the way our Django project works is we don't have permission for other users to access this document. So we need to create that permission. Now, there's a number of ways on how we could grant access for a user to any given document. The way I'm going to do it is just going to be adding another foreign key to the document model itself. In other words, we're going to go ahead and say doc user here, and it's going to be models.model. And it's essentially going to be a foreign key for the user, so user of course, and then also for the document, which we just changed to being doc and doc. And that's essentially how I'm going to do it. Now, we might want to have a related name in here, so related name being something along the line of users, as in the related name for this is doc users. That might be a good idea, maybe not, we'll see. I'll leave it in as just doc. Now, the other part of this is we can say active being models.boolean field and default being true, and then in which case we could change whether or not the user is active. And we could also add in fields like created at, updated at, and then also maybe even one called active at or inactive at. So we can say something like, we'll just go ahead and say inactive at in here, and then we'll go ahead and just add in a few false values for when that might happen. And then we'll go ahead and allow null being true and blank being true. Then we will come in here and do a save method, and we'll pass in some args and keyword args. And then we'll basically just say if not self.active and self.inactive is none, then we'll go ahead and say self.inactive at equals to timezone.now. Okay, great. And then we'll run super.save args and keyword args. So basically just a quick and easy way to track a user, whether or not they're active. If they become inactive, then we set a timestamp for when that happens. So we'll go ahead and do from Django.utils. We'll go ahead and import the time zone method itself. Great, so with this in mind, let's go ahead and run our migrations. So let's go into our user model itself, or into the Django project that is, and then go ahead and run python manage.py, make migrations, and then python manage.py migrate. Great. Okay, so now that I've got this doc user in here, let's go ahead and add it to the admin. So the way I'm going to add this is I'm going to go ahead and say doc user inline, and this is going to be admin.tabular inline, and then the model will be the doc user, and we'll go ahead and say extra equals to 0. Next, we'll go ahead and say class doc admin, and this is admin.modeladmin, and then the inlines are going to be equal to the doc user inline, and that probably is all we'll need to put in there for now. Okay, so if everything went correctly, we could go into the Django admin and we should be able to see these doc users in here. And so now I should be able to add in other users in here like this one that we created a long time ago. We hit save and continue. Now we've got that doc user in there. So if I were to log in as that user, which I have up here, I want to be able to see the different documents that this user has access to. Right now, the way it's looking it up is only for the ones that it's the actual user of, like the actual owner user. And so we want to change that, of course. And the way we change that is by going to the service. Here's the document stuff in here, right? And so the question then is, has permission? We would check if it's the user. Then we could also check if it's a doc user. So to get our doc users, we can say doc users equals to the doc object doc user set all, and then we can actually just say filter down and do something along the lines of the user equaling to that user, and basically saying whether or not it exists. So this is going to be is owner and then has permission. And we probably want to add in that active item in there to just see whether or not they're active. So basically the has permission is really going to be something along the lines of, let's say, or we'll change this from has permission to is doc user, something like that. So this is going to be is owner or is doc user. Then if it's neither one of those things, then we'll go ahead and say that it does not, they don't have permission in there to see that document. Great. So of course, the next thing would be the actual listing of the documents based off of this information as well. So this is going to mean that our actual query set here is going to have to change as well. The way we're going to do that is from django.db.models, we're going to go ahead and import something called a Q lookup. This Q lookup is going to allow us to do two kinds of lookups. So we can actually do basically the owner user like that with a pipe at the end, or we can do a doc user, and we'll go ahead and say user equaling to user. I believe that should be the lookup. We will find out soon enough. Okay, so if we come back in here, we should have now a way to list the documents that we're a part of and get individual documents that we're also a part of. Now, this should work for either one. So if we go back into our documents here, there's a chance that our, the caching went away. So that might be something we'd have to look into. But of course, if I refresh in here now on both users, this is the, J user, and then the other one is the Hungry Pie user. So they're definitely different users here. And so what we can see is whether or not the documents are the same. So the top two look to be the same ones. So now I should be able to open up the top two. Here's this user with that example, connected user from CKEditor showing up there as connected user. And then we'll go ahead and grab this user right here, which will also connect that user. So now it's showing two connected users. In fact, we could change stuff in here as well when we want to, and it should reflect on the other one as well. So if I remove this and say ABC123, and then, hey, look at me, pretty cool. And then I could also use the AI assistant, which I'll just put in some gibberish in here. Once again, that's working and it's showing up in both places. We could go ahead and save it and that data would be saved. But that's pretty cool. That's really straightforward and easy to do. Now, I realize that if you're new to the Django querying of it all, this is something that might be a brand new thing to you that I just flew through. But the idea here is we're just doing a different type of database querying for the different users that are available. Now, the other caveat about this is maybe all of your doc users, including the owner, are just doc users. I didn't actually do that, and I'm not going to implement that at this time. But basically, all your users being doc users, and then you can just designate who's the owner in here, like with a Boolean field, and the default being true or false or however you want to do that. In which case, you could then have somebody have different permissions, more granular permissions than just activating it or accessing it. Those are outside the scope of this one. But the idea here now is we have users, multiple users that can access the exact same data. It's pretty cool. We now want to start the process of implementing tokens for our actual users so that CKEditor can show the right information for the right users. This is also preparing us for a production use case of CKEditor, and also something that's, I think, a lot more practical than just showing up these random usernames. It doesn't really tell you a whole lot by seeing this. Now, this also means that we will be able to implement other more advanced collaboration features than just having multiple participants on a document itself, like tracking the actual changes over time and who it actually is, but also seeing stuff like comments and all that. So those advanced features are outside the scope of this one, but the goal here is having the correct tokens for this to work. Now, this is a multi-step process that we're going to go through, and I've found the documentation for the token endpoint really helpful in this process. But the idea here is our backend, which is going to be our Django project, is going to create tokens for each user. these tokens will be signed by secrets that CKEditor has access to. So once they're signed as a JOT token, it will then go into the actual editor itself during that session for that user, and then they'll be able to actually communicate with each other. Now that might sound a little complicated, but the idea is it's sort of like an access token that has some information about our user that can be safely passed back and forth between our system and CKEditor without additional work to be done. It's actually really nice. So the idea here is we pass in a header, a payload, and a signature, which actually is the signature. That's the whole thing that's going through. We will combine all of that to make a signature that will pass, and we will make that specifically. Now, the nice thing about all of this is there's already a lot of built-in tools that make this process really easy. And so in the documentation, you will see this example token payload. So that's where we're going to start. We're just going to create this payload, then we'll start adding the other features necessary to make the entire thing work. So let's go ahead and actually copy this example here, and I'm going to jump back into my project, into my Django application. Under accounts, I'm going to go ahead and create API.py. I'm just going to put everything in API.py. I would probably have it in different modules at some point in the future, but for now, I'm just going to do it like this. And I'm going to call this get user, we'll call it user token because that's what it will eventually be. And then we want to return back some data here. But to start out, I'm just going to go ahead and build out the payload, which is going to be that data. Okay, so this is what we're going to do right now. Now, the first few things are fairly straightforward. Let's focus on the things that we know we can change for sure, and that's all of the user data. So that means then inside of this user token here, I'm going to pass in a user ID. Now, however you defined the user ID, in our case, the user ID is going to be an integer field. So inside of the abstract base user, we've got a user ID in here somewhere because of models.model. But of course, it could be something different. It could be a actual UUID field like we did with our document if you customized it. So for that reason, we have to use a very specific way to look up our user, which is going to be from django.contrib.auth. We're going to import the get user model method here, and we're going to go ahead and say user equals to get user model. Now, this is a convenient way to basically do accounts.models.myuser or whatever we ended up calling it right there. Or it would use the standard Django user model. Either way, both of those end up working. Okay, so the idea then is we get our user object, which will be user.objects.get, and then ID equals to user ID. Now, not surprising, the user might not exist, so we might want to put this into a try block and just have an exception in here and just say something along the lines of raise exception, user failed, or something like that. This is probably could be improved a lot because we're just catching an exception and then raising a different one. But overall, we want to make sure that this user actually exists before we try to do everything else, which will allow us to solve this problem if it is one. Okay, so with this in mind, we have our user object here. And of course, I see that there's a user dictionary here. So of course, the email itself, I could come in and change this to user or the user object.email, which I'm going to actually rename to just being the user instance, just so it's really, really clear what's going on. Next up, the name of the user. Well, in our case, we actually don't have a name. We could have names in here. And if you were using the standard Django user model, you probably could just do that. But we do have this display name in here. So I'm going to use that as it. So I'll go ahead and come in here and we'll change this to user instance.display name. Okay, so far not that big of a deal. Avatar, we actually don't have an avatar. This has to be a publicly accessible avatar, as in anyone in the world can access it without needing additional data. We probably could sign a URL here and give some sort of access for like a longer duration, but I recommend having just a public one that's just easily accessed or just removing it altogether, which is what we'll do. Now, the next thing is that's related to the user is this sub right here. This sub is actually the ability for us to say a username of some kind. So we are going to replace sub with username. And in this case, you can, modify this however you want. I'm just going to stick with the display name once again as the username. Okay, so we're really close to being done with the payload part of this. But the question is now, what is this AUD and IAT? Well, let's actually do the IAT because this is a timestamp. This is actually really straightforward. First off, we do from date time. We're going to import the date time module as well as the time zone module so that we can go ahead and say that now or IAT equals to time or datetime.now timezone.utc and then dot timestamp. So basically just getting the timestamp as to when this payload's being created. And then I'm going to go ahead and make sure that it's an integer in there based off of what we see right here. So I'm going to change that to be an integer. Okay, we're really close to being done. This auth stuff has everything to do with permissions. There are a lot of permissions that you can do. If you look in the docs, you can see here's a bunch of stuff related to that same auth keyword here on documents. I believe this is their IDs and what roles they can have. So in other words, you can grab very specific document IDs, which we have a document ID in here. You can actually use those same IDs that you're using inside of the channel ID. You can use those for advanced permissions. That's not something we're going to cover at this time. As you might remember, the permission to access the document is how we're just saying that's how they can collaborate with it. And in our case, the access part is on our side with this doc user. So we have a couple of different ways on how we can do permissions is the point there. So the final part of this payload is really this AUD. And this actually has everything to do with the environment we're using inside of CKEditor. So if we go in here and we go into the cloud environments here, we've got a default environment. You could always create a new environment as well. So like if you did Django Next.js dev, created a new environment, you could use this environment and then more specifically, the environment ID right here. So in our case, we're going to go ahead and do CKEditor environment ID, and we'll paste that one in, and that's going to be our environment. In fact, I'm actually going to use my default one. I don't want to have to deal with multiple, so I'm going to go ahead and go back into just using my default environment and that ID. But the point is, you can absolutely add additional environment IDs if you wanted to, and you'd be able to change it. Now, long run, I would probably put this value in environment variables so that I can load it or change it depending on what environment I'm actually using, which I think is pretty cool. Okay, so the next thing is within this payload, we would then change the AUD to being whatever that environment ID is. As you can see, it is different than what we just saw. Now, important things to think about here is the WebSocket URL. That will change depending on your environment. And then the access credentials. This is something we'll do in a little bit as well. So those two things are going to be tied together with the environment you end up using. So sticking with the default makes that a little bit easier than trying to add additional environments now. But if you were to go into production, then yeah, you're probably going to want to make sure that you are using different environments for development and production. Now we're going to create our JOT token signature. So this is a very common process whenever you're using JOT tokens or JSON web tokens. And so the way we're going to start off is by adding in a header. And so the header always has two key value pairs. The first key is going to be TYP, as in type, the JOT token. The second one is ALG, which is the actual algorithm you'll use, which in our case, we're using capital H, capital S, 256. So that is going to be the actual way we sign this one. And so I actually want to sometimes put the algo as its own variable in here so that we can use it again if we need to, which of course we will need to. This header itself is going to be the same across our JOT token. And of course, you can go through the documentation about this header, and I'm pretty sure it even gives you some of the information about the header right in there, along with the algo. So TYP is always JOT. The algorithm that we actually create this will be a little bit different depending on what you're doing. This is that algorithm that's being used. Now, you don't have to worry about creating this algorithm. It's already ready for us to be used. So what we want to do here is I'm going to go ahead and import JOT. Now, this package itself most likely came because of Django Ninja. So if we didn't have Django Ninja installed, we would actually have to have additional packages to use JOT right out of the gates. So the idea here then is we're going to go ahead and grab our signed token. So we can say signed token equals to jot.encode, and then we pass in our payload, which what do you know is our actual payload. Then we can also pass in a key of some kind. This we do not have yet. We will do it in a second. Next up, we pass in the algorithm. What do you know? We've got our algorithm already listed out right up there. And then of course we want our header, or rather our headers equaling to the header value, which we'll go ahead and change to just being called headers up here as well. Okay, great. So that's our now signed token, which we can then return back and use in other places. We will do that in just a little bit. Okay, so the key thing that's missing in here is we do not have a actual key in here. So the key thing is the key and this comma right there. Okay, so where does this key come from? Now, a lot of times when you're signing JOT tokens, what you end up doing is you go into Django.conf, you import these settings, and you might use the secret key. So you might actually come in here and do settings.secret key, which if you were using a JOT token in your own system, this would probably be okay. Now, what we don't want to do here, though, is actually use that secret key for good reason, because it's not signing correctly with something that CKEditor can learn and understand. So what is it that we need then? Well, if we go into the CKEditor customer portable, into the cloud environments, into the environment we're working on, we want to grab access credentials, and we're going to create an access credential. Now, it does say to rotate keys frequently. This is a really good idea because it's how we're going to basically authorize our users within CKEditor, which is really important that we do rotate these keys on a frequent basis, which I say that it says it right here, but it is something extra important to know because of how it ends up working within CKEditor. It's quite literally letting CKEditor know, here's our users, this is what you can do with it. So do keep in mind that if we are sharing any information in here, this is being shared with CKEditor. And these payloads are pretty easy to decouple even if they're encoded. I'll show you that in a second too. So we're going to go ahead, actually, let's show you that right now. So I'm going to go ahead and bring you in with the secret key itself. And so I want to actually use this. The way I'm going to do it is by jumping into the Python shell. So we'll go ahead and jump into the backend here, and we'll go into the src. And then we'll do Python manage.py shell, and then I'll go ahead and do from accounts.api. We're going to just import everything, and then the user I'm going to use, we should be able to do u equals to user.objects.first, mainly because we imported everything inside of this module. So the get user module, this stuff is all there. And so if we look at the user, there it is right there, then we should be able to grab that user token with u.id, and here it is. So this is a JOT token. So you can actually verify JOT tokens in a lot of different places. So let's just do a Google search for verify JOT token. And the jwt.io is one of the great places to do it. And so what you do here is you can quite literally paste in your encoded data, and there it is decoded. Regardless of how it's signed, right? So regardless of this key here, it can still be decoded. So we don't want to leak these things. So this might be a question as to, should we even have the email in here or not? The username's probably fine. We don't necessarily need the email. I think we just need the username. I think that's the only requirement that CKEditor has. But you could also do other things with this email if you wanted to sign that one where it requires, Django cryptography signing or something along those lines. You could do that as well, or you could just omit it altogether. I'll leave it in for now. Feel free to change it as you see fit or as your project needs. Okay, so realistically, to finish this off, we do need our actual signed key, which is going to be that access token. So going back into the customer portal, let's go ahead and create one. I'm going to call this my Django Next.js dev. We're going to go ahead and create this key, and here it is. Okay, so where do we put this key? Well, we want to put it in our Django environment variables. This is Django related, so something like CK access creds, and then paste yours in there. And I already had one in there, obviously, but I'm going to go ahead and paste mine in there. And this is now going to be the access signature that I'll end up signing. The only reason I'm calling it access creds is because that's what they call it on their platform, right? They call it access credentials. It's not API secrets. It's not webhooks. It's not any of that. It's literally access credentials. So that's why I'm using that. So now that we've got that, let's go back into our Django settings. And now underneath this, we'll go ahead and do our CKEditor settings. And then we'll go ahead and paste this one in with getting the environment variable, which I'm using Python decouple for, which you could feel free to use any of them. But the idea being that we want to have something like this. Great. So now that we've got this access creds here, we can come back into our API, change our key here to use those access creds. So if this is done incorrectly, then CKEditor will let us know about it, and it will be very obvious that it's done incorrectly, and we'll probably even take a look at that. But at this point, we now have a signed token. We have a JOT token for our user that contains user information that will eventually inject in our CKEditor process and drop the cloud services token URL. Let's now go ahead and create the API endpoint to get our user token. Now, the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to be using Django Ninja like we've seen. So we'll go ahead and do from Ninja. We're going to import the router, and then I'll go ahead and go underneath this get user token portion here, and we'll go ahead and say router equals to the router, and we want to pass in auth. We definitely want to make sure that users are required, right? So we will do that in just a moment. Next up, we're going to create our router's path itself and the HTTP method, which we'll leave it in as get, which in our case, we'll go ahead and do CKEditor/token, for example. And then this will be our, get, or we'll go ahead and say CKEditor token URL or view, and that takes in a request. And then all we're going to return back is the token itself from the actual user. And of course, if we've got users are required, then we can actually create the token itself, which will be simply the get user token for the user.id. And of course, that user is going to be the request.user. Great. And so if the request.user is not in there, then we'll run into errors and stuff like that, as we've seen with the AI. So this router itself, of course, we can always do a quick search inside of our project for a router. And we can see I did the auth required right in there with the AI stuff. So we can always use that same concept here, which I will do. So back into our accounts, we'll go ahead and bring in the user required stuff for our router. And there we go. So now we have a place, at least for the token itself. The final step here, of course, would be to go back into our main project API.py and bring in that account router, which we can always copy this right here. So accounts.api, and we'll call this the accounts router, and just kind of going through the same process we've seen a couple of times now. Okay, so we've got our accounts router in here now. Now we've got an actual endpoint that the doc editor will be able to use. So the endpoint is going to go to this tokens URL here, and we're basically going to replace this with what we now have, which of course is going to be API or /API/accounts/CKEditor/token, right? So that's the endpoint we want to use. But unfortunately, we can't just use this endpoint directly because we need to modify some stuff. Hey, it's not going to be a whole lot different than what we modified with the AI adapter as well. It's going to be very similar to that, just a little bit different to account for the tokens themselves. We're now going to create a function inside of our doc editor to grab our user's token. So the way this is going to work is we're going to create it right above the use memo here. We're going to go ahead and create a function called fetch user token. And this is going to be a callback that we will eventually return back the token itself. So not going to do that quite yet, but I'm going to go ahead and do a couple of different things here to see how this ends up working. So inside of the token URL here, we will pass in that fetch user token. That's where we'll start. And I want to use the async method to start to see if I can do something very similar to what I did with this up here. So in other words, I'm going to go ahead and grab these options right here that we did with the AI stuff and just bring them right on in like that. Of course, our API has changed. Now it's going to be accounts/CKEditor/token. The method is going to be get. We do not need to send body data when we do that. And now we should be able to get the response back. And we will just go ahead and let's go ahead and grab the data from the response, which will be await and response.json. Now, of course, if we have an invalid response, we'll go ahead and say something like if not response.ok, then we will go ahead and throw an error. So we'll go ahead and do throw new error and something like invalid token or something like that. Okay. So with this in mind, I should be able to grab the token from this data. So from there, we would say something like token equals to data. And then once again, we'll go ahead and say if not token, then we'll go ahead and say the same sort of error here. And then I'll finally return back the token. Okay. So this is me hoping that the asynchronous method works for all of this fetch stuff. It, I think, makes it fetch a little bit easier so that it works in line like this, so we don't have to do any promise handling. But this might not work. So let's go ahead and give it a try. Jumping into our project now, I refresh in here, I get an error saying invalid token. We've got an invalid token endpoint. So certainly possible that my user has to sign back in. So let's go ahead and make sure that we've got a few things in here. We're getting a 404 error. So maybe things were just not saved correctly. This does happen to me every once in a while. So I'm gonna go ahead and save that. And then I'll go ahead and save this one, which got CKEditor token. I'm gonna go ahead and put a trailing slash on here. That might actually be the problem. So let's go ahead and take a look now. I refresh, and what do you know? So I have a token here that says Hungry Pie, and I have another one that says someone else. Now that someone else is going to be this one. So I actually need to refresh that session, and then now it has both people in there with their correct tokens. So it looks like if I don't have a correct token, it will persist one of the old ones, or maybe it was just something that needed to be flushed out based off of the configuration for this WebSocket. So I think maybe to completely flush it out, we would delete this environment and start a new one with a different environment ID and all that. But what we see here is the tokens are now working. This is working great. It's actually pretty straightforward. But of course, the reason it was so seamless is because I tested a bunch of different things. Let's take a look at one of the things that it was tripping me up for a little bit that I didn't realize I needed to do. So you just go ahead and change this to secret key like you would, like one would. You refresh it here. Now what you get is errors. You get an invalid token altogether. So this is, well, because we signed it incorrectly. It's really straightforward now, and hopefully you won't make this problem. But the idea here is the payload has to be designed correctly, the headers have to be designed correctly, and then it has to be signed correctly. All of that has to happen in order for you to have this fully collaborative environment, which now what we can do is if I start typing here, I can see that, you know, the Hungry Pie user is right there. And then I can start typing here and we can see over here that my other user is there, right? So ABC is there. So cool. It's now showing all of that stuff. One of the things I want to test though with this is if I just comment out or let's just remove the email altogether. Let's see if removing that one piece makes a big difference in how this ends up rendering out. And what do you know? It does not. So we don't have to actually have that information in there. We can make it as secure as we want. We might even be able to skip the user altogether. Let's see. The sub might be the only thing we actually need in here that's required. So when I actually remove those things, I can see that, yeah, that's the only thing that ends up showing up. And of course, if I had some sort of avatar image, it would probably show that instead of what we've got on here. But of course, right now I don't have that avatar image. But now we have that collaboration working. It's pretty great and fairly straightforward. Now the idea, of course, is this fetch token. A reason that we didn't just have our endpoint right here was because of how we return the data. We return the data as a dictionary inside of the JSON data that comes back, which is not what this is expecting by default. In other words, we could come back into our API and we could change this to something like my user token, like that, which just means that in our doc editor, then we just change this to my user token. Everything else should work just fine. But now it actually has a functionality to handle either method. And of course, we could do other things in here if we wanted to, just to verify these tokens as well. But now it actually fully works, and we would be in a really good place to move on to deploying this into production. Hey, thanks so much for watching. Hopefully you got a lot out of this one. And thanks to CKEditor for helping bring this course to life. Now, I realized that we covered a lot in this one. There's a lot going on, and there's a lot of moving parts. The open source technology that's powering these things is just getting better and better. Now, to me, I like thinking of my front end as something that's going to rapidly change over time. Sometimes we're going to be using third-party services that will help with that rapid change. Sometimes it's just going to be open source technology that's changing all of the time. That's actually the reason I really like using Django, is because it's not going to change that much because it's really tightly correlated to how databases work in this modern day. I wanted to leave you with one key challenge though, and that is how to implement the invitation feature of any given document. Let's talk about how I would approach doing it. First and foremost, I would do my best to emulate what we have in the Django admin into like an invite page. The Django admin itself has a little bit more granular permissions we have for other users. So maybe instead of having a user dropdown here, it would be an email field where we can put somebody's email in. And if they accept that invitation, it turns them into a proper user on the system, but then also grants them access to a document. So I would want to do all of that in the front end in Next.js, which would also mean that we need to build out a Django Ninja API to make all of that happen. It's actually fairly straightforward. I think that you would have enough skills to do that now. And of course, if you do have a version of it and you have a repo, let me know. I want to see it. I want to check it out, because I think it's a really interesting problem to just invite users. Maybe it needs to be a whole series in of itself. Please let me know if you want to see that. But the idea here is we have a very robust system now that we can use to collaborate on documents with any other users, and we can add things piecemeal. I realize there's a lot of features and functionality that I just didn't cover in CKEditor because there is a lot to it. So definitely go through the documentation if you want to build on to what we've done here, like file management, for example, or images. But of course, that brings us to a whole nother level in terms of what CKEditor can do, and it takes a lot of time to actually implement those things. But of course, once they are implemented and you understand it, then you'll have this powerful collaboration tool that, well, pretty much just works. We, of course, have other features that are in there that make that possible. But I just wanted to leave you with those thoughts and also that challenge. Thanks again for watching. Look forward to seeing you next time.